Hello, FREECHAN Nation.
Yeah. Welcome to FREECHAN. Oh, I should have called David, and he likes doing that. Yeah. Hopefully he's not asleep. Ding
Ding
ding.
ding ding.
Ding 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 ding.
At least my phone's working properly now.
I gotta get ding ding to get ding ding.
Ka-ding, ka-ding, ka-ding. What's going on, Yvette? Are you all settled in now to your new place?
Well, getting settled in. It's getting there. It's just hard. You know, have my days where I'm motivated and other days not so much.
Oh, that's always true, right? Yeah.
So, yeah, but it's hard because those days that I don't feel like doing anything, you know, stuff keeps piling up. So,
right. There's always a backlog.
Yeah, there is. So I need to just keep doing a little, you know, every day, every hour, do something, you know, like move a box from here to there. Anything, like it starts making progress. So, no, I'm doing good.
Yeah, I made a timer, like a little egg timer or whatever, and then I set it for like 30 minutes, and then when it rings, I go do something productive, and then I come back.
Wow.
That's a good habit to get into, because I know I get easily lost in this utopia here.
Yep. Utopia.
Not utopia or dystopia. Utopia. How's it going, David?
Doing well. How are you with that?
Good. I started the show and I was like, welcome to FREECHAN. Like, wait, what the fuck? How come David's not here?
It's my job.
It's your job. Would you mind introing us? And we're already on air, but, you know.
Yeah, I could give it a go.
Don't control me, though, bitch. Wait, no, I'm kidding. Really,
That's it. You're out of the intro.
That's it. I'm done, huh? No, I'm kidding, really. Yeah, okay. Look, I'm gonna close some windows out. I don't know. It's strange. My computer doesn't ever go off. It's just my phone, so I have to like transfer the calls, and I don't know what's going on. But
if you open go to hangouts.google.com, it might not ring, but you'll see the window pop up, and it'll say like you're being called.
Well, I've actually
reject or just jump in on the call.
No, I've actually had that experience of that, and it wasn't doing that. Like, it wouldn't say I have a missed call or something like that. So there was nowhere to go. I tried that. So,
yeah, like there's no notification anywhere. Like you actually just have to be on Hangouts, right, or on Google Plus.
Right, you have to have the like a tab open or something.
Right.
When it goes off. Okay.
Yeah, I usually pinned the tab, so it's just like the little green bubble in the corner.
Oh, okay.
I can refer back to it real quickly.
Okay. Well, I have like an app running in the background and all kinds of stuff, and so whatever. I don't know. I'm just trying to work it all out. That's all. My phone goes crazy, of course, but my PC does nothing.
Right. I mean, you could always turn off all the notifications too. That's what I do. The first thing I do when I go into a Hangout is to uncheck the notification box.
Well,
yeah, I turn.
Well, you're living in a different world in that regard. I mean, you're doing this all the time, so. But yeah, I know what you mean. I don't have my notifications turned off, so I don't know. I'll figure it out, but so.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a workaround. So those are just some tips on what I do. And I actually have like 2 different browsers open because I have like my Yvette account and then FREECHAN, and I'll have both Hangouts running, like not Hangouts, but the Hangout page, hangouts.google.com, where it's just like the chat service.
So if you have let me ask you this then, if you have your plus page open, it'll go off, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I've gotten calls from there. Not always. For some reason, like you said, it won't ring, but when I come back, it'll say I have a missed call in that chat box.
Oh, okay. But at least you'll get some sort of alert. Okay. If it's not open for me, like I get nothing. That's why I was struggling the other day because I'm like,
Right.
well, I have nothing.
Open, you won't hear
Right.
it. So I always try to tell people now, like, make sure you have like Google Plus or even Gmail open. That way you can click that, accept call button.
Well,
Or just at
right.
least jump in there, because even if you miss the call, you'll be part of it, and then just join the call.
Okay. Well, I'm on the stay here for links to join. Right.
Yeah.
That call. So I'm on that one. But right. So I need to do that. Okay. So
yeah, you
I
can turn
got
off the
that.
notifications on that, and that way, even if you want to go back to it, like you'll know it's there. Like you don't have to be notified
Right.
every time.
No, it's okay. It's not. It doesn't go off all the time. I just, like I
All
said,
right.
I was looking. I'm trying to figure it out. Hangouts is different than the PC for some reason. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. That's all.
Yeah, it would be neat if you could just run it as an app. And you can actually, if you run Chrome, you can go to the App Store and get. It's called Hangouts, and it's like called something else, like Account Linker. I don't know what, but it ends up putting like a bubble on your desktop, and then it'll always kind of be there in the background. So that's kind of cool. I ended up uninstalling mine because it got like buggy and weird with all my accounts, but it was pretty handy actually. So you might want to look at that too. Instead of having tabs open, it'll actually be an app on the back on your desktop.
Okay. Well, I will. I'll check it out, but I'm not going to probably use Chrome. But I do have a.
Chrome does handle Hangouts the best, though. Just
I'm sure. Well, probably. Well, yeah, that's probably true. I mean, it would naturally, wouldn't it? But yeah. So I believe you, but it's Chrome. So, and I do have an app for it, and so it shows that I have an alert now. Like I have a bubble window sitting up there, little icon.
Well, see, there you go. That's all you need.
Right. Okay. I get it. So it's working now, as long as my browser's open. I think that's the sort of wild card. So, okay.
Right.
That's cool. Now I know.
So, hey, who do we got here? We got David, we got E1, we have Jonathan.
Cheerio.
And Joel, you ate sandwich. Thanks for being here, guys. I guess there's still some dawdlers in the other hangout, probably sleeping.
Yeah, probably.
Probably so.
So, John, that kid you were gonna debate, I guess he punked out.
Yeah, I know. He was although I was kind of surprised because I told him to go there, and I was surprised to see him in the chat.
Yeah, he was pretty friendly. He kind of made like a snide comment at first, but I always tend to like disarm these trolls that don't know better. and then he was
Did you see?
calm, and he was making jokes and participating and just chatting with everybody. And I think until we were trying to pressure him to come in, then he left. But he seemed to be enjoying himself. I told him to come back. Come on back anytime. Like you don't have to get on there.
Yeah, his comments were pretty terrible. Like the one, like where it stemmed from.
Yeah, people. What happens is people are just angry and lonely, and they want to like feel better about themselves, so they have to insult people to do that. And it's immature, and he was a kid. And
But I mean, he thought.
Is he lashing out or what?
I mean, people leave like nasty comments, and then I don't think people mean it sometimes.
No, they don't. I don't think so.
Real, yeah.
It was. He actually agreed with my first. The Earth is a flat, non-rotating plane, motionless plane. NASA. I wrote like as a quote from NASA. Can you show me where it says that? And then I wrote. I left a link, page 30. Buddy, I read the entire goddamn thing, and it's sad you're using this because it's for aerodynamics and rocketry, and how they work using calculations and general physics. Whatever that means. I even went onto page 30, and let me tell you that it fucking doesn't say that. Like, come on, man. It's funny how you brought me something that has no fucking resemblance to your argument, neither towards mine. you quoted, numbnuts. So I wrote, tell me something. Do you enjoy being taxed, lied to, stolen from, used as a slave, living in a perpetual state of war? Or is it that you fit the profile of the insignificant type? Why do you all of a sudden have an allegiance to the globe? You like government? You need government? If you do, then stay there. You're helpless. I won. Check me.
Yeah, just right there. I mean, he's a status slave. I mean, what more can you say?
Oh, well, listen to his next statement. Government keeps us in order, buddy.
Oh, boy.
Unless you dislike laws and restrictions, two of which keep you out of harm's way and utter mayhem. Unless you dislike those laws and restrictions. It's not a form of government, really, more or less, from people who tested and analyzed the hell out of this, and really everything. Now here you go, being desperate and trying to get inside my head. You call me helpless, when I absolutely destroyed you, in a sense of which you gave me the complete opposite of which you said. I am not helpless for my flaws, of which I can overrun with my ability to change for the better progress. For the better progress is my life and is everything. Now come at me again. Show me something that isn't utter and complete bullshit. I dare you. I fucking dare you. And I wrote, listen up. I handle scruff like you in the debate room. I don't curse them out because I hate myself and I'm too scared of what honesty may pull from my subconscious. Search FREECHAN on YouTube and you can usually find me there. Often there are globalists debating flat earthers. I would rather not waste my time typing away the destruction of your existence. I would rather talk it out like men just so I can watch your head blow out of your face. The concept is probably a little too much for you to handle, being that you've just had your ass handed you. Well, I see you've got spunk. I like how you describe as if it blew up in my face. That's not what I said, blow your face out in front. Even though I believe your face was subjected to that kind of unwanted debris. See you on the battlefield at dawn. And by the way, I'm really a chicken shit at heart, so when I get there, I'm going to go running, okay? Please don't run after me. I'm scared.
Yeah, he said he dropped some major logic on you.
I know, I'm like logitized right now. I feel like I work at Logitech.
Ooh. Sorry.
What a fucking Logitech. I feel like I'm buying keyboards made by Logitech over here.
I need a keyboard. Tell me all about your keyboards, Mr. Salesman.
I feel like I need some peripherals.
I'm looking for something with a wireless, a touchpad mouse, and a keypad that works.
Keypad. I got to do my taxes. I need just a keypad.
I know, right? Mine doesn't work. I have this retarded Canadian keyboard that has a number pad, but there's no numlock function.
Numlock.
It's completely useless. I've looked everywhere for this. It just doesn't have it. Like there's no hotkey. It's retarded.
Numbnuts lock.
I gotta order some chip card receivers. What were they thinking when they made that fucking chip card? Well, now we have to stick our card in, take our hand off of it, and then continue with the transaction because that's so much more convenient than going.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. I have a ATM card with that chip that I haven't activated yet, and I've been using my temporary. It doesn't even have like raised numbers. It's just like a flat card.
But
the
remember,
magnetic strip works on it.
It's not a locator. It's not a locator. They told you this in the brochure.
Whatever.
Well, I mean, it is a locator because it tells you instantly where you're shopping and where the money is supposed to go to.
Exactly, but it's not a locator. It just tells you everything about your transaction. But it's not a locator.
Right.
And
you can't get the information off of there, right?
No, definitely. It's all random information that they throw in. You might accidentally get $1 million, but we don't locate you, okay? We didn't know you were at Satin Dolls last night using their $20 ATM machine. We don't know that. We don't have a locator.
Even though we have to give you the receipt that says the exact address of the ATM machine. And at what time you were there.
They have a strip club that they charge $20 to use the ATM machine.
What?
I used it once.
You
It's
just
like,
was.
I have no
Well,
choice.
I guess you admit it, you know.
I was like, fuck.
So I had to put those girls through college. Come on now.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey,
Satin
but
Dolls, by the way, that's where Bada Bing's was for. If anybody watched The Sopranos,
Yeah.
that mafioso.
Mhm.
It's only
Bada bing, bada
Sopranos. What was it? Donnie Darko? No, not Donnie Darko. Donnie Brasco. Hey, forget about it.
All right, I'm gonna
It's
have
like
to exhaust all of you. Sorry, I'm gonna have to go check on the other people who are struggling.
Struggling.
Straggling.
Joe
Reel them in.
Joe Namath drunk is a great clip to watch. It's like the other team was struggling.
You're not smoking chapstick, are you?
I used to eat it when I was little, but smoke it.
It looked like you're holding it.
It did look like you're smoking chapstick. I dig. Come on, dude. That's not cool, man. Really, that's just bad.
That's fucking
well-known
hilarious.
fact. It's like bath salts or some shit.
Epsom salts. Sitz
Bath
bath.
salts, man. Bath salts, bro.
Mom, is my sitz bath ready yet? God, I've been waiting for hours for my sitz bath. Mom, I need more Epsom salts.
That's the kind of shit that makes you want to
My
eat
scrotum.
people's faces. That kind of shit.
You know what a blunderbuss is?
No. Oh, yeah, I know what a
when you sit-
blunderbuss is. Yeah.
Well, when you sit down and you're like,
No, there's actually a blunderbuss, right? You guys have seen this. They look like a
Civil
hand
War
cannon,
musket.
right? That's right. And it's
The
sort of
blunderbuss is
mushrooms out at the
coming.
end. Who's that? Who's speaking?
I don't know.
Is that Yvette?
Yeah.
how did the
Oh,
shit
no,
get on
no,
the
that's
sides of the
David.
bowl?
That was that.
I call the guys I work with, these Spanish guys, I'm like, who's the fucking back shitter in here? Every day. These peppers, brown peppers, back shitter. I wrote all over the bathroom. I was like, back shitting is not nice. It's like, I accidentally pissed them off the back, and I don't want to do that.
Back shitting, right?
I don't want to participate in any back shitting
Right, that's rude.
or the removal of those.
Ew.
I know. And then you start smelling it, and you're like, wait a minute, am I smelling little pooplets? Is this brown air going into my system?
Torque, why don't you jump in here? He's in the side chat. He's
Torque.
lurking. Don't be a bitch. Jump in here, Torque.
I haven't seen
Torque.
Steven
Be a
Bradley.
bitch.
Hey, Healthy. Healthy in here?
Hi, Kat. No, Healthy's not in yet.
He's
Ugh.
not made it yet.
I was still in the other one and I was asleep and he starts yelling at him, hey, Kathleen, wake up, wake up.
Oh, I think he's picking mangoes and shit.
He had a little private chat with me there while I
Oh,
was
he
sleeping.
did?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a little,
Prick.
all right. Yeah, he's a little off kilter maybe sometimes. He's not catching
He's so
fish and
funny.
picking mangoes.
Is he trying to give you subliminal messages in your sleep?
I'm not repeating what he said.
Yeah, I bet you're not. Yeah, he's like that kind of guy. Like, I wouldn't let him talk to my girlfriend, right? He's cool in the Hangouts. That's fine, but
So
You wouldn't let him talk to your girlfriend.
no, I wouldn't. Sorry. Right, I just said that out loud.
Would you let him talk to your sister?
Well, since I don't have one, probably. Yeah, you could talk to my sister. That's my sister, man.
Cool.
John, are you on a stakeout or are you like looking for the curve? What's up with your binoculars, bro?
They were
He was
$2.
looking for
$2
the
at a garage
curve.
sale.
God, I was so asleep too.
The craziest thing about telescopes is you don't have to refocus for the stars, but they are trillion, zillion, billion miles away, and the moon's. I'm not refocusing for that. Why? What's going on there? NASA. God almighty, whenever I see that guy, the Mars guy,
Yeah.
well, it was beauty in punctuation. There's a guy in this room. Is he in this room? Well, nothing like this could contradict like we had. I don't know. I can't say anything about that. You know the guy Elvis, the
Yeah.
Mars mission guy?
Yeah, nominal.
Yeah.
Nominal. Oh my God. And we got nominal. We got a nominal countdown.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
He's talking about you've seen it. I know you've seen it before, David, where they're talking about the mission to Mars and the Elvis guy can't answer any of the questions.
Oh, yeah,
Rodriguez
yeah,
must
yeah.
be in the audience somewhere. Oh, but he's not. You know, that guy.
Yeah.
Right, you've seen that one.
Yeah, it's the
Right.
the curiosity
press
landing
conference?
press conference. Yeah.
Oh, so
I
bad.
forgot about that.
Have you guys seen Migmag's video of Elon Musk talking about Mars? He's in a press conference and he's talking about, let's see here, he says, my goal here today is to give the illusion that we can get, the possibility that we can make it to Mars. And I think with the media, we can do that. But it's on one of his videos. It's the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life.
He's dumb as rocks, Elon Musk. I've watched him go, well, can you repeat that question? No. It's too much. We have to keep the questions quick. Well, if we could, then
Yes.
maybe if we
Full
could,
of ums.
I
I love that.
and I can see the bullet, like, well,
Someone should do a birth certificate pool on Elon Musk, huh?
I think there's two of them. Because there's
For
one
real?
guy that appears in magazines, and he's like a sharp-dressed guy. And then there's the one that showed up to do the
The Down syndrome one.
the Down syndrome. Yeah, the quirky one who was like
The clone of the clone that's a little bit more slow.
exactly the one that got kicked by a horse in the back of the neck. And he was like,
Who
he
got
was-
kicked in that? What? Ooh, what?
Elon Musk. You know,
Oh, he did.
the magazines portray him like
Oh,
sharp
like
dude.
John Travolta in that movie. Yeah, okay.
Well, they make him
Yeah,
like
some
the guy who's going to
epiphany.
get out of like a Ferrari or something like that. And then you see him
Right.
and he's just kind of like schlump. Like schlump dump. And he has nothing to say. Nothing. Someone should sew his mouth shut. Sew his asshole closed and keep feeding him.
Staple gun. That's what I say.
Elon. Now that sounds like a screwed up name. Something ain't right there.
Yeah,
Elon
it's a
Musk.
Stupid name.
That's a hard name.
Just rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it does, sure.
Elon Rudiger Musk.
Musk is like a haze or something, right?
I swear they have to
Come
be
in here then, Cynthia.
rearranged. Muscalon. Elon Muscalon.
Sounds like
Elos.
bad cologne. Fuck that. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
it's
know
like a elongated, musky smell.
It smells long in here.
It's like something Antonio Banderas would sell. Elon Musk.
Antonio
It's
Banderas.
It's the Antonio Banderas cologne. Elon Musk.
When I go out, I wear Elon Musk. On my
All the
balls.
ladies love me.
When you're
Elon
teabagging,
Musk.
you want them to smell your poops. But I cover it up with Elon's Musk. Elon, give me your Musk. I named the company after Tesla. He's a genius, but nobody knows about him. All you know about is Einstein. Einstein.
Tesla is my cousin. Did you guys know that?
Tesla?
Tesla,
For real?
Your
yeah.
cousin?
Yeah, no, he is. He's 6 times removed, like Kevin Bacon.
Cool.
But yes, I have some relationship to him. to him, I'm sure, down the line. 6
You
times.
related to Kevin Bacon, Elon Musk, and Nikola Tesla?
That's cool.
Yeah, probably all of them.
way
I would
cool.
imagine. If you give me enough time, I can figure
You know
it
how to
out.
make all those free energy machines in, right, Ion?
Yeah, but I can't tell you how.
Come on, man.
I could only David knows the secrets.
It's magic.
He's like a crackhead or something. So what are you gonna do? No, really, it is magic.
I
I
gave
don't-
the secrets to Shroomy, so I don't have them anymore.
Shroomi's got them all now. He's holding all the patents and shit. No, I don't know.
What?
No, that's where I go, like 6 times removed. So I don't know. Tesla knew some stuff. He had some good information, and you know, at the end there, he went a little bit fucking crazy. He's like, "Ray, the pigeons are shooting, I don't know,
He went
rays out of
crazy
their
because
eyes
he worked
and
with
shit."
radiation, and he worked with a lot of fucked up shit throughout his
He
life. So I
did.
think it took a toll on him.
I
People
think
say he
you're
went
right.
crazy
I
because
think
he's
we're all
like
going to go a little crazy at the end,
but
don't you think?
that's kind of the
No, go ahead.
price you
Dude.
pay back then.
Yeah, I think you're
for
right.
being
There
a
was that sort of
scientist. So
right.
It's
There
not
was
like he was a crazy guy. It was just it was an after side effect of all the work he did. He wasn't.
I think you're right. Well, I mean, that makes you a little bit. It fries your brain, right? I mean, he's like the pigeon. I mean, you've read the account, right?
Right.
Interview with him, and he's like, the white pigeon landed on my windowsill and it shot rays out of its eyes, and you know, what do you do with that? I mean, you're like, that's cool, right? Yeah. What did it tell you?
A cartoon.
Right. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's some truth to it, but it's probably pretty nominal, and he didn't develop too much after that. So that's
Yeah.
what
There's no recordings of Tesla.
Well,
That
yeah, but
bothers me.
there's a
There's a band.
yeah,
true.
but there's an alleged at least
Ew.
Tesla band.
They
I
stink,
don't know.
they?
People, it's a much ado, but I don't know. Tesla had some great ideas, and I'm not trying to belittle him entirely, but you know, I also am a little weepy. He's a bitch. He didn't know shit.
He's a butthole.
Right. He didn't know shit.
You know, one thing I've learned, though, out of all my time on this earth, which isn't a whole lot, but my 39 years anyway, the times that you put people up on pedestals and you think they're so great, that's the time that you realize those people didn't know half the shit that you thought they did, and they shouldn't have been put on that pedestal.
Well,
like
right. I dig.
There are a lot of people who want to take down Tesla. There's a book dedicated to correcting his story, especially the whole part about wireless. And the book says that he knew wireless wouldn't work, but he put it out there. And the reason why he never got hooked up is because he knew it wouldn't work. But I mean,
I don't think. Well, my understanding is he didn't know it didn't work. I thought that my understanding was he was afraid it was going to set the atmosphere on fire. So he was a little concerned about that. If you're talking about the Woodcliff Towers,
I mean,
that's
Wardenclyffe.
That's Wardenclyffe. Yes, thank you. Wardenclyffe.
What blows me away is that they didn't figure out DC was bad. And for anyone who doesn't know, I know AC/DC can sound confusing. DC is DC is just power on. It's like battery. A battery has no. Yeah, it's just a blast of energy that keeps going until the battery.
There's no return. Sure, I get it. It's a simple concept.
Direct current.
Alternating.
But both are useful. You have to have both if you're in a generation of energy. At least I do. I have to have both. I have to have DC and AC to be able to store it and then produce it back to the voltage and amperage I need to run all my equipment.
Explain that a little bit. You have to.
Because if I'm creating my energy, I'm creating energy in a direct current off of my solar cells.
Okay.
So then it's transferred into a controller at 90 to 100 volts, running at, each controller gets 100 volts, and then that's the amperage is lower.
Okay,
it's like
so that's running right off the solar cell.
Oh.
Right, but also I run generators and hydrogen cells where it's ran AC, and then I transfer it back into DC to charge my batteries. And then that's all ran into an inverter, which is AC into the house. So I have DC 12 volt coming into the house for all my lights. That's my backup lights. Then I have another line for AC for lights. That's all off the inverter. And then my electrical for the regular house is all inverter. But I have, you have to go, for me, I have to go to DC to store it, to store my energy so that I don't have to run my power all the time. I just don't have capacitors to be able to
store it in the battery, right? Your battery bank, I guess, right? It's got to be DC in that sense, right?
And it is true, you know, when I get up to my side,
right? Is what you're saying?
I have both in my house.
Well,
I have both.
What? Well, I'm sorry.
DC is not power regulation. DC is just like pouring. Think of electricity as water. DC would be you taking a bucket, so you can fill up a bunch of batteries with that water.
You do know that the guy we're talking to right now, E, right, is like doing this real world stuff, right? You do understand that he's not sitting in his car like theorizing about it. You do know that, right?
I'm an electrician, Ian.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Can you come fix my house?
Oh, he's right. He's right about the power. I just know that when I start getting up into my battery banks, you know, I'm running one of them's 1,200 amps on one system, the other one's 10,000 amps, 12 volt. He's right. You can theoretically kill yourself if you touch the wrong things in that chest.
Well, right. It's
amperage
over amperage, right? Sure.
Amperage kills
but
you.
if I go to AC, I can shock myself all day long from my 13 amp breakers or 20 amp breakers, and they're not going to kill me.
No, it'll hurt, but yeah, it's 277 is when it starts to go. Yeah, my finger just burst.
I just wish I knew more. I wish I knew more about how to do the transfer of hydrogen into electricity without having the explosion.
That's David's field. Go, David.
What is my field?
Hydrogen into electricity.
Yeah, electrolysis
so it's called
process.
The Winnipeg carburetor or some shit.
Oh, yeah. Electrolysis is one of the smartest things you can do in terms of... I use electrolysis for removing rust. The best
I can only use the H2O for a supplement. I can't use it as an actual alternative energy. It only extend my generators like 2 hours for every 3/4 of a gallon of gas. I just have a hydrogen cell that puts it into my carburetor automatically after the bubbler. So it extends what I would normally have 12 hours on my generator from 3/4 of a gallon of gas. I get like 16. It's not a whole lot, but it adds a lot. I mean, to me, it adds.
So you're using like so you have a variety of different methods of collecting energy. Then is what you're saying, E. Is that right?
I use 3 now. I do solar, generator, and hydrogen cell, but I want to do ion collection, but I don't know how to do it.
Do you sell it? Do you sell it back to the electric company?
No, I'm completely off the grid. No, cool. I got my own battery banks. So I don't want to get into putting anything back.
No, that's cool though. Really, it really is. I mean, that's if like you understand what kind of work that takes. I do. So I'm just saying.
Well, you know what blows me away? Turbochargers. Like what a turbocharger does for. Why doesn't every car have a turbocharger in it? It's not that much more
it's a
extra
trade-off.
weight.
No, it's a trade-off.
It's air. But you don't lose anything.
It's a trade-off.
You trading? How so?
Because it just recirculates the exhaust back into the engine, right? So it's a trade-off.
Right.
You get the back pressure. It's a trade-off. It's still a trade-off. Like it's not. There's nothing magical that happens. I guess that's what I think.
Why don't all cars have turbochargers? Turbochargers are an impeller. Impellers are 3-dimensional.
Do you know what turbo lag is? Have you ever heard of that?
Turbo lag? Yeah.
Turbo lag. Why would you have turbo lag if it's so magical? Turbo lag.
Turbo Negro.
Well, that's because it's got to charge up. But when the power's there, you got it, and it's just it's a great way to put power on a car. It doesn't kill the engine, and it makes it a little bit more efficient, and you get so much more power out of it. I don't know why cars, they all don't have turbochargers and cold air intakes.
I just told you why, because there's a trade-off.
What are you trading?
Turbo lag. So when you hit the gas, right, you get what's known as turbo lag.
Yep.
That you don't get the immediate
go
response. It doesn't matter. There's no substitution for displacement. You go forward, right? You don't get, boy, I don't know where you're coming from, bro, but this is basic mechanics, right? You get a turbo lag. So it's, you don't initially, though. So you off the line. You
tell me what you lose with the turbocharger. I want to hear.
What happens is it's powered off the exhaust, and it's got to wind up the turbocharger. So you hit the gas, and it goes through a cycle, and it powers up the turbocharger, which feeds the exhaust or air into the manifold, right? And then you get your power. What the problem is, you don't get it right off the line, and it's not immediate. You get what's known as turbo lag, right? It doesn't happen instantaneously. So where you lose. That's why they're not like race cars are all turbocharged, because it doesn't work like that. Like if you're off the line, right? Well, I'm just telling you, you're asking
but that's
me.
not practical. That's not practical, and you still haven't said what you lose. Like no
what you lose is immediate
when you hit your power band and you're
off the line. That's what you fucking lose.
But
if I have a V6, what I have is if you got a 3.0 fucking V6, right, and I have one too, and you got a 2.4 liter with the turbocharged, I'm going to kick your ass. That's what that means. It's simple. It's not displacement is what it's all about. That's what I'm saying. That's what you lose. Dude, it's the second law of thermodynamics, right? Like, right, there's always give and take. It's just the way.
So if I offered a turbocharger for your car, would you say no?
It depends. I don't have a car. I got a Jeep. If you offer me a turbocharger for my Jeep, I might take it. If you're really going to re-engineer the whole manifold and everything and change the compression ratios and you're going to do all of that stuff, yes, I would take it. But if you were also like, I'll drop a V6 in there, I'd take that too.
Oh, fuck
And in
V6s.
fact, I'd take it before my before the turbocharger. Oh, right, all the way. But it's displacement, right? You don't get that, dude. Okay.
Displacement of a V6.
So what you're taking is you can take a one-cylinder motor and you just put a big enough turbocharger on it. No way you go. Is that how it works?
Well, you ever seen the Mercedes Army truck? It thing's a it's a 3 horsepower engine.
Fuck. Dude,
it's all torque.
Fucking bullshit. Your mom.
It's called the Mini Mog.
The Mini Mog. It's a
or the Mog.
I don't know, man. There's a place for them, right? A place and a time. So they use them on they use them in certain times.
Every BMW is turbocharged. Every BMW is
fucking give a
twin
shit.
turbocharged.
It doesn't mean that every BMW wins every race. I mean, I'm just saying
but they know how to build the best engines.
Is that what it means?
Like airplane engines.
Okay.
They're the ultimate driving machine.
Right. They used to build airplanes until they got punked out in the Second World War, and now they build cars. So, right. What's that tell you? I don't know. Tells
me that there's not a person out there who would say no to a turbocharger, mainly because there's no trade-off.
You don't think a supercharger is better than a turbocharger?
Well, I mean, a supercharger on the right engine.
A supercharger is immediate. It's an immediate response, right? You don't get the turbo, like it doesn't run off the exhaust. I'll tell you what, you get your turbocharger. You pick your car, right, and you get your turbocharger, and I'll pick a supercharger, and I'll beat you every time, all the time, hands down, every day. I'll use more gas for it, but I'll beat.
You guys get your pinks out. I want to see the race.
Oh my goodness!
Right now.
First of all,
this is like basic.
There's no argument. There's no argument that a supercharger puts out more power, but it's $5,000, and a turbocharger is like a couple $100.
Oh fuck, dude! You're crazy. You're crazy. The problem with superchargers is they actually use more gasoline. Where a turbocharger doesn't.
The engine.
Is what I'm saying. But I'm telling you, I'll beat you in every race.
Asshole on my forehead.
I'm just telling you, I'll beat you in every race.
But you got to afford that supercharger first.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's
superchargers
like $4,000 kit.
Sounds like we need to set up FREECHAN.
We do.
Race
I don't know
chat.
if you guys know anything. You guys don't know anything about motors, but I'm telling you, you have to re-engineer your whole fucking motor to use
But
a
a turbocharger.
turbocharger, bitch. I don't know where you've never done it, and I know you've never done it because you're talking shit, and you've never done it, and I have. I'm telling you, you got to retool the fucking heads. Everything has to change to use a turbocharger. You can't just like slap.
Hold on, wait for it.
Wait for it.
Go.
Yeah, go.
I know.
Okay.
I know that.
Hey, can I ask you? Can I ask you both a question?
You wouldn't build a car. You wouldn't build a car, then put the turbocharger on it. What I was saying, they should design the cars with engines with turbocharger.
Okay.
Of course, you got to do all that shit.
Okay. So it's expensive.
Can you guys agree that you both like engines and cars and be cool?
I don't know. I don't really care too much. I mean, I can't really go 175 miles. Like I said, I got a Jeep. I'm not like I don't know. Yeah, right. That's cool. I just
I'm around.
You're barely doing 30 up the hills.
Oh, that's right. It's not very fast, really. It feels fast though.
Well, Jeeps are stock 285 horsepower. Most of them, the good one, the Jeep Wrangler.
Yeah, it's
the most versatile vehicle there is.
It's a 4-banger. So yeah, it's probably less than that. It's got the
CJ7s. I used to love those things.
It's a TJ, but yeah. They've squeezed a lot more horsepower out of four cylinders, so they're pretty good. I mean, it's fine for me. I don't want to win any races, like I said. It's a
friend of mine goes rock. He goes to Moab and goes rock hopping or whatever they do over there.
Yeah, right.
He climbs the vertical rocks and goes down. They love it. It's like 2 miles, not even a mile an hour. They just climb from rock to rock, get out, check the bottom, and then either fall back or fall out. But they're all roll cage and it's all custom, like 32-inch wheel mutters.
Oh yeah, well, rock climbing, yeah, right. They're different sort of tires, and yeah, you could do anything you want with them. They're pretty cool.
Do that shit on my motorcycle.
You got a motorcycle?
I love doing rock crawling on a motorcycle, like do what do they call it? Ford Ice.
You got an enduro or what? Something like that?
No, I got a trial bike, and I also got a bigger 440 Husqvarna, but I don't ride that on the trail. That thing would kill me.
A Husqvarna?
They make a bike? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's a 442-stroke Husqvarna, man. This thing is it's a widowmaker. It's just meant to kill you.
Can you chop down a tree with that bike?
I guess if I put a blade around the edge of the back wheel, maybe.
You remember the movie? Remember the TV show Street Hawk? Oh man, that was good stuff. That was good for a kid.
That was like a motorcycle, but it was the kit car on a motorcycle.
Yeah. Yep. It came out of like that billboard that opened up. That was like the secret lair. And then it opened up.
Yeah, I always wanted the helmet.
That was good. It always had that when it hit its turbo boost for the motorcycle version, they would throw the film into like 5 times speed, and it would just show the ground like. Man, that was good.
Hell yeah! Right. That's been a long time since I even thought about that show.
You remember the show Manimal? About the guy who turned into a Black Panther?
No.
That's early 80s. Manimal.
I don't remember that. Hey, what I want to say to you real quick, though, is it cheaper to throw a turbocharger in my Jeep or a V6?
You mean my car?
No, my car. Your car, whatever.
You have a 4-cylinder?
Yeah, that's right.
Probably, yeah, a 4-cylinder.
What's your car? What are you driving?
2006 Mazda 6 V6.
Would it be cheaper to throw an 8 in there or a turbocharger?
Turbocharger would cost, like what you said, I'd have to rip everything out and redo the whole thing. Probably get a Ford Duratec engine.
You could probably
be better.
You could probably squeeze an 8 in there, right?
Well, they sell a supercharger kit for this. It's $4,000 and it goes on the hood, so I'd have to get a new hood.
$4,000. How much do you think you get an 8 for? And get it put in there. A V8. A
I
small
don't know,
black,
'cause-
small black V8.
I don't know what even. I mean, I don't know what engine it would be though. I'm
Well,
thinking
I don't
these
know what it'd
days, V8s are. The last V8 I saw was, I mean, other than like the 6 Series and Corvettes, cylinders to me. Although I love the V8 engine, I used to have one.
Yeah, they make them all day still, every day.
I remember I had a 5.0 '89 Mustang,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just crazy because the cars back then, like stock 225 horse, and that was brake horsepower, or at the crank. So they were dogs, and nowadays, friggin' like a new
It's a man. Tell you what, for $4,000, I will get you a Jaguar V8, and I'll put it in your car for $4,000. How about that? And it'll whoop on your turbo all day long. I just wanted to tell you that. Sorry, I had to get that in there. I'm just.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Right. It'll sound a lot better.
Right. I'm just saying that there's a trade-off. I guess that's all I'm getting at. I like turbos.
This car is on its way out. I had a guy ready to buy it the other day, and he actually brought a flatbed with him, and he saw the oil leak, and he was like, "But it's got a leak," and I was like, "A leak? What do you mean?"
It's a Mazda what? What'd you call it? A Mazda what?
6.
Oh, it's a 6. Yeah.
It's not a speed.
No,
it'd be nice if it was.
No, that'd be nice.
All-wheel drive.
David will buy that shit from you. Sure. For like $100. No.
Hook it up.
Why don't you hook me up with my Mustang there, Ryan?
What do you got?
2013 Mustang 5.0.
Yeah. What's in it?
V8 5.0.
Hell yeah.
What's in it? Dead hooker in the truck.
Yeah. That's what I said when I went to go buy it. And he opens the trunk. I'm like, you can fit 2 dead hookers in here.
No, I don't know. I like fast cars. I don't know. I kind of gave up on it. But yeah.
Fast car danger, fire not.
I was in an X5 M class. Oh my god, that thing is just the M series trucks are nicer. I would get those over the cars any day.
M series. That's who makes that?
BMW.
BMW. Oh, okay.
Like that's the racing class car. And the X6 M is over like 600 horsepower.
The M series, sure.
Well, the 6 that you can change the cluster, the readout to show you horsepower, whether it's accurate or not. I know that stock they're up to 600 horsepower. In idle, like I just put it into drive, I was up to 20 miles an hour. I didn't even put my foot on the gas yet. I'm like, whoa! I just wanted to like eat. And you hit the gas, and the whole car was like. Vroom, vroom.
You better take it like Issa around with you whenever you go anywhere, right?
I know. I bring him out and be like, "Officer, hold on a second.
Let me tell you about this."
There you go. Deal with him.
Issa.
He's got all day.
Talk to Issa. Well, it's going to cost $10,000 a minute to talk
Here,
to
I'll
me.
show you guys some motorcycle riding.
Yeah, lay on us, bro. Yeah, we're ready.
All right.
Motorcycles are dangerous. Oh my God, what was that?
Do you have a seatbelt?
Okay.
Is that you, E? Is this your video?
Oh, this is me.
You're the man. Damn. Like, he doesn't play around. That's cool.
Watch this shit, dude. This starts getting wicked.
Look how blue the sky is. Where do you live? You live out in the south somewhere or something. I don't even see any chemtrails or nothing. California. Right. Are you sure? I don't see no Mexicans.
No, there's no Mexicans out there, that's for sure. There's nobody out where I'm at.
We're going to steal the subcaps.
7 miles from any road.
Is that? Oh, are you really? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm way off trail right now. I'm just going across mountains.
What is that?
The Tahoe National Forest.
You know that's a tree.
That is a tree.
That mountain
That's a
is
big
trees.
boulder.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, the mountain's a tree. Yeah, yeah, they're all trees.
Is that pretty recent then? I mean, is that? It looks like you're right there on the sky.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like you're pointing towards the sky, I guess.
Just wait until you see it when I end it. It's only about 30 more seconds. Once I get past this boulder, I go in a full circle. You can see what I'm sitting on top of. I'm like just hanging up there on this cliff.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Okay, now you'll see how high I am up. It just drops off all the way around me pretty much. And I'm done.
Have you ever had Big Mac in a can?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? A Big Mac in a can?
I was looking at
drink.
Kalob. There's this kid, Kalob Templeman. He hangs out on the Flat Earth Debate channel. He put up a video where he's got this Big Mac in a can. He tries it out. I guess NASA sends these up with astronauts or whatever. But he opens it up and it's like a stale Big Mac and he eats it. It's fucking nuts. I didn't know they made shit like that. But apparently it's astronaut food. Big Macs in cans.
That's crazy.
That's a kid, right? I know who you're talking about, right? I think
Yeah.
he used to play porn. He used to play porn on the FREECHAN for us sometimes.
Oh, is that the same guy?
I think that's him, right? He was like a little, right? He is that kind of guy.
He's a little shit.
Yeah, he kind of is. No, I never knew they made such a thing. Well, that's pretty cool, E. Like I said, good for you, man.
I saw some guy, man. He was like,
Thanks.
he outran the cops. He didn't even have to go that fast, but he did. He must have been doing 200 miles an hour in like a couple of seconds. He gave the cops the finger, and the point of view was forward, and the cars were just like, and he kept on going. It's like, dude, I think the cops are now at Dunkin' Donuts, and he's like, ah, and fuck. You can't catch, cops can't catch you if you're on a motorcycle. No way.
Oh, well, no. Well, they have a radio, so.
I was going to say, now they're faster than a radio.
Right. Yeah.
I think this guy beat the radio. He must have caught up to like the signal and been like, ah.
No, I've actually talked to cops before, and they usually are like, well, I just let them go when they go by at like 120 miles an hour. I don't even bother. Just like, you know what I mean? Like,
they're harder to harass and abuse, you know, on that bike.
well, you got a small target too. I mean, even if you're shooting them with radar, you have a small target, and it's sort of difficult to pinpoint in that respect. So yeah, there's that sort of component to it as well. But yeah, my brother's actually won like court cases that way.
Yeah, there's a lot of anomalies you can bring up when it comes to radars. You can bring up the power lines, the interference. Was it calibrated? The shit that's inside the cop car interferes with it. All that crap, all that expensive shit that they can use to detect your license plate without having to do any fucking work whatsoever.
Yeah, that's right.
They go through mall parking lots and it just goes and it buzzes when they have like a violation.
Yeah.
It's like, why do they, cops are tax collectors. That's all they are.
Yeah, I've won court cases anyway. I mean, if you show up and you're like, right, let me tell you about the conditions. If you look into it initially, right, the speed limits were suggested safe rates of travel. They weren't like a speed limit. They couldn't bust you for it. And if you go into court and you know that, you don't say like, well, let me tell you about this, bitch. What you do is you're like, right, the conditions were clear. It was light traffic. There was no fog or anything. If you try it, you'll see they'll just be like, well, that's okay, then you can go. Right? Because they know. You don't go in there like smashing your fists on the table like, right, I'm right, and let me tell you what it's about. But they know this. So they'll play the game a little bit.
Have you ever guys like been on the interstate and you get passed by somebody going like 100 miles an hour and you just speed up, catch up with them, and like at some point somebody else will join or three will go by and you'll be the fourth? You guys ever speed up and like, go like 100 or 105 for a while with those
Oh
guys?
yeah, I do it. I'm usually that guy, the first guy doing 100.
You're the first guy?
Someone will come up behind and be like, "Well, if he's doing it, fuck it." Then I see him behind me, and then because there's a stretch of the turnpike where it's all interchange. Because there's such a mess
but I
of
make my cousin Cletus drive.
But in rush hour, cops usually aren't around on the road because they don't want to be involved because there's nowhere to go. And once you're stuck,
He's like, we're going fast. Sorry, go ahead, you guys.
And it's great. This is like it breaks up and everyone separates and there's just a huge downhill decline, and then you go uphill to they call it the flying spur or the flying V, where the highway is like really high up and you go all the way up and then all the way back down. You could easily cruise at 120 miles an hour for about a good 2-3 miles.
Yeah, there's a stretch where I think it's 84 splits off around Oregon, Washington, and it goes up 395. And I think there for, I don't know, a good 15, 20 miles, I had 3 guys pass me doing about 110, and I sped up, and the 4 of us cruised for, I don't know, a good 30 miles. And then the statey on the other side, who was coming the opposite way, he turned on his light like he was going to turn and chase, but then he noticed it was like 4 of us, and he just shut his lights off and kept going. Like he wasn't even going to bother.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's by the time he turns around, you guys are a lot further.
I did that with my buddy too, and they were like, he gave them the I was passing excuse, and he said, "Sonny, at 85 miles an hour, you're going to be passing a lot of people." So I don't know. It didn't work out for him. I don't know where you guys are going. So if you're saying if you have a sort of network of people going at a certain rate of speed, what they typically do, in my experience, is they pull over the last person.
Oh yeah, the one who backs off, and when I've some guy in a Camaro could have easily destroyed me, but he wasn't willing to go over 100 miles an hour, and that was it. That was it. He could have flew by me, but he had things to lose. I was like,
I do. Well, I mean, when I was a teenager or whatever, even my early 20s, there'd be the passenger sitting in the passenger seat, and we'd pass by a cop, and right did he see us, and he'd be waiting, and he'd be like, "Did he turn around?" Right, and you gun it. That's what we do. Right?
See,
We just did that by default. Like, hit it. Right, and hope for the best before he turned on his lights. Now, if he turned on his lights, you're not going to be like, right, I'm going to outrun him, but you just hope to get off the next exit as soon as possible. So we used to do
take a couple corners and you're gone.
Right, yeah, you're done. Right, and we got away with it most of the time. I mean, otherwise you just pull over and be like, "Oh yes, officer, I didn't know anything." I was going to my grandma's funeral or whatever, so. Right, that sort of shit.
It's always good to know the roads around where you're at, because if you know the back roads, you're gone. They can't catch you on some of those roads.
Yeah,
right.
Sometimes they know the back roads really well because they spend so much time sitting around bopping.
That's for sure.
That's true.
Putting donuts on their dicks. How many did you get? Are you flaccid? I got 2. I'm gonna eat it.
We actually had a case here in Ohio where they chased a Mustang GT, and the cops failed and ran into something, right? And they charged the people they were chasing for involuntary manslaughter.
I know, like they made them do it.
Yeah, right. Like they made them do it but it was against the police. It was that sort of scenario. So.
Oh, I thought any time that you were in a high-speed chase, if they're chasing you, no matter what happens, it's always your fault.
Well, you can't evade the police. You can't elude the police. That's a huge ticket. And they'll slap on reckless driving, unsafe driving. And if it's a certain amount of miles an hour over the speed limit, it's automatically reckless, which is 5 points. I got one for doing 80 and a 65, and you know, I guess maybe I was going a little too fast, but I didn't.
Yeah,
you
where
know,
was the fire?
I wasn't ready to. But it's a habit now. You know, it's a habit. I just want to. It's because I know I'm going to hit traffic at some point, so it's like I better have my fun now. In the court session, they were like, we're going to offer you the dumbest possible deal we have, which will be no points, but you got to pay. You're going to get an unsafe driving ticket, and it's going to be $489 fine.
Right. Pay.
Or $230 and 5 points on your license, which means the premium goes up and all that other shit.
Right.
And I was like, so I have the choice. I could either pay for it or pay for it. Let me think about that.
Which one to choose?
And some
What
people
to
say
do.
go with the points. Go with the points if you have a clean license.
Right.
And they gave me an abstract, but it didn't have a value on it.
You
It was
didn't.
just
You didn't
0
give him the
3.
old "I ain't giving you shit" that line, huh?
No. The judge was actually
Sent me
really
to the
cool.
who's gal. Oh, okay.
The prosecutor was in a wheelchair too, and he had like that. He started to like fold up, like he was doing this one. Like I had his pen, and I was giving it back to him, and he was like, "Put the pen down, please. Put the pen down." Then he like scratched it up, like.
You don't have a cousin that will drive for you?
Who, me?
It's a joke. I make a joke. I make joke. Sorry, go ahead.
I love driving.
I love it too, except for
I love
the
convertibles.
driving thing. Yeah,
Doesn't Montana have a stretch where it's like no speed limit?
Yeah, there's a few places that do that.
Well, I mean, Montana was the first one. There's a few highways that they just said no, like.
Yeah, there's some highways that are like that in Montana, but not the interstate.
Do they like do the danger zone?
Well, I mean, the Autobahn has pretty much, no holds barred.
Like I'm gonna make that drive probably here in the next couple days through Montana.
I love that state. That's the state I will go to if I had the money and I had the wherewithal to go there. That's where you go to find a woman. That's where you go to find the place.
Montana, is that right?
And I just went to
Big
Whitefish.
Sky
There are a lot of women there?
Yes.
I doubt it.
The place that I was at, it was like kind of like a very granola.
Our viewers just jumped up
village.
by 20 times. Go ahead. What were you saying? Montana is the place.
I was on a tour bus.
No
I woke
kidding.
up in the front and the big bay window, and I was like, oh my God, it looked like an LCD screen. It was just,
And
it
the
looked
women
fake.
were all the fuck over you.
Yeah, they were like riding moose, like
They were
topless.
all over you.
Go,
You were like,
go, go, go.
you were like, get back. Okay, go ahead.
I was like, not yet, baby. So I went to the band I was with was playing a show, so I was there, and I had to get back to the hotel. I didn't have we were all in a bus, so the bus was parked. And before I could ask anyone, this kid comes over. He's like, dude, hello, take my fucking pickup truck. Take it, goddammit. He threw his keys at me. I was like, okay, thanks. He gave me his pickup truck. He worked at the venue, but I came back and he's like, no, you're not giving me those keys back, man. That's yours. Oh, holy shit, are all you people like that? And they pretty much all were. They were all friendly, and across the way was a diner. Every waitress in there was just like built. Not like butchy, but they were they had enough tightness around them, enough muscle tone.
They had curvature.
Yeah, if you got out of line, the smack that you would get probably hurt a little bit. Probably make you like kind of, ow, fuck. They also know what they're doing. They don't rely on men to do like the wood cutting or like lifting things and that kind of. They have more down to earth and like responsible for themselves. And the attitude is like, it actually doesn't even matter because everywhere you look, it's clean. At least where I was, it was just fresh. The ground didn't look like it was a color it shouldn't be, and the sky was very blue. And then there's Glacier National Park, which was pretty amazing. I saw a ram climb up. I don't know where it came from, but all the traffic was stopped, and it was like a windy road. So if you fell off the side, that was it. And this ram was like, the message it was sending was, "There's no fucking way I'm moving. This is my road. No way." Because if this thing wanted to, the set of horns or the ram, you know what I mean? The horns. Oh my god! It looked like it would rock a car back and forth. So after it was like done, just kind of slowly walking around, because people were taking pictures and all this shit, it jumped off the side cliff and did this like down the side. It looked like it jumped off into the air, like what? But it hopped down. I guess their center of gravity is a little different. But there's an area in Montana.
What are you talking about? There's no gravity.
Gravity doesn't apply to mountain rams.
Right.
What he's talking about.
Why you gotta talk shit?
Wait a minute, I didn't say gravity.
Why is
Said their
Steven's
center of
icon
gravity
in here?
is different.
The center of
Who's
gravity.
doing double duty as Steven?
Hey, people.
Hey, how you been?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I do a better Steven.
Who is this? Kip, where's my yo-yo?
I'm telling you, dude.
I heard y'all talking about Montana and ramming.
I heard y'all bitches talking about them yo-yos.
David, did
Who's
you fucking do
getting
that?
Do what?
Who is this?
I don't think Steven's seen a mountain.
Is this my mother?
Steven lives in Florida where it's flat.
No, it's
The flattest state. Lake Okeechobee.
His avatar's up here. Steve?
Steve, welcome to the show.
Steven, are you there?
Give
Steven.
us some more Morse code if you have to.
Right. That
He's
shit.
got a mouthful of mushrooms. He can't talk right now.
You can't talk right now.
Is it mushroom day again?
He's busy riding a bike around the DMV parking lot looking for cops.
Let me tell you, these police, they were taking me on for no reason. I was just going down to the paddy field. Right, you guys got
Let's go
that.
down to the cow patch.
Right, the cow badge.
Now that's a yo-yo, correct? Now what's the thing on the side? What's that little stick?
No, that's not a yo-yo. That's like a
It's
boom
tree.
mic, I think, or something. It's some sort of microphone.
Somebody said it was a yo-yo.
It is.
No, it's a yo-yo. It's sitting on a branch. It's
A yo-yo on a tree.
Oh, I knew it was a branch. Fuck.
Wait,
It's so
is it
strange.
yo-yo?
It
I
is
thought
a
it was
yo-yo.
It's not the kind of yo-yo you're thinking of, though. It's the yo-yo that you have that's it's disconnected from the string, and then you have these two sticks that have a string that's connected between the sticks, and you sit there and you throw it up in the air and you catch it. And I'm sure you've seen them.
Gosh, I don't. To what end? What's their purpose?
Tricks.
Hobby.
Yeah.
Oh, is that
those
right?
guys-
So it's
hippie
a
out on
yo-yo,
the-
then. It's a glorified yo-yo.
It's a glory yo-yo hole.
It's like something you'd see at a Grateful Dead concert. what it is.
Oh, I get it now. Okay.
Or on ecstasy.
Wait,
Like,
is,
hey, you wanna
is
use my
Steven really
pacifier?
in here, or is it just
No, he's
He
in
might
here.
have-
He's just muted.
He probably joined and went to take a shower, and then he'll talk to us when he's done. or some shit.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Be
That's
like,
what I
what
do.
the fuck? You guys talking about me and shit?
He can play the piano like nobody's business, though. You guys ever heard that?
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
he's badass with the piano.
He is. Wow, man, it's pretty freaking amazing. So,
You can fucking find mushrooms too.
and he can find mushrooms. So, if you brought me some, I might give them to my cats.
And apparently he has a lot of encounters with police, and he's not incarcerated, so he must be doing something right there as well
You must be.
for all the shit he talks.
I remember he went into the NASA museum the other day.
Hey, what's up,
That-
Aon? You should
That
jump
was
in here.
scary.
Somebody in the side chat. I'm talking to the guy in the side chat. Yeah, right. Well, these guys are pretty freaking bold. Isa, and whatever. I don't know.
Issa whatever.
Yeah,
Issa
whatever.
is.
I got a
that's
bunch
his
of
brother.
jailhouse tattoos and shit, and you're like, "Fuck the police" when they pull you over. I
He
mean, I
got
don't
pulled
know.
over this morning
I know
on FREECHAN.
he did.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, he's doing something. Well, apparently they let him go, so what can I say?
That's one
Well, he
thing.
was like, "Where's your charging instrument, fucker?"
Right.
I'm sure.
I think the first thing he said was, "What's the issue? What's the
emergency officer?
Yeah.
Right.
What's the
I
emergency?
mean, he knows what to say. That's
As
for
long
sure.
as
Yeah.
you
That
can
worked
prove
for
to
me earlier today too.
As long as you can
You
prove
did that?
to me, you didn't deny me due process.
The problem is if any one of us tried that, or at least for me anyway, I would know a little bit, and then I would get to a point to where I wouldn't know what to say, and that would just fuck me all
That's
up. And
when
they'd
you
be
go
like,
to.
"Oh, we
That's
got
when you
you."
go to. That's when you go to. Am I being detained? Can I go? Am I being arrested? Then you're going to be either told yes, you're being arrested. That's why I didn't ask that question. I was like, you know what? This saves me the time of asking if I'm arrested. Oh, I am arrested. Fuck.
Thanks.
But I didn't know about that rule in New Jersey about the cop asking you to get out of the car. I was watching too much YouTube, watching people do this shit with the window. Like, I don't answer questions. I don't do that. And the guy's like, "Sir, open the door." So open the window. No, sir. Open the window. No. Open the window. No. Back and forth. Fuck.
Yeah, it's a real wild card when you're out on the street like that. I mean, the police don't really actually know the law themselves. They're just enforcers of what they construe to be the law. So that's the trick, right? So you might meet somebody that's just going to thump your fucking head in and drag your ass into jail, right? And they don't really give a shit whether or not you're like, well, let me tell you what I'm going to do. So that's sort of the wild card. That's the problem with the whole freedom movement, so you can argue it in court, and that's basically what you have to do is
That's the whole problem, is arguing in court. The only reason why courts exist is to settle arguments and controversy. If there's no controversy, there's no reason to be in court.
And don't involve yourself in an argument, because that just makes you look guilty. Ask them to prove it.
Right.
Like the ball Earth. Hey, wait a minute. Right. We'll prove flat Earth. Prove ball Earth.
When Mao Zedong said, at the end of the day, the end of practical politics is picking up a gun, what did he mean, do you think, by that? Do you think he meant like you go to court and this is... I'm saying if you follow it to its inevitable conclusion, you can get away with some stuff, I'm sure of that. But at the end of the day, that's what the whole system's based on, is force, right? And they're not just going to be like, right, we'll put our guns up and you're right, you won. I don't really think that's the case, so... There's a lot of guys there's a lot of guys that are in prison now that are, they spent years doing this. They wrote 3 books, and Earl Schiff and, these guys.
Erwin Schiff,
yes. Erwin Schiff.
The judges I've dealt with have been nothing but helpful.
You know who he is, though, right? Erwin Schiff, right? And so he's a sort of aficionado, right? Where is he now? He's in the Hooskow.
I think he's been in and out a couple times.
Oh,
but it's always been because of controversy. So, yeah, there's not one person in this country today that's not incarcerated voluntarily. Because at the end of the trial, at the end of the argument, the judge asks the defendant, "Is there any reason why I can't pass judgment on you?" And every one of them says, "No, Your Honor. I volunteer," and they volunteer, and they accept that. Some of them.
So you're saying
you're
saying that was his shortcoming. He didn't know any better, right? So he's been studying this for 20 years, and he couldn't quite figure it out. And he was like, if he would have been like, "No, it's not cool," they would have been like.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a lot of researchers who have been looking in and trying to decode the code that's codified in law, and trying to figure out the process and the meanings of terms that have been used to obscure our remedy. I mean,
it's a Babylonian system, if you guys will, and that's what Babylonian means. It's so confusing that nobody can freaking figure out, and the judges can't really figure it out. And you might meet a good judge, or you might meet a bad judge that's like, "All right, well, we'll let you go for 15 years, and you're cool." And they don't care, right? And you're not. I don't know what the recourse is going to be, but I don't know. Like I said, there's some sort of low-level remedies that might work, but at the end of the day, I'm skeptical. So,
as you should be, because each of those individuals that researched had their own individual way of trying to figure out how things work, and a lot of good guys have gone to jail trying to do whatever they could to find a path for remedy and to solve some of these issues and fix some of these things. And they found a process that did work for a while, but then was eventually, that loophole was closed. And that's where they talk about legal loopholes and, people obscuring assets, because if they don't own it, nobody can take it. That's why you make corporations. That's the way the system is based. And they were using some of that knowledge and some of those things to their own personal advantage, just like major corporations do. And the thing is the system doesn't like competition, so they'd shut those down. Doesn't mean that those guys were wrong, just means that they were trying something that eventually didn't end up working. And so there's something else to figure out. They made a mistake or a mishap. They weren't comprehending something correctly, or something had changed. So it's a lot of trial and error, but it doesn't mean that they're wrong or what they're doing is incorrect. Their intention is still there.
In your face and say, right, do what we tell you, right? Force rules. That's what it means at the end of the day.
Over my objection under threat, duress, and coercion.
I don't really give a shit. You can object all you want. I can still stick a gun in your face and stick you down in the fucking basement, right? I mean, it doesn't matter. That's what I guess I'm getting at.
If you're not willing to pull the trigger, then what's the point of the gun?
Who says anything about not willing to pull the trigger? Do you think the police aren't willing to pull the trigger? In fact, I think
that's what it's designed to do. It's designed to create enough frustration to get people to react that way.
Mm-hmm.
They're creating that problem to have that reaction so they can implement solutions. So it's I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think that the majority of people are like that. Most people don't want that confrontation, and the ones that do aren't going to understand or comprehend a different way of doing it. So they won't understand any of those processes, and they won't even think to look or possibly research to maybe shift their paradigm to something else. That's the way it's designed.
So you're saying that there's some sort of paradigm that you can like zigzag around through, where what you don't find is the barrel of a gun, right? Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's like, right, we stick a gun in your face and we tell you what to do.
The pen is truly mightier than the sword.
All right.
They can't do that. You know why? Because they're groups of people like us who fucking get together and realize that we outnumber the shit out of them.
That's what it is, huh? Is that what it is? Where do you guys, I don't know where you guys, have you ever lived in like a bad neighborhood? Because I'm here to tell you right now that at the end of the day, like who controls the force controls the freaking neighborhood, and they don't give a shit about that. And the mafioso operated on that principle, and the government operates on that principle because they can bring fighters and bombers to bear, and that's the way it works at the end of the day.
Will they?
If you follow it, so you're thinking that what? Well, ultimately,
they're lazy, and there's a lot of other things that you're not taking into consideration, like when it rains out. A lot of cops don't want to pull people over. It's an inconvenience. These are fucking lazy people. That have
that's basic 101 stuff, brother. That's not
You're saying that they're perfect people and that they're always
not what I said. That's not what I said. No, that's not what I said.
They take shits. They're messy. They're fucking stupid. They put their
pants
up in the morning, just like everyone else. They're not perfect. Don't give them so much fucking
credit. The next time, get out of your car and be like, "Fuck you, bitch! I'm gonna kick your ass," and see if they take shits like everybody else and all that stuff makes a difference. Then be like, "Bitch, I'm kicking your ass."
Why would I do that?
Because I don't know where you're going. I'm saying that yes, there are some subtle things that you can do that make a difference. I don't deny that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that doesn't make a difference. I'm saying if you hammer down right to the root, what you'll find is the barrel of a gun. That's what you will find. You won't find this finesse, this legal finesse. I don't think that's what you're going to find. You're going to find somebody sticking a gun in your face.
You talking about on the street?
On the street or not. Stop. Right. At the end of the day. That's all I'm saying.
If you know the law and you know your rights and you have a supervising officer and backup showing up, that cop is not going to get out of line. Because there's too many people around, and they have consequences. Absolutely.
Right. So they'll chain you up and stick your ass in the hooscow instead of killing you. Okay. Well, then you're going to prison. Is that a good place to be? Probably not. That doesn't help me in that sense.
But that was your conclusion. That's not how I saw it.
Okay. What's yours?
After the whole song and dance, after the whole drama and the whole flair, the whole show, was over, this guy got back into the car, which was playing this awful fucking music, got on his phone, started driving the cop car, turned the radio up a little bit more with this fucking garbage, and he was looking at his phone, texting the whole way. It was just a straight shot to the police department. And it's like, he's just another fucking schmuck, but he's in a police car, and this is his 9 to 5, and he gets to do this. And I don't think he wants to get shot because they don't know what we have up our sleeve. We are just as powerful, if not more powerful. And they need to start being reminded of this, that people aren't fucking around anymore. They're sick of it. You know, I was talking to a black dude the other day, and I told him about my story, and I looked at him, and I was like, man, let me tell you something. If no one has told you, a Caucasian hasn't said this to you, I feel bad for what's happening, and you guys really have it bad. Because if I'm lucky, I'm lucky that I wasn't a black guy, because if I was, it would have been a whole different story. And he looked at me, and like his shoulders sank, and he was like, you know, he wanted to like thank me for that, because he was like, finally somebody fucking realizes this shit, because nobody recognizes it with this stupid Black Lives Matter shit.
It comes down to a matter of ignorance and apathy. People don't know their remedy, and they don't care to learn. So without any recourse or justice, they'll turn to the only thing they know, which is to imitate the action that they perceive as being forced on them. So they'll be aggressive, because that's the energy that they're getting from the system is aggression. So aggression doesn't work. And we've seen that for thousands of years. It doesn't.
So if you step off, let me ask you guys. So if you step off into the woods, what you do is you're passive, right? You don't hunt anything and kill it. You're like, please be my friend so I can kill you. How does this work? I'm asking you, is this an extension of the natural world, or is it something else? So this is the burning white hot question in my mind. And for me, it seems like we've created this universe around us, this fake universe. And this is what we're talking about. How do we succeed in the fake universe, but step off into the woods? You have to hunt or you don't live. Do you guys get where I'm going? Right, so there it is. You can't be like,
and to be a hunter, you have to be aware of your surroundings, and you have to be critically thinking. It's a thinking man's world, thinking man's game. So if you're not thinking, if you don't know and you don't care to know, then you're not a very good hunter, and people aren't going to hunt with you.
I would rather have instincts than brains in the woods. Not to like what you're saying is exactly right, but it's something about instinctual behavior, something that keeps you from overthinking your situation. And in nature, you got to adopt a natural stance and mode, or you got to change your brain to like nature mode, and understand that now all that shit, put it all to the side, and understand that you're not in a bad place. Because if I'm lost in the woods, it's probably going to be every horror movie I've ever seen in my life that I'm going to conjure up and freak out. But in reality, nature, like snakes and stuff like that, they don't want to bite you. They're scared.
Well, not traditionally, right? And but there are things that wouldn't mind to eat you. Generally not, but yeah.
When you're desperate too, I've been in that situation where I had to run from the cops, doing mushrooms at a big county park, and we split up. And I was like, fuck, I was alone. And I had to make it through this brush that was like about 10 houses worth in the water. I was so dirty, soaking wet. I got to the point where I was just ripping, plants and shit like that. I didn't care. You get to that primal stage, and then you become suited or adept to that environment. And then you start to get back to your hunter-gatherer roots, I guess. iPhone. iPhone. You remember seeing a car go by, and I was like, "What's that?" Let me go back into the woods and eat something. Eat a branch.
I was just trying to prevent us from going into paradise. Paradise means literally it transliterates as no place. So I'm trying not to get us to go there. And if we just had this, we could just sit around on the couch and watch TV, and somebody would bring us our food. Like, I don't know who would do it, but somebody would do it. And
Ian, there's something you're leaving out. There's something you're leaving out, and that's the vulnerability factor. Something I've always had a problem with. Like, my girlfriend was like, why do you have a problem eating in front of people? I was like, I don't know. It's something about vulnerability. When you're eating, you're very vulnerable.
Well,
I don't like holding trays in front of people.
Your girlfriend saying that? Is that what you're saying?
No. Like, something about holding a tray with food and shit on it. It feels like someone's gonna bash it out of my hand. But the other day I realized that dogs, when you're walking your dog and he or she decides to go to drop some brown, they look at you. And the reason why they're looking at you is not out of embarrassment, because dogs don't feel embarrassment. They're looking at you. Alpha. They're looking at you to make sure you're looking around the situation, because a dog knows when it's in that position, it can't defend itself. So he's counting on you to check the situation and make sure there's no predator coming. That's their instinct.
As the alpha. Yeah,
right.
Sure.
Right. Well, I have to remain the alpha, or all hell will break loose.
Well, sure, right. They do whatever they want, yeah.
They don't make the best decisions always. But
I will say this, though. You did say something about dogs not being embarrassed. I will say I've seen many dogs become embarrassed from their own actions.
Well, I don't think it's embarrassment. I think it's more like they know when they do something wrong. They know when they're being the love turns off and something, like they're guilty of it. They feel guilt.
I guess I could. No, you're right. I guess I could go with that. It was just my dog did a few things before that he looked embarrassed. I mean, he farted and then he'd like run around and he'd looked at. I mean, his eyes went down. He looked like, oh my God, what just happened? You know, and I was laughing. And
I think it relates to the body. You know, if
dog farts and blames
don't they do that with, if they were in a pack, when they do that with it's a sign of submission with your dominance. When you're like angry at them or upset with them, they'll submit. And those characteristics are, the looking away or relieving themselves or cowering.
There's no pride.
Right.
So they can do that. They can hang their head and carry on.
It's a submission, not a.
I guess I could have been looking at that wrong. No, you're right.
Yeah, the whole pack thing is crazy. When you get into it, you're not supposed to say goodbye to your dog, even though I've ruined that, because I'm like, I totally turn to mush sometimes. But dogs don't say goodbye to each other. They just leave. But because they know they're coming back. And the whole walking thing, whoever walks first is the leader. I might have a 12-pound dog, but when he jumps on me, that's him claiming property. I'm his property. And it's difficult with the rescue. You don't know what they've been through. You don't know. And my nightmare is seeing him struck with like a rolled up newspaper over and over and over again, and he can't get out of it, and I freak out. So it's hard to discipline sometimes. But when you've seen the end result of animal abuse, it's not what you think it is. And what it is when I enter these cages, these dogs, no matter how fierce they are, they're broken. They won't do it to you. No matter what you think, they'll bark and bark and bark. If you move your chest in and step forward, they'll take it and move back. Almost always, unless you're in a situation where the teeth, when they're biting at you and the area in front of you, that's when you got to move back, because they're taking the aggression stance. You better know what you're doing. But I went into this cage, and it was a small dog. It was a mutt. It looked like a mix between a yellow lab and like a beagle, floppy ears. And I entered the cage, and the dog turned its back as if to say, like, oh, I guess it's going to be kick my ass time. And it gave me like its hind, where it's like, just get it over with kind of thing.
Right.
And I was like, God damn, that's just these people. And I know, and I see it, and there's really nothing you could do about it. Because if someone's doing one thing to their animal, like the guy down the street from me, who, if I ever see him, probably going to go back to New Milford jail. He leaves the dogs out, at 4 in the morning, sometimes when it's light rain, 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning. Maybe the dog has a door that it can go out, in and out. The other thing is, it doesn't move. It just stares at me. My dog's there. My dog starts to make those crying sounds, which is normal, because normally he would bark like, "Hey, look, there's a dog there," but he starts making these like sad, like he feels bad for this dog, and he senses it. If we're around the property of this house, it was snowing once. The dog was out there. It had its head on the ground, like its chin on the ground. It was in that position. It was snowing on the dog. I was like, I don't know what I'm do right now. I asked the neighbor during a garage sale once, and they said, you know what? We know the situation, and they live right there. We live here, and there's nothing really we could do about it. And it's tough to see this dog out there all the time and not know whether it's the dog's call, which still they should intervene. They can't leave the animal out there, you know, for health reasons. And people steal dogs that are big dogs and fight. They fight them. And I saw some of that shit too. Up. Fucking couple of guys in a pickup truck. The street that you walk the dog to the shelter I work at, volunteer at. These guys were like, "Hey, do you have a nice dog you have there?" It wasn't Pitbull or anything. And I was like, "Yeah, thanks. You have Pitbulls?" And I was like, "Oh God."
Yeah, we got one right here. Come behind the building. Let me show it to you. Sorry.
You know, tell you the truth,
it fucking pisses me off. Right? Yeah, right. It's right back here. Come and see it.
It was a weird situation. Like they were in a moving vehicle, and I had a dog that was crazy, trying to get off the leash and all this stuff. So I couldn't do much, but I saw it in their eyes. They were like,
"Yeah, right."
Really bad news. But the Pitbulls, man, they're the sweetest things in the world.
Oh, I love them.
The sweetest dogs. Any dog can be fierce.
Yeah, of course.
Nothing to do with size.
If you freaking beat it raw whiskey, you know, every day, right? That was
They usually don't become violent from that.
No.
They just become broken and like.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean, man.
They take abuse like you would imagine, and they come back to life like that.
Right.
You know, I don't know. And my dog's a Bichon, which are known for like tumbling and like falling and back. I hit his head on the doorknob by accident.
Yeah. That's like Petey and the Little Rascals, bro. Petey was a Pitbull, right? The Little Rascals. Petey and the Little you guys know the Little Rascals, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Petey with the black eye. He was a Pitbull. They used to hang out with the gang, right?
That was an American Pitbull.
Yeah, that's a Pitbull.
The Spuds McKenzie dog, sort of.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right.
Spuds McKenzie. That's like 89.
Spuds was a terrier, wasn't he?
Yeah, you might. Yeah, American Terrier.
Yeah, I don't think it was a Pitbull, but yeah. He was, totally different breed. Absolutely.
Was the RCA dog a Pitbull?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah, he might have been, actually. That's a good point.
Which one?
I think it looked like Petey, didn't it? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, no. I thought he was a pit terrier. I'm not sure if he actually was a pit bull. American terrier, anyway.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Spuds McKenzie was a bull terrier.
Oh, he was a bull
I say
terrier.
when they lock their jaws and they look like a pit bull, they're a pit bull. That's what I say.
Right. Well, if you've ever been chased by a pit bull, you kind of have, I don't know. You ever been chased by a pit bull?
No, man. Every pit bull I've known is nice, and they're beautiful dogs. So
I've owned a few pits.
No, I have.
And you can get good base on their chest too. If you got like a bigger one, give it some rubbing. Right? Give it like the rubbing and the slap.
Give it a rub and dub.
Yeah, like some good 80 hertz out of that.
I gave the one that was after me a rub and dub. It was like a rub and dub with a stick. I don't know, man. I don't know if it was just trained
You
to
know
be
that-
mean or whatever, but that's
you know
the way
that,
the fuck it went.
New York is pushing for a law that will allow people to smash windows if they see a car, if they see a dog trapped.
Oh, is that right? And I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised in New York, right?
Because-
They're all a bunch of fags. I mean,
This-
they're not. I mean, they're happy. That's what I
Yeah,
mean.
dude. Bunch of homos.
Yeah, that's what you meant.
That's what I mean. They're happy.
This guy saved a woman's dog. Like, he smashed the window and got the dog out. The woman comes, takes him to
Sure.
court for it.
But if you're a woman being raped on the street there, you better yell fire, because nobody will fucking help you, because that's the kind of way New York operates.
Not
But,
anymore. Not anymore. It's fucking hands now.
Taliban is what you better yell.
The Taliban. All right. They actually, well, I don't think people would come running or not and shit. What do you say, David?
I don't know.
You don't know if you'd come running? But like the Taliban, I don't know. Getting kind of sleepy.
I thought the Taliban was made up by the fucking CIA. So.
The Taliban.
So is ISIS.
I can't
So,
take
yeah.
it seriously when they say Taliban. The Taliban can. Oh,
Come, Mr. Taliban, Taliban.
Right.
That's what I think.
The Taliban.
Beetlejuice.
That's also old school. You guys are so outdated. Taliban. Really?
Don't forget
Sorry.
to bring a Taliban.
I'll go in my corner and shut up.
Right. Taliban. That's old news, man. We have a new collection of names in our database now. It's not the
Yep.
Taliban. It's ISIS, bitches.
No, it's called the fucking electoral
College.
whatever. Yeah, whatever that is.
Right.
Next, it's going to be homegrown terrorists. You know, just those good old boys in the hills.
That's right. Homegrown. Right. We've seen that already, actually.
Yeah,
that was
it's
the
been going on
Project
for a couple
Magneto
decades.
report, right? That was like the what was it? Yeah, there was a bunch of white people that were going to cause problems. But yeah, we saw that they were gonna create Armageddon. So yeah, we saw that.
Helter Skelter.
Well, it was Project Magneto report, which is and it's the Israelis actually issued it, and then the FBI adopted it as like their policy, right? So, right, that's how it was going to go down. Like the Christians were going to create Armageddon, and this is how it was going to go down. It was kind of crazy shit, but yeah, we've seen that before.
You know, there really is no Israelis. There's no like Middle Easterns. It's all the power. It's all the NWO. There's no like American. That's what I believe. Because if it was, then there wouldn't be any good Israeli people who like kind of don't want that shit, but they're stuff like us. You know,
Right.
And it's just them. Then what a great game they play. You know, let's make it seem like let's give them all these labels and put them on the news and shit, so they choose them. And when people generalize, so many people get off the hook. So many people get off the hook. When someone's like, yeah, it's the Jews because they run Hollywood. Yeah, no, I don't think so. You watching too many movies? Like, you don't watch the movies, but they're not really having an effect on my life at all.
So what do you think? What do you think's going on? Nothing.
What do I think's going on? It's
Yeah.
just, they like watching. It's like rats in a cage. They like this, but I think
Who does?
Petri dish, right?
Yeah.
Rats
Oh,
in a
right.
petri
Culture
dish.
creators. Sure.
Yeah,
Who are these people?
I think that they're not really of any
Secret government.
Yeah, you can't pen them down, right? Because you
Once
can't
you got the
identify them, and so they're so nebulous, nobody can ever find them, and that's what I don't like about what you just said. Like, right, there's some nebulous entity doing it, but we don't know who they are.
They're clandestine people.
Yes.
You don't know who the fuck they are.
Well, at this point, people believe in this power so much, it doesn't even have to exist. All they got to do is send commands and tell them it's coming from them, and they put fear of God. You know, it really doesn't have to exist at all. They could just run this thing from home. People are so stupid and scared. They won't. I don't want to take the chance. You know.
Well, there's a notion that, right, the conspiracy succeeds directly in relationship to the people that believe there's a conspiracy. In other words, right, there's nothing you could do because there's a grand conspiracy, and that actually, I don't know, it's the sort of predecessor of a success.
there's a point in time when people realize they want what they want.
They don't they ain't gonna realize.
They join up with people.
You've been around on the fucking streets talking to people. They're dumb as a fucking bag of hammers. They're all hunched over and they don't know what the fuck's going on. 90% of the people, there's not gonna be some sort.
So I'm talking about the people in control.
I know. No, I'm talking about the common person. There's not gonna be a revolution. I promise. They're all, I don't know. At least most of the people I meet are all like, duh. They're just really, I don't know. Even if you tell them, right, they'll get it for a couple of minutes, and then if you talk to them again, somebody hit the reset button, and
they're easy to turn too. So as easy as they turn to their side, they're just as easy to turn back. You know, just take the carrot and put it in front of them and lead them to this side.
Right.
So they're really like it's like it doesn't matter. They're lemmings. They're automatons. They just go where the energy is.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Focus goes where what is it?
Flows.
Focus flows where something.
Focus goes where focus flows. I know what you're talking about. I mean, it's
I don't see these people anymore. I mean, at least the numbers have gone down. The whole like retard America, because it's kind of cool sounding now. Like there's like, wow, that's happening. Fuck, holy shit! It's like, yeah, it's right there. They've made it so they've gotten too greedy, and they've exposed themselves, and it will fold over, without a doubt. They can't sustain it without everyone being consentful of it. And that's the problem. When you don't say anything, you're consenting to it. And that's the whole idea with the government and the IRS. The IRS is all voluntary taxing. Stand up to it. You sign up as a corporation, write everything off, do the paperwork. Play their game. They won't care because you're just one person. They don't have to worry about. You know, and that's why employers of large companies make their employees fill out W-2s, because they're doing the part that's going to make sure they don't have to pay a lot of tax, because they W-2 everyone. Now we're the employees going, wait a minute, why aren't we doing that? Good question.
Well, they're all good questions. I mean, I don't deny any of that stuff. I don't know. You can fight it, like I said. You just better be ready to go for your whole life, because it's a sort of...
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that's all.
I'll soon enough blow the shit up. Yeah.
Yeah, blow it up. Yo.
Tried to blame it on Islam, and then came the shit.
Right, yeah. Well, all of these places are traditional problems. The Middle East, nobody's been able to subdue it. And not Alexander the Great, not the French, not the British, not the U.S.
Oh, no one wins in the Middle East. Right. No one. That's the rule. If you go to Afghanistan to fight, you're going to lose. No army can beat Afghanistan. That's what I've heard so many different places, because the terrain, the desert, just doesn't work. Not meant for things.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of places to hide out, and you have this sort of primitive culture. I mean, it's yeah.
The guns of Never-Own.
Yeah, right. The guns of Never-Own. That's right. Yeah, it's a long story, but it's an ancient one. So, you know, we're doing the same thing, right? Making the same mistakes. There we are again. Oh, yawn. You know, what are you going to do about it? I don't know.
It's crazy how people don't want to hear that catastrophes are fake. Like, wouldn't you think people would want to hear that? Like, hey, 20 children didn't die at Sandy Hook. No, they did. No, they have to have. Come on, please tell me that it's real. Please, I want to know that 20 kids died. No, you should be happy. Nope.
I don't know if it was or not. I mean, really, I just don't know. I'm open to the idea. I don't really know. Well, I mean, would the people in charge kill 20 people? Yeah, they killed 2 million people or 10 million, or, you know, doesn't seem like a stretch.
They got the Ringling Brothers to do it.
I don't know.
They all look like.
It seems actually like it'd be easier to go get some kid and make him deranged and let him go on a shooting spree than it would be to like orchestrate this elaborate, like, right? We have 50 actors involved, and you know, like you have a lot of exposure there. You get the one actor involved,
but they don't know the end result.
And then you kill him off, and that's it. You're done, right?
But they don't know the end result when they're playing in the movie. They don't know that this is the big Sandy hoax. To them, it's just like a drill or something. They don't know.
Well, I get where you're going, but I'm saying if you're the puppeteer, if you will, right? You have a lot less exposure having one person that's a psychopath and arming him with a gun than you do having 25 people and you're paying off their mortgages and doing all this shit. That's all I'm saying. Like from a practical standpoint, it makes a lot more sense to me.
Not if you can get a group of people that are like-minded and they're all thinking.
Not if you can, if, but there's a lot of ifs though. And like I said,
CIA town too.
A lot of that is exposure and liability, I guess is where I'm going. I don't know that much about it, so I'm not gonna.
I do.
I'm not gonna say no. Okay.
I heard it that day. I heard it that day on the news. I asked a friend of mine. I said, "Did you hear that shit this morning?" Because it's on the news at 6. But I heard it this morning, and it was a quick report. It went over 880 CBS FM on my way to work, December 12th.
About Sandy Hook?
Yeah, Sandy Hook was reported that morning.
Oh, okay.
They pulled it, and it came on later on as if it was brand new. You know, cutting news.
Right.
Smashing news, and like, just look at those fucking people smiling their brains out. Somebody put a video up showing this is what it looks like when families are grieving, and this was like a inner city family that lost their football son, like their star quarterback, the kid who was going to make it, and these women were just falling all over the place. They couldn't stand up. You know, and they'd be asked a question, you know, well, so, you know, can you tell us about, oh my God, you know, screaming, like, just insane. You can't contain that shit. You can't contain it. And these ones are like, yeah, she liked magic markers. I know, she did. She's dead now, too. I know. Oh, that's so bad. Yeah, it sucks. Can we get paid now? Okay.
Right.
How much we got in that donation bank?
Yeah, I've seen the videos in question. I don't know. I mean, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I just really don't know.
They're like swaying back and forth, like, yeah, good job. It was fun. Good kid, yeah. What was her name again? Oh yeah, Emily. She is alive. Emily. I am alive. This is alive.
Emily, right.
And the kid's legs not being there in the photos, all the weird armed, like all the disjointed photography that was all composited. That's when I think that there are people involved in this that don't want to be there. Either they're willing to risk, like, well, if I kind of slip some clues into this, my manager is going to know it was me. Like, call me into the room and be like, yeah, we saw what you did. We saw you make Ball Earth look like craziness, make America huge. Yeah, that was me. Okay, well, now you don't get paid, and your mother doesn't get the cure for cancer, and you go back to jail.
Right.
So it's in their interest to do. They're going to get something out of it, whether it's. I always likened it to, you know, a loved one family member is going to get something, because it looks like you're doing something good. You know, like your brother's going to get your boyfriend, or right. Like a cancer cure, or a new life.
Hello?
Did you just cough up some green goop into like a cup of water?
Oh my goodness! I went down the wrong vein there. Yeah,
Did
sorry
you just
about
pop
that.
You need another hit.
That's it.
Shit,
I wish I had a hit.
What are you smoking?
No,
dude?
I didn't. I just drank my beer and I was like, oh, right, don't inhale it. So yeah, I just inhaled my beer.
Hey man, I think Albert wants to get in. Is that his name?
Yeah.
The guy that has like the chair.
Yeah, he's cool.
How do I add him? Because his name is Code, but I can't find him on the.
Oh, type in start Albert instead of Code. He'll show up. He's sitting in that another black chair, right? Yeah, Albert.
Mr. Umbrella sitting in the black suit in the white chair.
Albert Pike. Hey, Albert, we're going to call you Albert Kike.
You don't have to invite me. What's he saying? I sent him a private message like 4 fucking hours ago. What a bitch. Don't be a bitch, Albert. Get on the channel. Oh, it's 3:30. Oh my God. Good Lord and baby Jesus.
Whose conception was FREECHAN?
It was David's.
All
he
me.
thought it up all in by himself.
I invented it, and I invented flat Earth debates. I came up with that shit too.
Nice. Multi-pronged.
Did you do
what happened
discussions
was
as well, or are you disassociating yourself from discussions?
That's a separate team that we've hired as a shill team that runs that one.
Shill team.
Yeah.
They're doing their job. Good work.
Thank you. No, the way the channel started was we used to all hang out over on Flat Earth debates before it turned into a total globalist like fuck fest. We used to hang out over there and do jokes and have fucking fun and do comedy and shit, but it just got really weird, and Andrea, the guy who ran it, went to vacation for like a month, and he was going to shut the channel down, and we decided to just keep it going over here, and it kind of grew into this, and he grew his channel into what it is, and it's kind of the history, I guess. Kind of vague, but it is what it is.
I had a concept that I think about it now, it may be a little too crazy, but to have not really like a game show, but have 6 people on, and each contestant has to be at a certain place, whether it's like the mall, a restaurant, like a park, or just something where there's people around, where you can pull off like a random stranger conversation, where it's okay to do that. Kind of like
at a Walmart,
like Jay Leno's street talk, that kind of thing. Now,
right,
the first person goes, and they have to do they have to do like a mission or assignment, something like, nothing crazy, but they have to get up in the name of Flat Earth and get everyone's attention. Like, attention, excuse me, everybody. I just want to let you guys know that the Earth is flat, and that's it. And that's it. And then they get to travel to the next round or some shit like that. Then the next person goes. And people are going to drop out. They're going to chicken out. But who knows? Shit starts out stupid like that. And soon before you know it, you'll get some guy like me going, I can do that. I'll do that. I do it all the time. And I'll probably end up in prison. But
I did it 2 hours ago in front of three guys. I gave him the whole thing. It was a pretty good conversation.
What thing?
Where were you?
I was here.
I mean, well, I don't know where that.
Well, I just I met a few guys. We had some talks a couple weeks ago about some law stuff and dealing with police, and then I was just hanging out with them earlier, and we got into more of that discussion about like reality, and we actually got into talking about the shape of the construct, and I basically broke it down for him as far as primary knowledge. We went through a little bit of NASA, we went through a little bit of observation, and I think I kind of opened their minds a little bit. I think they're definitely going to be checking out the information and the subject matter, at least some. I think I actually re-triggered their critical thinking process, because they seem to be awake on other subjects. So they didn't actually react negatively. There was no gnashing of teeth, so to speak.
I think you get that sometimes when you can make it seem like you don't need them to believe you.
Yeah.
Like it's like we're doing fine without you, but if you want to join,
Yeah.
get in there, then that's cool too.
What's happening now, Albert?
What's up,
What's
What's up,
going
Albert?
on?
I'm here. I'm good. What's up, everybody?
Yo.
We're just talking about some fallen angels and shit.
Of course you are. I have
I'm
to.
kidding.
Of course, I have to show up for that.
I make joke. That was David actually was talking about that shit.
No, I wasn't here for that. Actually, I just went somewhere I shouldn't have, but it's okay.
Where'd you go? Like to a crack house or what?
I'll tell you. Well, it's nothing like a crack house,
Oh, okay.
but I'll tell you later privately. You know?
Okay. That's cool. Tell me later.
Let's just say I shouldn't have gone there.
Best little
I just
horror
went
house
to play
in-
pool. All I wanted to do was play pool. That's all.
Oh, right. Yeah, I've been to the pool
This
halls.
place of all places had a pool table.
And it had girls and shit. That kind of.
You could probably say that, yeah.
Yeah, right.
That's what I'm saying.
They may or may not have had
girls
their
and
clothes on.
stuff and shit.
They may or may
They
not have had their
may.
clothes on.
Yeah. May not is the answer.
I was just there to play pool. I didn't give a fuck. Anyway, you feel me, right?
Yeah, I feel you, bro.
I want to play pool, man.
I'd be filling them.
I'm gonna
What?
cut out. I'm gonna cut out and let you guys entertain our audience here, but that's it for me. Wow, it's already 3:30, so I chickened out. So yeah,
Bite, and then you leave. I understand.
Have a good night, I am.
no. Good night, you guys. I'm sorry. I wish I could do better, but boy, I gotta get up in the morning. So
Find
So-
that supercharger, because I'll give you my address. You go there.
you want to argue about that shit some more, don't you? Right, like a triggered. No, I'm cool. That's cool. All right, good night. It was nice talking to you guys. So peace
See you
out.
Later, Ian.
All right, man.
Later.
Always
Have a
leave.
good one. Be blessed.
All right, peace, everyone.
See people.
Later. So everyone else, what's up?
What's up, Albert?
Chilling, man.
Oh, Bear?
What's up, Albert?
What up?
Not much. Just chilling.
What is that icon you got there, buddy?
Mine? It's Resident Evil. I'm
Yeah, Mr. Umbrella.
Yeah, got it.
Oh, okay. Resident Evil.
Albert Wesker, if you will.
Yeah, I love that chick. What's her name?
Mila.
Mila. Oh yeah. I love Mila so much I named a chicken that I have after her.
She's pretty.
I will have you know though that chicken that is named Mila is a total douchebag. I'll be trying to feed all the rest of the birds that I have, and this one will jump up and like knock the fucking food out of my hand. I don't know.
Is it true a chicken will leave food for the next chicken?
I don't think so. I've never experienced that.
Have you ever heard that? Like if there's one piece left, it'll break it in half and give one to the other one?
I've never heard that because even though it might happen, I've never seen it. They just take from each other constantly. Like if there's one that has,
Maybe they're just sloppy.
they're gonna
eaters.
take it from the other one. So
Do you have any other animals?
well, yeah. I mean, I have like dogs and stuff, but like I don't mix them. They're not normally together. But I have the chickens and the ducks together. That's about it. And you know, when the ducks are eating their food, and the chickens are eating their food, it's all at the same time. So you might have like, you know, everybody's trying to eat the same food, and then the duck will like totally be a dick to one of the chickens, or vice versa. One of the chickens will be totally a dick to one of the other chickens. Either way, anyway,
Dick chickens.
they're douchebags. Anyway, it's kind of like flat Earth people and non people. The ducks would be the non-flat Earth people. You know, chickens are just trying to do their thing, just trying to share the word, and then next thing you know, you got some big ass dickhead ducks coming in here telling you how it is.
Dickhead ducks. The swans have the dicks.
They
Swan-
are. That's just how they are. The ducks are douchebags. That's all I can say.
Fucking ducks.
They are. They're assholes. They fucking They're like, oh, you're trying to eat that food? Yeah, let me just like rip your feathers out until you get away from that food.
Let me just go fuck you while I'm at it.
Basically, that's what
Don't
they
you grab
do.
my hand.
That's what they do.
Private Pile, you touch my hand again, I will rip your eyes out and skull. Fuck you.
So yeah, what's up, flat earthers? How many of you are flat earthers? I don't know. I haven't been here in one of these things so long. I don't even know who the fuck is who anymore.
I'm a flat earther.
No,
I run Flat Earth New Jersey.
Haunted?
Yes, sir.
No. Oh, okay. So I don't think I've ever seen you before.
I don't think you have.
You know, together. Sorry, I don't think I've ever been in the same hangout as you before. We never got to speak.
No. Are you East Coast, West Coast, middle, above?
Yeah, I'm Philly. I'm East Coast.
Brother, you're my neighbor.
Really? You're in
next
Philly?
to me.
You're in Philly? Or near Philly?
No, I'm right outside of Manhattan. So
close enough. That's pretty damn close.
Philly's awesome, man. Are you a Wayne fan?
A Wayne fan? Like Lil Wayne?
No, Wings.
Wings. Oh, like the team? No, I'm sorry. I don't.
No, W-E-E-N.
It's a band.
No.
They're from New Hope.
I don't know what that is, but either way, I'm not a sports fan of any kind.
Yeah, me neither.
It's a band.
I think sports are stupid and a waste of time. They're entertaining, and I might watch the Super Bowl or some shit. But aside from that, like, I think they're fucking waste of time.
Absolutely, they are. I don't get it.
Yes. People look at them in like a religion. It's funny. Sometimes you hear people talking about it, and they're like, "Did you see how good we did last night? And we just scored a point." And I'm like, "You weren't on the fucking field. What are you talking about?"
Exactly. You're not on the fucking team. You're not in there with the coach. Shut
You
the fuck up.
You get like an extra million for that? Like, what?
You're not watching things.
Yeah, it's a tribal-based groupthink victory based on identification and association.
You got it. So
they do it with this country too. You know, well, you know, we don't really know that yet. You know, we're not sure exactly what stars are. You're not sure.
Stars.
Neither am I.
We don't know what stars are. Yeah, I don't know what stars are either. But no, I can.
Stars are souls.
We don't.
We're not that far away.
Don't get me started. Stars are souls.
Stars are souls, man. Dude, didn't you know?
Bugs used to be big.
Oh. I have a headache with all this stuff recently, so.
Oh, yeah?
It's just a funny joke to me now. Because, you know, I used to be a flat earther. I mean, I still am, but, like, the whole thing has just gotten so out of hand, so ridiculous. Like, it's a joke.
Not hardcore.
Like the flat earther term, label, and idea is the psyop.
I've been a flat earther since before, like, anybody was even in the game. Like, you know, before Mark.
Remember me?
Does it say for talking?
Validation.
Yeah, before Patricia Steer, before Mark Sargent, before all that shit.
Before Validation Boy?
What?
Before Validation Boy?
Yeah, before all.
We're talking 2011 here, buddy.
Yeah.
They didn't even have it.
I was in this stuff when, like, Obama just became president.
Damn.
Yeah, it used to be, just so you know.
So is seniority directly proportional to credibility then?
No, I'm just.
Yeah.
It did start out as all being like mostly biblical people talking about flat Earth, biblical people talking about the Bible, and then came along Mark Sargent and woo.
Math Paroam was first, I thought.
Yeah, yes, you're
and
right.
then J.D. Kalenigai or whatever, Kalenigans.
Cesar, he was in it before Sargent.
Cesar was too, yeah.
You're right. Cesar was there. He was there beforehand, and it was
J.D. Helena Logan.
It was me, Fake Planes in the Sky, Jay Henning Kalagia, and
that's the one.
Stars and Skulls was pretty early. Paul Michael Bales was pretty early.
Yeah, Paul Michael Bales was there. Yeah, but he was later. He was like a lot later. He likes to pretend that he was a lot sooner, but as far as I can tell, he didn't make anything until after Mark Sargent and all that.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you know, the woman I mentioned on one of the last Hangouts, Christine Garwood, her book in 2008 was pretty much a summary of all the players in this, like Robotham,
Right.
Lady Blount, the whatchamacallit, the test over in London with the thing,
Mhm.
you know, everything in Zetetic astronomy.
Right.
That was, and more. You know, she really brought it into perspective. It was
Right.
easy, it's easy to read. It's a good book, and never have I heard her name mentioned once. No one.
Exactly.
No one even heard of her.
Exactly. Nobody even knows
really
about
cute.
the real players.
Really cute, too. And it's hard to find her online. I'm trying to like get in touch with
That's
her.
why I gave up. I was like, you know what? I done tried. I tried to tell y'all. I tried to share some shit, but you know, some people got it, but most people don't. And you know, now we have these hangouts, which is fine. I like the hangouts, but like seriously,
where did you go for input?
Most of the time, where do most of these hangouts go? They go nowhere. They're fucking.
That's not true.
A bunch of arguing about dumb shit for the most point. Most of the time.
Well, Albert, why don't you share with you know, your experience what you've learned instead of, you know?
Well, I have. That's the thing. Like, what do you want to know? I'll tell you anything you want to know. I've already done shared all this. That's the point. There's no point in me going any further, really, because everything has already been shared. But if maybe you missed something, I don't know. You might not have been here for the whole time.
I don't know. Did I? I clearly wasn't here for the whole time.
I'm not trying to downplay anybody. I'm just saying, like,
shouldn't the history you have with Flat Earth reflect and make one of us go, well, this guy must have been in it for a long time?
Well, see, that's what you would hope and think for, but no, that's not what happened.
Well, see, that's the thing. A lot of people push back the date that they got started in this.
Oh, they love to do that.
I even did it once, and I was like, wait a minute, this isn't about like who was into Nirvana first.
Right.
This is a thing where it doesn't matter, and it shouldn't matter, and that should be the last thing, because you don't want to push anyone from joining. Well, I hate to say it, but a clique,
right?
A large one, but the people who are in it now, who are just getting into it, they bring the exuberance. They refresh it. It gets refreshed when they have their moment of illumination or whatever.
I agree.
And you know, without that, they're going to do it to the next wave and the next wave, and that's the way I think this has to progress.
Yeah.
And the people who are like the big names, they're just popular. Other than that,
yeah, they're popular, but they're popular for a reason. It's because they started a channel and they did something. Like I don't know if you remember, but
they didn't do much.
Here didn't always used to be popular. That grew over time.
That was with Mark Sargent's help.
I'm sorry, who?
It was all Mark Sargent. Once again,
Sargent was on Coast to Coast. None of those guys had that kind of.
I know.
So Coast to Coast.
What do you think about Mark Sargent? You think Mark Sargent's just a troll?
Mark Sargent's fine. You know, he doesn't. What did he ever do to me? What, like?
No, not what
did he do. Call the guy up.
Believe that he's being truthful.
Let's call him right now.
Well, we could. I have his phone number. You want
call him right now? You know, that's the problem.
Let's do it.
People these days in this thing. If I got a problem with someone, I'm getting in touch with them, and we're gonna hash it out on the phone or online. But one thing I'm not gonna do is make a video telling everyone about why they should not like this person. And I really pissed that Antonio Nathan, Dan Pratt, Jeff Stewart.
Thank you.
All those guys won't go.
Thank you.
It's like, why not? Why the fuck, you know?
These guys,
be a man and face it up.
I don't dislike any of them, but seriously, like Antonio, those guys, like, they're just fucking failbots as far as I'm concerned.
But do you really know these people?
I don't even care if they like me or not. I mean, I was on their channel one time. They fucking kicked me off. They can't even remember why I got kicked off their channel.
But is that like ground?
That's how bad they are. They can't even remember how I got kicked off their channel. They'll be like, "Oh, I never kicked you." It's like, really? I have it on fucking tape, nigga.
See it, baby.
Albert, listen to the way that sounds. They kicked me off. They kicked me off their channel. It's like, so what? These are people with like a lot going on. Like Antonio's, he's an amazing artist. He's a nice guy. I'm sure he is. Smart. He's got a good outlook on things. He's knowledgeable about a lot of things. I understand the clique. I understand the way it looks, and I understand the way Patricia is like aloof. But at the top of this popularity list, I say, fuck, what has she ever done to anyone else? Yeah, Nothing. She irks me with.
She called me the N-word.
And she
I
called you
did.
the N-word, but other than that, I don't like when people gang up on other people. Like, that's pussy shit. You know, and the paranoia factor just raises when people would start calling each other things, and like.
Well, that's the thing. Like that's what mostly flags people from. Oh, what's up, snack? Or yeah, the snack. Oh, healthy. Sorry, not snack. It's healthy. Anyway, yeah. What's up? Yeah, I agree. Like I don't like it when people like try to call each other out. It's like, look, make your point, and just tell everybody. Like you don't have to be like, oh, you're a stupid idiot. You're so dumb, and like,
They want some.
Sound check.
That's a waste of fucking time.
They want
5 by 5
confirmation
healthy.
that their thinking is correct, but I want to know what's stopping them from contacting one another if it bothers them so much.
Because they don't even think about it that far. They don't care that much. They just want to come there to fuck shit up. That's all.
Albert has sex with ducks.
Yeah, well.
Oh shit! You gonna take
called
that?
you out. Called you out.
I can tell you about ducks all you want, but
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding.
I don't have any male ducks, so I can't show you. They got corkscrew dicks, apparently.
How'd that work? That's fucked up, man.
I don't know. I don't want to know. All I know is
I don't think that those guys bring hate to the table, though.
Right, exactly. They bring hate to the table. That's what they do.
No. I said I don't think that they bring hate to like Patricia, Antonio, Nathan.
Not on purpose. They don't do it on purpose, but the way that they do things, it just invites it.
But what are they doing? They're just bullshitting.
Yeah, they're bullshitting,
but
and
they
that's
organize it a little bit better. It's like it's not a mess.
Sure. All right, let's have an organized troll festival.
You know, I bet you right now, if you would be included in it. They would absolutely have you on. Absolutely.
All we need to do is just be like, tomorrow we're gonna have a serious conversation where we're gonna have nothing but real people on. You know that all the trolls are gonna be there. Like the only people that are actually gonna show up are the fucking trolls. The real people, they're too busy doing normal stuff. Normal people stuff. They don't have time for this shit.
Like going to work?
Yeah, exactly. So the only ones that really ever show up are the trolls.
Calling me a bum?
No, I'm just saying, like.
Albert, are you showing up? Albert, are you showing up and trolling right now? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not trolling you guys. Come on.
He's only joking.
If I was going to troll you, I'd bring God up right now. But you know, I'm not trying to do that. We've already done that many times, so it's fine.
Maybe I can give an example of what Albert might be talking about.
Sure.
Some months back, Antonio came out and made the blanket statement that all stars are rotating clockwise. And I thought that was a very foolish statement to make. In fact, I felt like he was just setting himself up for failure.
Right.
And he could have, done a little bit more, preliminary research before saying that out there. So I think that's what maybe kind of invites the trouble.
Right.
Well, you know what though? I find that if he makes a mistake, he's always willing to retract it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what's the good though if I'm going to come in here and tell you some shit every single day and then retract it the next day?
Well, he didn't say that.
I told you something today, but tomorrow I'm going to just be like, oh, sorry, no, I was wrong, my bad.
Well, I think you're coming from a place of like you just don't like the person because of other reasons, like you don't like the way they talk. I don't like certain people just because of the way they look.
Oh, well, sure.
But the way they talk, the sounds of their voice, there's nothing wrong with that.
Sure.
Fine, that's not my type.
No, that's not why I'm not liking these people.
That's the reason,
I'm not liking these people because they're full of shit and they're fakers and they're bullshit. That's why. I can tell.
What is he thinking?
Just listen to what they say. He's gonna come at me and I mean, I know I'm a religious person, I'm not even a religious person. I just believe that the Lord Jesus Christ is real, but then he'll come and say some shit and he'll quote something from the Bible. And it's like, I can tell that you're cherry picking the fuck out of that verse and you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You're totally 100% full of shit. And you're going to tell people like, some shit. You're going to tell them point blank, like, oh, this is what it is. These people are being ridiculous. When you're being the ridiculous one, that's what pisses me off.
Now you're talking like specific Bible commentary coming
No,
from
I'm
Antonio.
talking about people who claim to think they know something when they're cherry picking.
Well, I understand what you're saying with cherry picking. Like, if I'm gonna like form an argument against something,
Right.
but you know, when it comes to the Bible,
I know. It's very hard when it comes to the Bible because you'd be like, well, prove it. Well, I can't.
No, I don't say that. I don't say that. I just say, you know, there's other stuff out there that can do just as good.
Sure, no doubt, no doubt.
If we look at the idea that we're living God, as in the energy or the source, the thing, we're living that. We're living its mind. It can't experience it, so it has to send out small versions of itself, like pieces, into these body vessels down to the plane, and it wants us to enjoy it.
See, sure. No, there's no problem with you thinking that or suggesting that, but where did you get that from? Is that just something that you just thought of? Because I don't know where that comes from.
Love is undeniable.
But where do you get that from?
Where did I get? I realized it. Self-realization.
Okay.
You know,
fair enough.
Animals do it for me. Like when I see their reaction, and
right.
You know, we learn from like children too.
Right.
You know, believe me, I'm the first person to say, you know, what would a kid grow up thinking if no one put all that crap?
If no one told you, like, what would they think?
Yeah,
right.
Nobody fed the kid all that shit. And
you'd probably come up with some shit that we'd be like, what? Seriously? We would have no idea. We'd be like, whoa.
It would be tough to pull that off because in a way, social services will do everything they can to not let that happen. You know, they may take the kid and be like, in school, if you lose that kid for 1 hour, you're fucked. They'll be like, did you learn about this? Did they tell you about this? And all someone has to do for this, and it would be an amazing experiment, and I wouldn't go, wow, that's cruel. That's cruel.
Yeah.
No, not cruel. Cruel is beating the shit out of the kid. This is better than filling him with lies and crap that the people teaching don't even know why they're lying to him.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yo, you're gonna tell me
That's what I'm saying.
Cruel to do all this stuff, but you're lying to these people constantly. Their whole life they've been lied to. Like, you telling me that's nothing? Like, fuck you.
I had to come to the realization that you have to live what this whole the truth movement.
Oh, the truth movement.
I like to call it the honesty movement. You know, nobody's being. I don't know. This is just me. Right. I looked at myself and I was like, "Am I really being honest in my own personal life?" No. I'm lying left and right about things. But then again, the heavy stuff that means something. Like, I don't make up stories, that's for sure. I don't do that because I already have
do that anyway. Yeah,
I got like good stories about. I don't have to embellish shit. But there are plenty of people that do it, and it blows my mind that they can live that out.
Right.
But then it comes down to like your relationship. You know, are you telling your wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, mother?
Right. Are you doing the same thing to your family members? Like, what
exactly? Are you filling them with a bunch of horse shit?
I wouldn't want my family to believe that. Like, if anything, I'm gonna tell my family the same thing I'm telling you. And if they don't want to hear it, well then that's fucking shitty. But I'm not gonna be like, oh fuck you, family. Like,
yeah, it should
be like, dudes, come on, seriously, like, let me show you. I'm gonna beg and plead with them, like, look, at least fucking look.
Consider
God damn.
Parents have a problem with children teaching them because they feel powerless. They feel like, we're not in control anymore. You know, we're supposed to be teaching. No. All education will come from us, or wisdom.
Yeah, from people. Not even just necessarily your parents, but from everybody. Like all of us right here on the panel right now. You could learn anything from any one of us. Yeah. It could be something new that you didn't even know, and that could open up a whole new thing to you. Some shit you never even thought about. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Usually it's like finding out about researchers / prophets of today, like or people, scientists and stuff.
Right.
Like Maxwell, James Clerk Maxwell, or Oliver Heaviside.
Yeah.
Or that guy Theoria Apophasis, the dude Ken Wheeler, who's like the foremost knowledgeable guy on magnetism in the world right now.
Okay, well, that's pretty cool guy. Seems pretty good guy.
Yeah, the guy knows how to translate ancient Greek, ancient Sanskrit, ancient Aramaic.
Wow.
There's only a handful of people that can do that
Right.
properly.
Right.
He's pretty
No,
much.
that's a guy I'd want to talk to. Like, dude, let's have a conversation.
Fuck
Yeah, he's got like I think like 65,000 subscribers. However, if you subscribe, he likes to make a lot of fucking camera videos because he's into Fuji and cameras and
Optics in general.
Yeah, exactly. And
well, hey, that's not a bad thing. It's
The angry photographer's vocabulary is so high that I can't understand him.
yeah, the best thing I ever heard was photography has nothing to do with cameras.
Oh, yeah.
Which is true because you don't, it's all about what you're taking a picture of, not about f-stops, focus rings.
Yeah, it's just that you can't get a picture without a camera. That's all. Unless you're gonna draw it.
Yeah, but it would take forever. Huh? It'd take a while.
Lithograph. Has anyone ever seen that movie Looker?
No.
With Albert Finney?
No.
Oh, that's light technology in the making right there. 81.
Sounds awesome, actually, though.
Yeah, it's got some good 81 technology in it. It's about a advertisement company that's sending messages and scanning pupils.
Scanning.
And it's aligning. It's basically putting the product by like women's body parts, and they're like mapping out people's brains. But there's this gun that they also created, and it shoots a light beam that freezes the person and puts them in a daze, just like in a complete trance. And then you can go do whatever you want to them for like 4 hours. And then they
Kind of
pop
Men in Black.
Kind of like that. Kind of like that.
So it's like a Flash Majombi in Men in Black. Like you just flash them, and then it's just like their minds for a little bit.
They go like they're almost standing but knocked out.
What'd you say it was called? Looker?
Yeah.
1981?
Yeah. It's got a great theme song to it too.
Well, I'm out of here, guys. You all have fun.
Later, E.
Later, E.
Alrighty, it was epic.
Good night.
It was epic.
Hey, E, are you were born in 77?
Oh, who, me? No, 83.
Oh no, it was E.
Yeah, why?
E, you were born in 77? Mute. Were you born in 77, E?
Why?
Okay, I was just wondering.
He's taking notes.
So, are you? You weren't born in January.
He's profiling you. Just kidding.
No, I was profiling. Only joking.
Yeah, no, I was not. But
You're
that's what it
Sagittarius.
says.
You're a Sagittarius.
No, that's just what it says on my account there for Google. Don't go by that.
Oh, I didn't go there actually.
Oh.
I didn't go there. I know Sagittarius very well, and you said you were 39, so that's what I.
Nope, I am a Cancer.
Oh, my mom's a Cancer.
My Facebook says that I'm like 88 because I did that on purpose. My bad.
Kind of like MySpace. Everybody was like 100.
Well, it's just because I, it's not that I'm like trying to hide anything from anybody. I don't want, like the government's going to be collecting files on everybody and they're just going to have you volunteer your shit to them. I might as well volunteer some fake ass bullshit. That way, if the fucking shit does hit the fan for some reason one day, you'll be looking for some dude that's not me.
That's right.
That's cool.
Right,
That's how my shit is too. Later, E.
So I'll tell you guys who I am. You already know who I am. But like they're gonna do that kind of homework. No, they're not. They're just gonna hope that you put all your information in there, and you know they can just pull it up at any time. Like, oh yeah, I live in New York, and like my address is blah blah blah. Here's my phone number. My girlfriend is this person. My best friend is that guy. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to give them that much information. You know,
They already got it. They already got all that info.
I know. Well, unless you lied to them in the first place. See what I'm saying?
I love
My
fucking-
name has never, ever been my real name. It's always been some bullshit name. Just because I already figured that they were going to do that shit.
You know, allegedly Dave.
I've heard of him.
He has a great video of him in this interaction with the cops. Oh my God, it goes on and on and on and on. He tells them that he doesn't have a name.
That's funny.
It's just, it goes on, and he has all these like tricks up his sleeve, like, but I don't have a home. And he's like, well, I don't have to have it. His thing is he doesn't have to have a driver's license. And technically he's right, because he's not driving a commercial vehicle.
Right.
But the cops don't understand it, so it's back and forth. But it was interesting. I didn't know that there were that many loopholes. I was like, fuck.
Well, there's tons of loopholes. You just have to be careful. You have to.
What country was it in? Sorry.
England.
Oh, England.
England? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and he said like, well, if what was it where he was charging the cops money if they wanted to do something? He said, well, then if you guys do this, then, and I can prove it, then you owe me this amount of money.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it was crazy situation. But there's a guy who goes out and experiments with, you know, he dives into shit. And, you know, allegedly did.
Word. So have any of you guys looked into the ancient ruins? Like once upon a time I've asked somebody to do? The ancient ruins, like Machu Picchu, wherever. All these ancient ruins.
Yeah.
Have you noticed what I said?
I didn't know what you said.
Well, if you look at the ancient ruins, you'll see that the bottom is made of massive, huge, gigantic stones that are like precisely cut. No mortar. And then all the stones on top of that are like little bitch-ass, horribly done, shitty, like with mortar, and it's still horrible. It's just like clearly two different people built this. And then they're going to tell you when you go to school, like, oh, the Mayans built this, right? You know, no, the Mayans didn't build that, especially if you even ask people who are Mayan. They'll be like, no, that was already there before we even got there. So who built it?
Did you see the one in Peru? I think it was Peru, or I might have been tripping on acid. I don't know. It was the stones were curved. You know, instead of having corners, they had curved corners. Was that something that rings a bell?
Right, like that. Like it'll be like so smooth on one corner. Like it's like, no, there's no way that you can use like rocks and like bang this out like ancient tools like you're trying to tell me. Like that shit is impossible. Like you can't even reproduce that shit for a fucking documentary on motherfucking History Channel. That's how fucking much you can't do it. Like you done tried that shit and you fucking failed and you recorded it and you even put it on the fucking History Channel and you still couldn't do it. You had to use like modern tools to do it.
Right.
Why?
Maybe they had modern tools back then.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you know, maybe the pre-flood world, maybe there was a pre-flood world, you know,
Well,
and maybe they were a little bit more advanced than we would think. I mean, come on, think about it. If we can live up to like maybe let's say max we would live like 100 years. You know, like you'd still be able to do stuff up to 100 years.
Well, we're supposed to live
move around and do stuff, right? 100 years.
We're supposed to
How
live
much?
60.
No, sorry. Let me just fit. How much could you learn and know in 100 years? A lot, right? Well, now imagine if you were 900. Now how much could you know? You'd be a master like everything. if you had that much time, like what would you do if you had 900 years to live? Imagine if we lived 900 years. What would you do with yourself? No, I'm just asking, what would you do with yourself? You're only like, what, 30, 40? Like,
would I be the
imagine
only
if you had to go to 900.
You didn't answer my question. Would I be the only 900-year-old?
No, everybody else would be too.
Oh, all right. Well, then it would be like business as usual because there's nothing to compare it to.
Yeah, there is. Compare what they would have been able to do compared to what we can do right now. So if we can learn all this stuff and do all this amazing stuff and like come up with cell phones and computers and all this shit, and we can only live to be 100. Imagine what we could do if we could live to be 900. Imagine if Steve Jobs wasn't dead and that dude could live to be 500 years old.
Well, imagine producing
how many more cool shit would you come out with?
That have greed, because half the shit we have is useless anyway.
Well, you're right.
It's really like the simple stuff.
Greed and all that, but I'm just saying.
You know, they can't be as no one's as clever as nature.
No, no one is.
And the things, the Incan ruins and all those stones and shit, they all feel natural to me. Not that they were there, but it just doesn't seem artificial or man-made or synthesized.
Have you seen them though? Like,
yeah, not up close.
You got. I'm gonna have to go. All right, maybe. All right. I'm just gonna have to ask you to go ahead and look at them one more time. Look at them very closely. Look at the ruin.
So you're suggesting that there's been a decline in information, a loss of information, like we forgot how to do those things, and right now even though we think we're high tech, we're very rudimentary as far as our comprehension of how things work.
Yes,
what's possible.
Yes, in a way.
Who says we're high tech? I never thought that.
No, I would say that yes, because yes.
I didn't say that either. I just said we think that we're high tech.
Right.
We have cell phones. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the ancients had cell phones. That's too much.
Why? They had electricity.
They might have had some way of communicating, but I'll tell you what, it wasn't cell phones.
Well, they were probably more in touch with their own minds. You know, they understood their own power.
Well, I mean, hey, do you understand how piezoelectricity works?
Yeah.
Okay, well, do you understand how like stone resonances work?
Sort of. I understand how resonance works.
All right, well, now imagine you could make all that work and you could have like a giant stone circle back in the day and you could communicate with somebody like halfway across the world. Whereas, you know, if you told somebody like, oh, you take this piece of plastic thing here with this magical screen and you could talk to somebody halfway across the world, they'd be like, you're fucking sorcerer.
You're not really talking to them though. You're talking to like something that's producing a copy of it.
I know, but still, nonetheless, you're still hearing what I'm saying. Like right now, we're talking over a fucking medium, which is sorcery.
Right. Yeah. And there's also less interference back then too, and so much cleaner back then.
Maybe
we didn't have. Well, I think that all this quote unquote technology, if it's not here to prolong our lives and make us healthier, it's fucking useless. You know, it is.
It's just stuff. It's just things.
Yeah,
that's exactly what the Lord's been trying to tell you the whole time. Like, these are just temporal things. Sure, they can make your life better, but ultimately, they're not gonna save your life. They're not gonna make you live forever or anything. So.
And you can't take it with you.
Amnesia plays a big part.
And yeah, you can't take it with you. That's ultimately the one thing. You could have $1 billion, $1 trillion. You could actually own the whole world and have all the money in the world. Guess what? You're gonna die. You're done. Guess what? You're not taking any of that shit with you.
Oh, of course. Of course. You don't need it. You don't need it. You let the my theory is this, and it's because of my girlfriend who won't let her soul back in the driver's seat. When we start to think that we know things, that's when we start crashing and burning. When we leave it to like our childhood and how we drove the car back then, we didn't drive it. Our soul drove it, and the soul likes to have fun. Soul likes to be happy. So put the soul back in the driver's seat and live a wild life, you know, kind of carefree, the way it's supposed to be.
Sure.
The things that are supposed to happen will happen without a doubt. You know, I quit doing drugs a long time ago, 7, 8 years ago. Right. And it was the one point in my life where I was like, I don't care what happens next. At this point, I just spilled my guts about long years of drunken abuse, partying.
Right.
And now I have nothing to hide, so I can lean back and fall. Wherever I land, I know I'll get through it, and if I don't, eventually I will. You know, anything's possible.
Fair enough. Yeah,
and
of course it is.
Amazing situation to be in. I wish I was still there. I started thinking.
You wish you were where you are now, like 8 years ago.
Well, the past is history. The future is a mystery, and now is a gift. That's why we call it the present.
Oh, show.
Or it was supposed to be already. It was already supposed to happen. That's why it's pre-sent.
Oh.
Pre-sent, yeah. I think of time as like I don't really think of time. Because I've been in the situation where experiments with ketamine, experiments with LSD 25 have shown me what it looks like to completely not be aware of time for more than 2 hours. Whereas, sure, I could go into like I could usually when I'm eating, I'll stare at things, not realizing it. At that point, I'm not aware of what I'm thinking about. So I'm kind of in the trance. And when you're sleeping, nobody knows what that is. Nobody knows what dreaming is. And everybody does it.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, where the hell was I last night when I was having that dream? Because I was talking to like some girl that I've never met, and I can't even describe her to you, but we were having some fun off in some place. I don't even know how the fuck we got there. Like, what is going on in the dream? Like,
yeah. Well,
it does not make sense. Like, where did this girl come from?
I think it's a combination of all of our thoughts, memories, and all that shit into one soup that are just kind of gets splashed onto us. And
right, but then like some of the
it.
things that happen in your dream, it's like, what? I couldn't even think of that if like I was trying to write like a fucking novel.
Yeah, I've thought about that. Can I see things that don't exist in a dream? You know, that don't exist.
No, like you'll just be up in the dream and like you'll be like doing something, and then like somebody in the dream will come up and ask you some shit, and you'll be like, what?
Oh, close up? I always get the close up. They usually happen like they don't come from below, or they don't come towards you. They're just like bam, right there, and you get that close up face.
Yeah.
I'm a very tactile dreamer. Sometimes I'm above what I'm looking at, or right on the ground level, but you float right through it. You know, you ever have a treetop dream where you jump from like whether it's trees or buildings, but I've
just had a dream where I've fallen and I've been like, oh shit, and then I wake up.
I've gotten to the point
fall
where
a retarded amount of you fall a lot.
The falling dreams, I know now that the falling is okay because I'm so used to knowing that it's going to be a point at which I always slowed down. I remember that when I got to the ground.
But I mean,
like,
isn't it weird that you can be in a dream though, and you don't notice things that you would notice in your normal life? Like,
well, we don't have enough practice to have.
Like, you could be like walking on fucking clouds in your dream, and you wouldn't even notice. You'd be like, "Hey, it's just normal. Like, I'm just walking on some clouds."
You know,
like,
we dream in the morning,
and then when you wake up, you're like, "Wait, what the fuck? I was walking on fucking clouds in that dream. Like, why would I not think of that? Like, why would I not flag myself?
Our bodies aren't. Really
why would I even be there in the first place?
Our bodies aren't set up to be constantly dreaming. You know, the way it's the circadian rhythm. We're supposed to be alive and you know, energized by the things around us. You know, I do still believe that there's something cosmically radiating to us, because to me, the stars don't mean anything.
Cosmically?
Yeah, the stars don't mean anything. I don't know what they do. I don't understand the zodiac and all that.
So you believe in a universe?
Well, hold on. But back then, before there was so much pollution, like whether it's light pollution, you know, aerosol spraying, whatever the fuck it was, I think that there was a point in time where it was a clear shot to the star and it looked a lot different. And either they did something that was a process, like a seance, a ritual, but I think they played a huge role, and they probably still do to the ones illuminated.
Sure.
Do I believe in the universe? Yes. Do I believe in?
What do you mean? But what do you mean by universe? Like, how big are we talking here?
How big?
You believe in the flat Earth? You believe the Earth is flat and the stars are just right there, and so are all
What
the
do
other.
you mean? What do you mean, universe?
I don't mean any. I say what universe? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you should restructure the question. Like, what do you think is above me? Because I don't know what's below me.
Sure, you're right. I should.
Anything that I can see and experience is local.
So if you see this, the stars, the planets, the sun, the moon, all that, how far away would you say that is? Would you say that that is ridiculously far away, like they try and say in science, like millions of light years, billions of light years, or would you say that it's very close?
Within 1,000 miles, easily.
Well, you don't have to go that far, but very close or very far away?
I would say within.
You would say very close.
1,000 miles. Yeah, very close. Very close. Local.
Right. That's what I think. When I look at the stars, I see some shit that's like right there. They're like, oh, look at the moon. It's so far away. It's like, no, it's kind of right there. Like, notice how, like, see, I'm looking at the moon right now and there's these clouds around it. Did you notice how it's lighting up the clouds right there in front of it?
Oh, yeah.
And not the clouds all the way over there to my right or all the way to my left or all the way in front of me. It's like, no, it's just the ones right above me. Yep, just those ones.
Think about this.
Why?
If there's a guy 2 miles away and he's looking at the moon, they're lighting up.
You see the same shit as you.
No, he's seeing something different. He's seeing some other different clouds that are lit up.
Right.
Lit up.
But it's the same thing that you would see. You would see your local group of clouds lit up.
Right, but from a different perspective.
Right. And that's how they get away with being like, oh, well, you know, science these days, it's very sophisticated. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's the, he knows it. Let's get him on here right now.
Well, a lot of them believe it. A lot of them believe that shit. And the way I look at it is, you know, like when you see a poster at a movie theater of like a character in a movie and the eyes on the poster will follow you left and right. That's what the moon is doing. Something like that. Like it's at a point where
I think to do
that you have to look directly into the camera.
I think we should be able to somehow we should be able to at least get a difference on it. I mean, maybe we haven't tried yet, but like
maybe how far they are is, you know, they're far enough to where we can experience them, but they're too far away for us to completely comprehend what they are or how they actually work.
Sure. I'm thinking
maybe we don't need.
Well, yeah, maybe experiencing them is enough, but for some people it could not be. I don't know.
No, I'm just saying, like, if I'm over here in PA and I see like a crescent moon and it's going like so much, I could take a picture of it and then I could show you how much of a crescent it is. But then I could have also someone take a picture in California at the very same time that I'm taking a picture of the moon. And if there's more crescent on their moon than on my moon, that should say something. But if they're the exact same amount of motherfucking light on both of them, then I'm gonna be scratching my head because we're 3 hours apart. On the globe or on the Earth or whatever, we're still 3 hours apart no matter what. So I should not see the same amount of light that somebody sees on the moon in California. But that's supposing that they could see the moon at the same time you could see it. You see, like, it gets very complicated right quick. What's that? You're breaking up, Haunted.
Do you travels?
All I heard was, do I travels? Yes, sometimes I travel.
Do you believe that light travels?
Oh, light travels. Of course it does.
It does?
Why wouldn't it? I mean, how else am I going to see my screen right now?
Well, when a light's turned on, it's there.
It is, and I can see it now because it's constantly showing me these lights. Like, you have a circle with a minus in the middle.
What if the connection with light, electricity, and magnetism is there is unseen by the naked eye something already, let's say, in a bedroom, and that stuff we can't see is pretty much, I don't want to say electromagnetism, but there's definitely a field there that when the light switch goes on, it just becomes instantly like a column of light in whatever direction that the dispersal happens in.
Right.
That
No, I
doesn't,
kind
doesn't go
of
across.
really,
Doesn't go across the room. It's
right.
just
It's already there. It's just
It's there. It's slowing down enough for you to see it
right
through a denser medium. And
right
reflecting off of it. Yeah.
right. I think this idea of light, like a bullet, is not the right thing to look at. That throws everything off, in my opinion, because it's connected. You know, when we look at galaxies, if you negatize the image, the area that's dark, or the areas that are stars normally, if you flip it, they turn black and they turn into the negative space, and the areas around it turn into white. Now all of a sudden, everything around it's all lit up.
All right, but what if all those galaxy pictures are bullshit?
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with what I said.
It does, because if you're trying to tell me all the inside and outside like that, that's picture is shit.
But there are star clusters, though. There are areas where there are faint nebulas. They're just not as dressed up.
Well, I have no. Sure, there could be stuff out there like that, but like
I've seen it. I've
seen it. Part of the ceiling, so like there can't. You see what I'm saying? Like if the stars are right there, why? How the fuck could there be like a whole nother galaxy right up there,
because
just like right there?
What we're seeing is magnified objects that are smaller than the ones that we see with our naked eye.
Sure.
So it's like a magnoscope, not a.
So you're saying the galaxy is there? It's just very tiny.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right.
That
all right.
allows it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Do light travel forever? You guys were just talking about this. I'm just kind of curious what you guys think.
No,
I don't believe in forever. I don't believe in forever, infinity, because it's not something we can really grasp.
No, I agree. I don't believe in infinity either. I believe it's finite. You know, it says in the Bible, not to bring that back, but it does say that he knows all the stars by their names.
The Bible's important.
It implies that there's a set number and he knows them all. So.
Yeah. It has to be quantifiable, or what's the point?
Right.
You know?
That's what I'm. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna go.
Everything's got to be thrown out if things can be.
Yeah, if
to the point where we don't
so
understand.
Infinite and so like incalculable, and like God is so crazy. It's like, really, you think God's gonna do some shit where like nobody can even figure it? Like that's
no, absolutely not. All of it is for us.
It's all robots at that point, you know, right?
It's all good. It's all good, and it's all love based, and that's the way it is. If people can get around that, things would be a lot easier for a lot of people. That's for sure.
Well, you know, there's a lot of things that they don't. You know, I just heard a story earlier today. Not that you want to hear this, but it's about Sasquatches.
That's the one conspiracy area that I hated.
Oh, you hate that one? Okay.
Everyone who talked about it, the same story over and over, and never any evidence.
Am I really going to tell you the same story that they've all told you? Oh, that's bad.
No. I'm saying when it's on like coast to coast, they're all like, "Well, did you get anything?"
Yeah, no, I don't like coast to coast shit. Like, I don't trust coast to coast. All I'm gonna say is, apparently, according to this guy, once upon a time, back in the day, he shot a Squatch. He knows what the fuck he shot. He tells you the whole story, but his whole story is peculiar because apparently, some unknown government agency came into the fray. You know, they never told him who the fuck they were, but they were like, they came up to him and they were basically like, "So this never happened. Like, you didn't see that." And he was like, "No, I know what I saw. Like, you know, I seen it. It was a Squatch." And they were like, No. I don't think you understand what we're trying to tell you here. You know, like, you never saw this. This never happened."
Mm-hmm.
So let's suppose he's telling the truth, maybe he's lying, but let's suppose he's telling the truth.
He would have taken pictures.
What would be the reason for the government to tell you not to do that? There's only one thing that I could even remotely even imagine or think of for why they would keep Sasquatches a secret. You guys got anything before I tell you?
I can go into something.
Why would they keep it a secret?
Like a project or like an escaped
like a stem cell research gone wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
They were fucking with animals and humans and it got out.
Is that what you guys think? Is it the best one you have to offer?
Well, the guy who saw the thing, he probably takes pictures of the biggest pumpkin he picked that year. But he take a picture of this thing.
I know. He didn't take a
practical is
picture of
left
it either. So.
But yeah, go ahead. I'll play along.
Well, I got another one where Dennis Rodman makes love to like a polar bear or something.
Polar bear would run.
All right, here's my answer, but this is only from a biblical standpoint. My guess is since everybody's against God, they're going to go ahead and they're going to, at some future point, they're going to go ahead and try and use the Sasquatch to try and prove evolution as like a missing link type dealie. That's the only thing I can think of. Other than that, I really have no idea why the fuck they would hide a Sasquatch. That makes no sense.
Well, then they know these guys that go out and really get into it, they hunt down spots where whether it's so built up in their head that they believe that in the dark they're seeing these creatures, or there could be a locality in the it's usually in that Oregon kind of Washington area.
Right, yeah, definitely.
And well, Sasquatch is very Canadian, Indian sounding.
And it's very also very up in Washington.
Yeah, there could be a species that we don't know about. Absolutely.
In their freaking wildlife, like it's against the law in the state of Washington in a certain county to kill a Sasquatch. It's on the law books.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but when it gets into like the whole, monster thing.
It's not a monster. It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a fucking ape that we can't find because, I mean, they're going to show us things on like the Discovery Channel where they're showing you like Kanzi the ape or something, and how Kanzi, this ape or gorilla or whatever, this chimpanzee can play fucking like Atari or some shit, and they're playing like Pac-Man and they're doing pretty good, right? So if the damn thing can play Pac-Man, you really don't think that like if you shoot its friend, it's not going to like take the body and take it away? Like, sure, they do things like we do because they're the closest things that I can imagine closest to us, but that doesn't mean that we came from them, But I just feel like they're going to try and use that at some point in the future. I mean, why do all this other evolution stuff? Why have all this stuff against God and all this? It just doesn't make sense.
A bio student tried to argue this one with me, and her point was this. Well, then tell me this. Why does our DNA match gorilla DNA or chimp DNA at 98.7? And she was like ready to like do her dance. And I was like, dude. Wait a minute. 98.7, you're still not there. It's like, if it's not 100%, you have nothing. It falls apart. 100 counts, not just about or approximately.
Right. Because I could also be like, yo, we also share like 87% the same DNA as jellyfish.
Yeah, exactly.
40% banana.
Yeah.
And what happened to all the other ones that didn't evolve? There are a bunch of gorillas waiting, like, hey, what about us, man? They turned into humans. When's it my turn?
Yeah,
Phil,
gonna be their turn
all the time. One of these days,
they want to play PlayStation. They're tired of Atari.
They're playing ColecoVision.
They're playing ColecoVision. But yeah, if they can play these things, they can do these things, they can certainly pick up a dead body. Like, oh, why don't we ever find any dead bodies? It's like, all right, well, when's the last time you went into the fucking jungle and you found a fucking rhinoceros skeleton?
You know what bothers me about Sasquatch? It's not that cool looking.
You don't find that shit.
It's not that interesting looking, and the descriptions don't interest me. Like, furry thing, likes to elude people. It's in the dark, hard to catch, violent.
I'm not looking for those.
It's like, they don't have anything for me to go on yet, except hypotheticalism.
Yeah, no, that's the other thing. It's like a lot of people don't even think they're out there, and maybe they aren't out there. Maybe they are all bears. I don't know.
We should be turning towards Antarctica, man. Just think of what
that too.
It looks like. What the fuck could possibly be out there?
No, that's the one thing I definitely think that people should like. Fuck Sasquatches.
Why hasn't anyone flown
go for the fucking Antarctica? Because if you can prove, either way, if you can go to the Arctic or the Antarctic, either way, you should be able to prove the point. Because if you can get to the Arctic and you can prove that there are those 4 Bargo Islands there, and there is an indwelling sea, and there is a gigantic,
how are you gonna get there? They're gonna prove
super magnetic.
How are you gonna get there? They're gonna scramble jets, and you're gonna be fucking taking.
Well, which one would be easier to get to? That's the question. I think it would be easier to get to the inner.
Well, we don't know. We
Come
don't
on,
know
they're not going to let
how
you get
far
to
do
the
you have to
outside,
go.
but they might let you get to the inside.
How far
They
do you
can't
have to
patrol
go?
everything. They're not that good. Holy shit.
The ice.
I know, the ice is your deterrent. That's the whole problem. You just have to know when to go. But if the ancient explorers could do it, and they could write what happened, and they could give you a little bit of a clue as to when to go, we could do the same thing. We could go.
You know what bothers me?
Anybody could go.
Fucking humans.
Matt could go. Matt wants to go anyway, doesn't he? He wants
Humans went there.
to walk across the Antarctic. It's like, dude, don't do it. You're going to die. Don't do it.
And there's something amazing up there. Something wonderful, to quote 2010.
Right.
The people who are covering it up are humans. They're human beings. And they're
It's
being
always humans. There's nobody else fucking with us. There's nothing else. It's just us, man. It's me,
And
you, and God. That's it. Like,
people could realize that
Well, I think that too.
if we just bum rush the shit.
yeah.
Do a 10-year organization.
There's no evil spirits fucking with us. Like, anybody's fucking up, it's you. You're fucking up. You're the dickhead.
And we have to complain for our own misery because
Yes.
I'm not getting up and doing it, so
Yes.
I blame myself.
Why
But
do
if
we have all
all
these
got up,
politicians always like screwing us over? It's because we fucking allow them to do it.
if we started getting used to working together, and that it couldn't happen at once because we wouldn't know what to do with each other. Like, oh, I don't know you. Am I supposed to work with you? It's like, no, if the mentality was there,
yeah,
then people would be used to it, and they'd be like, well, that's something we could take down in a weekend. Let's plan it out. And it'll happen, and it'll take the world by storm. Even the people flying the jets that want to shoot us down.
That's our job. That's
they'll
what
be
we're
like,
supposed to be doing.
They'll want to know because it'll be so strong. I don't think they'll do it.
Right.
Because who are they going to be fighting
so strong
for?
that nobody would even be able to launch a nuclear missile anymore because who the fuck would want to do that?
Well, I don't really believe that there's nuclear missiles. I think there's just powerful explosives.
Well, I would agree with that, but I'm just saying, let's suppose they had some very powerful explosives, they would be less likely to unleash them on your head because they would actually care. They would actually give a fuck about you now.
Have you ever heard?
Like, oh, you're in the war because my name is fucking Churchill and I'm a dickhead? Like, oh yeah, let me just... Oh, oops, you're out the war now because you're bombed. You're fucking done. Oh, wait, you didn't learn your lesson? Oh, you did? But I'm going to bomb you one more time just to test it one more time?
Have you ever heard of
Why did they get bombed twice? You know, they already got bombed once. They already were like.
Well, I think they're putting it right in front of everybody's faces. I think there is extra land or extra terrain, and the extraterrestrial is us coming from those other areas. Or the extra terrain. That's why they call them extraterrestrials.
All right.
And perhaps they've set up, I mean, this is total speculation, but perhaps on this extra terrain, they've set up a new nation. And that nation requires national security from all of us, the people, the mass majority who can't think for themselves or critically think. So, yeah, extraterrestrials and national security
sounds like the United
real. States. It's just different. They're putting it right out there and telling everybody, but nobody's.
Hey man,
nobody's really looking at it.
That sounds reasonable. I mean, why not?
You know, the idea of a preemptive strike is an interesting idea, and it could be compared to like the bully on the playground that picks on 2 or 3 different kids, and those 3 kids get together and realize, you know what? The way we got to take care of this is we're not going to wait for him to come to us. The 3 of us are going over there, and we're going to take him out. You'll never see it coming, and that'll be the end. We'll all shake on it, and we'll never talk about it. We'll just get rid of it. That'll be that, because no one else will know but us. Boom, bully's gone. Throw him in a hole, and that's it. Hey, I feel better. That problem is gone. And to do this to them is totally possible. People think, well, they'll find out on the way to getting to the point where. It's like, no, they won't. How are they going to find out? They'll have to acknowledge it. They'll have to admit that they're wrong. They'll have to expose themselves. That's why it's got to stay under wraps. So as long as the message gets sent, you know, and is it going to be the whole world? No. But it can be a lot of people because they can overthrow. These are just people. I know it sounds like a war machine, and that's the idea that's the effect. That it's this big communicating war machine. Please, communicating, people can barely communicate with each other. No matter what your job is, you're always going to have bad days. There's always going to be that one asshole that always exists in every job. It's either your manager, your coworker, you know, certain things in life, you got to realize these are just fucking people. They're messy, they're sloppy, they get old, they get tired, they get sloppy, and I just did. And they're not going to want to fight for something that no one knows about. They're just taking orders, like Mark Passio said, these order-following moron, wastes of life. And they're easily changeable. If they can go in that direction, then they can go in the other direction. And chances are when they see the mob coming, because the mob is fed up, they'll just run or join, because they'll be so overwhelmed. And the one problem with mobs is this. It's an easy one. Whoever's in the front line, nobody wants to be in the front line. That's why it takes people willing to sacrifice themselves. And if that person could be you, everyone has to be willing to sacrifice themselves for it. And find that dedication, shit, I don't even know where. In nature. Animals do that shit. Uh-oh. Hello?
Yeah, we are still here.
But, you know, I tried to rally the people I work with together, and they're too scared about losing their job.
Mm-hmm.
They're just too scared. And the ones that aren't legal, they won't even say it. They won't even speak.
Yeah, they can't.
Wrong direction. And that's just slavery right in front of me. And it's fucking ridiculous. I even tell them, like, don't be their bitch, you know. When they tell me, like, yeah, it's nice you're working in the other building, because when I come home, I feel so tired, which indicates the health conditions where they were working is that bad, where that's what you hear. Like, he doesn't know how to translate what he's really trying to say, which is like, I don't feel like shit. I don't feel tired. And I'm seeing it every day. And I have to deal with, like, oh, fuck, you know, flat earther and all that shit. This life I live online, could it exist here too? Can I risk it? Should I risk it? Is anybody going to be with me? Probably not. But at least I'll provide an example of what it would look like. And the other alternative is they're all lost. And at that point, you just got to leave. I convinced my coworker to leave. He quit. I'm like, dude, you're a slave if you're working here, because you're making an other guy rich, and he ain't going to give none of that to you. So he quit, and he started his own pallet business of recycling pallets.
That's when he asks you, like, so if I'm the slave, why are you working here?
I know, right? Because, well, I'll admit that I'm a slave. And I'm trying to deal with this manager of mine who told me the other day, you know, I asked you twice. So I think of Office Space. I asked you twice not to park in the lot. You know, they need these spaces. Following day, he pulls right into like the spot that I wasn't allowed to park in. So I'm seeing how I can go about telling him that. It's kind of a catch-22, wouldn't you say? Aren't you an employee also? I can't figure out the answer he would say. Probably like, yeah, but this car's it's a business car.
No, see, I mean, if you see somebody doing some stuff like you can't park there, and then they park there, that's when you block them out of parking there the one day that they want to park there.
Well,
and then they're like, "Oh, what are you doing?" You'd be like, "What am I doing? What are you doing? Move your car."
Well, there was.
You're talking about the boss doing this?
He's just a manager, so I guess.
Is the name of the company on the side of the car?
No, it's a company car.
But
He's
is
just
the name
managing-
of the name of the company on the car?
No, it's just
Okay.
it's a
Then
car
yeah,
that was given to the employee. You know, technically he should be parking somewhere else because that's where they have to put the used cars, new cars, blah blah blah. But he'll probably pull some shit like, but I'm the manager. I have to be here.
Right.
I have to have access to it. Which
Right,
is
right. He just doesn't want you to park there because that's his parking spot.
Well,
Yeah,
it's not even a spot. It's just like the area. You know, he shouldn't be parking there. He should be setting an example.
Right.
But I should know better. I should know if I really have a problem. I should be able to walk right the fuck out of here.
Well, it's
You know,
quid pro quo. The authority is
Yeah.
exempt from the rules that everybody else
and
are
you know,
subject to.
yeah, I totally hear what you're saying. When they raised the medical insurance price, everybody was pissed off because it was like $60 a paycheck. There was a heavy duty. I think it was 30% they raised it, or 20% more for medical insurance. And I don't bother with that shit. Everyone was pissed off that day, and I was like, you know what? Now's a good time to make a change. You know, everyone's pissed. If you guys go to the meeting together, and when one of you stands up,
Then
they see their employee working together. How could they not go for it? I couldn't fucking sell it for the life of me. I told them the outcome will be something. They're people. They're fucking people. They're dirty, and then they poop. They have to wipe their butt. And if you walk into the bathroom while they're wiping, you can pull them over to the toilet. You can pull them and shake them back and forth. They'll be like, stop that, stop that.
Hey, wait, can you see my screen when I talk? Like when I talk, does my screen come up? You can see it?
Yeah, do you want to present something?
Yeah, just real quick.
Sure.
I just want, like, you see the picture?
Yeah.
See it, like, somewhat decently? Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
You see how the stones on the bottom are, like, way different than the ones on the top?
Yep.
They all look nice, but if you go throughout the whole site, you'll see that there's these giant stones, and they're all, like, done differently. See, the whole wall on the left is way different from that little stone arch that's over top of that, like, that's way different work.
Yeah.
Why would they put the heavy ones on top?
Well, that's the thing. The whole thing got destroyed and then remade.
Well, I saw the pictures of Stonehenge with people fixing it up and shit.
Right, well, that's the thing. It's all been put back together. Most of these archaeological sites, they're not how they found them. They found them in absolute, like...
This one.
Like, if you think that they found it like this, that's some bullshit. That's not how they found it. They put it back together like this. But even in this shot, you can see right here, big wall.
Albert, the one you're talking about.
Shitty wall, and then more different little shitty wall. You see like 3 different type of architectures right here.
There's a photograph of that mountaintop. I think it's in the top left, and there's nothing there.
What, this one? I mean, it's there.
No, it's that picture, and none of that shit is there.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. That's like when they first found it. It's because it was all overgrown and like blown to shit. Like I've seen the picture. I've seen it. Didn't look anything like this just 100 years ago.
That what it looks like now?
That's what it looks like now, and you can see that it's clearly 3 different architectures. One over here, one right here, and one right here. Like, this whole thing is put back together. This is not how it looked at fucking all.
What's the answer to your question? If you look for an answer, did somebody put it back together?
Yeah, somebody put it back together. And what it used to be, who knows? But it's fucking blown to shit from whatever it used to be.
Who put it back together? That's some heavy-duty excavation.
People after the flood put it back together. And then after that happened, they got conquered, other things happened, and then people after that even yet came back and put it back together again. Look, where are all the roofs? That's what I want to know. All these where are all the roofs at? Where'd all the roofs go?
Well,
where are all the roofs? Show me the remains of the roofs.
Lighter material.
There are no roofs because there weren't any roofs.
You didn't sound confident on that last one.
No, seriously, look. Where are the roofs in this picture?
Biodegradable
Like,
organic.
why is this one over here like a full pyramid? It's fully completed, but this one over here isn't. Like, what? They couldn't reconstruct it good enough? Like, they ran out of bricks? What the hell happened?
Someone should go to this mountaintop and actually verify what is there.
And look, here's the people. You see the people right down here? They're right down here. There's a couple of people sitting right here.
Because I'm seeing different pictures, man. I'm seeing completely different pictures than you're seeing.
Okay, well, what kind of... I mean, you don't see the fact that there's this giant stones here and then there's small stones here.
No, what? Yeah. Well, that I see. But
So
it's
which picture are
there's
you looking at?
nothing there anymore. Or there was a point where there's nothing there.
See,
And
that's the
now-
thing. You look at it, most of the shots of this place are like this. You can't tell what's what. But if you look very closely, you can see there's a giant fucking block there. Right there. Right there. Somebody built this shit on top of this shit that was already blown to shit. Like, this did not look like this.
Well, what is the rock made of? Because some rock you can tap.
My whole point is they're trying to tell you that this is what it looks like. This is how they found it. That's bullshit. That's not how they found it. They put that shit back together. That's not how they found it.
Okay, so now what?
So they're fucking lying to you every time you look at an archaeological site. They're like, oh yeah, this is how we found it. No, that's how they fucking put it back together because that's how they want you to think it looked.
What do they get out of that?
Even in this picture, you can see the same thing. Look.
What do they
big
get? I
stones,
believe you. I
little
believe you.
stones.
I believe you, but what do they get out of that?
They get a false history. At least now they can be like, oh yeah, the Mayans did this, and then
What do they get out of
before
that?
the Mayans, then came the monkeys. Those were the guys that were
All
there.
right, what do they get out of that then?
They're fucking with the timeline.
It just
And
basically,
what do they get out of that?
ultimately, it goes against God. Is the only thing I can tell you. That's,
So
the only thing
end
I have.
result? That's the end result.
Well, that's the only thing I have. I mean,
All
what?
that work to go against God?
Yeah.
Something half the world doesn't even believe in anyway.
No, actually, you're wrong.
That's a lot of work.
More than 75% believe in a deity of some sort.
Either way, yeah, it's to disprove the one and true God. I mean, really, that's the only thing people would ever have beef with.
Don't you think
If
there's
he
easier
was
ways
real.
to do it? Don't you think there's easier ways? Kind of like, let's just tell everyone we're living on a spin pair.
Well, what if you already see this thing? What if the group that wants to do this already knows the truth? That
Can you
he
show
is
the
real.
picture? Can you show the picture where it's different, where you're not seeing the same thing as that original picture you showed? Like, where's the picture that you're talking about where there's nothing there, or it's different than how it looks now? Where's that progression of photographic evidence?
Okay, you want
I
to see?
ran out of battery power on my laptop.
No,
but
I'm doing the same search you are. I got images, Google Images for Machu Picchu pulled up right now, and I'm not really seeing what you're talking about. So if you could.
All right, well, why don't you type in original?
somebody did a split screen with a picture taken like like it was a really really old picture from like one of those.
Just type in Machu Picchu original, and you'll be able to see the original pictures that they took, and you'll see that, you know, you can still see structures and all that, but it's nothing like they have now. They're all black and white, and it's like a wreck. It's like a fucking train wreck. There's like branches and trees all over everything.
Hey, Albert, have you seen that little documentary? I think it's a 3-part series on how they built the pyramids, and the guys.
Oh yeah.
He put together this situation where they used water to float the rocks.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, they wrapped all the rocks with like papyrus and
Right.
wood.
Right. Here you go.
When the water comes in, it lifts all the stuff.
See?
And they leveled the stone. Get this, they leveled the fucking stone with the surface of the water.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can do
It's
that.
crazy.
Yeah. But look, you see this? This looks like it was all together, but look, it looks like it's totally fucking mashed, and that looks like how they found it, a piece of it at least. It was a totally intact structure, but it was completely mashed. There's like trees falling on top of it. It's very old, and it's destroyed.
Right, but you also see like the similarities in like the stone structure that you're talking about, how there's like these little shitty stones and mortar, and possibly underneath this overgrown stuff is the larger stuff. So yeah, maybe they actually did find it that way. They just kind of cleaned it up and did a little landscaping.
Right. Well, that's my point. They should not do that.
Well,
They've already done that one time that I've seen, and they completely changed what it looked like in the first place. It's like that.
why do people say that they
You really think they found it like this? Like, look at this picture. Like, that looks really fly. It looks really nice. It looks really cool. But you really think that that's how they found that shit?
That was a scary place to live, man. Jesus.
It would be, but it would also be pretty cool at the same
Like,
time.
if you rolled
who's
off
gonna
the bed-
attack your ass? Who's gonna get you up there? Like, seriously, who's dumb enough to attack you on this thing?
That's a house way up in the hills. That's like prestige status.
Oh my God! All these steps every day. Oh,
I know, every day.
I don't think there was an obese person in that civilization.
Wait, are you guys trying to tell me that you don't even believe that people once upon a time lived here? Are you trying to tell me that they made this whole thing up?
I think that was probably like a ritual, like a religious There's definitely. I think there's a lot of what should I say? There's a lot of the correlations between what happens on the ground and in the sky, or the celestial.
Right.
Yeah, man, they have rituals up there. It's all for the sun god. They have the
like carved out of the mountain, but like this would totally have to be post-flood. It has to be.
Yeah, they
Is
have.
that just where the ancient excavation machines didn't?
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying it has to be post-flood. Looking at that picture, it looks like they carved that shit out after it was already there. Like all this other shit is already there, and then this thing is carved out.
I think they stumbled upon their technology accidentally through regular repetition.
Maybe.
You know,
Maybe.
it's if it's orally, if it's sound.
Yo, how would you like to go up these stairs?
Hey, by the way, since you just mentioned that, there's a really amazing YouTube video, and it's about something called the King's Pass in like Spain, and it's this bridge. They have a railing installed, and the guy's got a camera mounted to his helmet, and I swear to God, it's just like going on and on around the edge of this.
Spain.
I think it's some like crazy. Yeah, there it is. There it is. That's cool. It's
this
the
thing.
one. Yeah, I believe so. That's it.
What's so crazy about it?
Well, there's a video of a guy walking the whole thing.
Walking across this like little thing here.
Yep. He does the whole. It's like a bunch of people. It's like 5 people following each other.
That is insane. Don't ever do that, people. Don't ever do that.
It looks really crazy because it's all falling apart.
Yeah.
You fucking.
Why would you even want to do that? Like, that doesn't even seem remotely fun to me.
I don't know.
Like, it's like, do you want to just look to your left or to your right and see your death come before? But this is the other thing. Look at this. Look at this picture right here. So you have all these people over here doing the thing, the tourist thing, but seriously, what the fuck?
That's CGI. That can't.
Architecture? Yeah, it has to be because you got architecture going right into the fucking mountain face. It has to be.
What do the other pictures show of that?
No, that does look like superimposed pictures. But yeah, if you saw some shit like that, that's what I would want to know, like why the rock comes over the fucking architecture. But I don't know. See, that's fake again. I can't tell if that's real or fake.
Yeah, it's real because it just supports that they
Oh yeah, that one looks like it could be real. Yeah, that one looks like it could be real.
Not that I would trust it, but
true. But yeah, I don't know. These silly rocks and silly things, they always interest me. Especially when it's these old structures. You have I don't know. You have Tiwanaku.
If you've ever seen dolmens,
this yeah, I've seen dolmens. They're just like random huge boulders put on top. Somebody had to do that, and that has to be post flood, right? Unless
I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is that David Wilcox said
unless the floodwaters
you get energized in them. If you meditate in them, you get atomic energy.
See, look, see this? You've all seen this, right? At Tiwanaku. I guarantee you, $100 that's not how they found that shit.
Oh yeah,
It
that's all
was fucking smashed, and it was broken in half, and it was on the fucking floor, knocked over.
Oh, I was gonna say they
Put it
covered
back
up
up like that, but here's the kicker. This was found like miles from the site. So like, where's the rest of the building? You know, like, if this is what's here, like, where's the rest of the buildings?
That doorway.
Where's all the rest of everything?
That takes you to the other doorway, which is on the other side
and
of.
This is the one. Yeah, and this is the one that I wanted to show you. This is the bullshit one that they put back together. This whole entire place right here, although it looks very nice, this is not how they found it at all. This is all archaeologist reconstruction.
That's
all of it. Every
cool.
single last fucking piece. An archaeologist put back right where the fuck they found it.
I'm cool with that. Because if not, then it's just gonna look like broken shit.
I know, but see, that's the thing. This is not what it looked like. Like, look, seriously, you can look at this and be like, all right, well, this is a part of the fucking barber shop right here, and then this is a part of the bakery, and then this is a part of the grocery store. This is a part of the temple. This is a part of the grocery store. All the red ones are grocery store. See, it's clearly like 15 different buildings all smashed up and put back together. Like, this is not how it was. I know you guys are fucking Freemasons and you know how to do this shit, but y'all are full of shit. Once again,
Yeah, I got your point. Like 2 minutes.
Where's the ceiling? Where the motherfucking ceiling at? Ain't nobody got ceilings back in the day? Ain't no evidence of ceilings? I'm sorry, but
the ceiling was the sky. That's all they had to look at.
Maybe. Anyway, sorry. I just wanted to ask.
No, I see what you're saying.
I honestly think they do the reconstructions to bring in the tourists. And if you go to an ancient site and it's all like, you know, bushes and stuff, it's not really safe for like, you know, people to come in there.
They'd be like, oh, there's a snake in there.
It's all bushes, broken stones, and bullshit. You can't make any money off of it.
Right, it has to look pretty. You have to take a picture. But why wouldn't they want to take pictures in front of like some ruined ass shit? Be like, yo, this is all that is remaining of this temple, and I'm here. Snap.
They'll take you back to the.
No, they'd rather have it like be reconstructed by archaeologists.
And the reason they don't have room is so that can get nice pictures from helicopters.
Yeah, and you know, like, I have no doubt all those stones came from right there. It's just like, wow, you guys really took the time to put all this shit back together, and you suck at it. You fucking suck at it. Wow. I mean, how are you going to put, like, you were like, oh, this is all the same building. This is how it looked. You have a red stone next to a gray stone, next to a, like, tan stone, next to a red stone. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? This is clearly not the same building. You're full of shit. If anybody built a building like this, they would have probably been beheaded. You don't think so? I mean, especially all those buildings with no roofs. No roofs? Nobody has any evidence of any roofs? Anybody find any roofs on any of these archaeological sites? Anybody? No roofs. Nobody? Where are all the roofs at?
Maybe they got washed away. Biodegradable organic
Yo, that's
material.
exactly what I'm thinking about. They got washed away in the flood. They got knocked the fuck off. That's why when you look at Machu Picchu, you can see that there's giant blocks that look like they got smacked off to something by like water. They're there. They're just like down the mountainside, you know? Like some things got pushed up. So like maybe Machu Picchu wasn't originally so high up in the sky. But it somehow got pushed up. Maybe the whole thing didn't get... Maybe just that's this one piece of the whole thing, and the rest of it's all at the bottom, and nobody ever looks down there. Right? I think that's what we should do.
We need to go investigate the valleys of Machu Picchu for...
Yeah, damn right. We got to go see if there's any evidence of buildings down there at the bottom. But then you'll know you'll get murked by like the natives. They'll be like, "Oh, you can't be down here. This is ancient area." Like, I know, that's why I'm down here, silly.
That's where Sasquatch lives.
Yeah, probably. Full circle. There we go. But no, you really think that like Matt or somebody is going to actually get to the edge of the earth? That's not going to happen. We're not going to get to the outskirts. And even if you did get to the outskirts, as far as I'm concerned, according to what the Bible says, you're not going to get anywhere. Like, you could get to the wall, you could get up on the wall, even if it is made of ice and all that. Like, you go all the way up on top of that, you could go for miles and miles and miles, and you will not find the end. And if you do, you'll get lost and you'll die. So it's pointless. The only way you could really do it is by going up, and NASA probably already knows that. Like, I have full confidence that they already know that you can't leave. Like, you can't go anywhere. That's why they're faking all that. But why are they faking it all? Ultimately, like, why? Why be like, oh yeah, we're going to Mars? Like, why would you even begin to even remotely tell us unless you have some sort of sinister plan behind this? It doesn't make any sense. So that's the only reason I would ever invoke God, you know, see, because there has to be a reason to all this shenanigans.
They want to fuck up the timeline, man.
Yeah, but why? Like, if it's just...
I don't know. I think the original psyop of Flat Earth was convincing people that there was only so far they could go, and if you went any farther, you'd fall off the edge and die.
Right,
so
but why?
it was introduced to try to get people to stay within a geographical region, you know, for the kings to lord over the serfs.
Okay.
And keep the... Okay, and then once more land was discovered, they had to extend the boundary. Okay, and they realized that instead of keep doing that, the best way to control the world is convince the world of the dimensions of the world, so people quit looking for the fence. And now that people are starting to think that, you know, the fences or the mathematical prescribed ends of the earth aren't actually working out correctly, there's got to be more something somewhere. And here you then come again with the church or the authority trying to say, oh, well, we're enclosed. It's like a dome. You can't get out. And so it's trying to keep people in. And to some point, some people or the human spirit's going to want to explore and find out what is out there. Other people are going to focus on what we have right now and try to make it work or fix it the way it is rather than go out searching for someplace else. So I can see kind of both sides of that, but at some point, you know, there's got to be some give and take.
Well, that's
some people are going to want to go.
The lie right there is that when they create all these planets and fake ass universes and all this computer generated realities and stuff, it actually enslaves you. It doesn't mean that everything is so broad and infinite. It actually makes it you less special. It makes it this world less. You know what I mean? When it's they're doing it through the opposite interaction. You know,
well, to an extent, it makes you less because you're now enclosed in this world. But at the same time, if you believe that there is a God and He created you, or you know, you believe the whole creation story, then you can see like, wow, this whole place is actually quite amazing, and like, I'm fucking here. Hi guys.
Yeah, like I said, it's the reverse prison. You know, they made it a prison by saying that everything is so vast and that you're not special. So it's all about you. You know what I mean, and not about anything else.
Right. Well, it's all control. Ultimately, if they can control you, I mean, what if the original deal that you had with the creator was like, you could come into this world and make a change, and then here you go, you're all here, and we're all of us aren't doing anything. You know, just imagine if you were like a spirit looking at it from the outside in, and you're like, oh, like I could totally help this world out. Even if there were more worlds. Not that there are, but let's suppose you're just focusing on Earth. You look at the Earth and you're like, oh, I could totally go down there right now and I could do all this. Like, you say this as a spirit. Next thing you know, you're a baby, you're incarnated. Now you're here. What have you done?
I don't totally buy into that, but I do.
No, I was just that was a total hypothetical.
No, I totally get it because time is only a constraint in this reality. You see what I'm saying? So it's like when people say, let's say religious people who believe that when you die, you go into like maybe a spiritual sleep or something like that.
Right.
Well, that's bullshit because you're no longer constrained to this flesh, this material world at that point. Time doesn't exist. It's bullshit. Time doesn't exist in heaven. You know what I mean? It's something totally different. Something that we can't understand because we've only been dealing with a time-based reality.
Right. So where is heaven? Is it above us or is it all around us?
It's a different place. It's a totally different place.
Sure.
Yeah, where it is again, you know, we try to use the logistics of this universe, this material universe, and we try to give it a place or a destination when it doesn't abide by those rules. Those rules don't apply. Those physics aren't relevant, and they're only relevant here. So it's stupid in my mind to try to create a relevancy based on our physical universe that we perceive.
Well, sure.
I mean, there's no way you could perceive timelessness. I mean, it's
no.
impossible.
We can't do that. No. We can guess. But
Well, and I mean, it depends on your viewpoint in religion and spirituality. I hate using the word religion, but the spirituality.
You gotta, whatever. It happened.
Yeah,
I used it earlier. I said I was religious earlier, but I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not religious at all. I
used
believe
it as a word to let you guys know what I was talking about.
Yeah, that's how you relate to people who understand religion as a thought process,
right?
Instead of a ritual process.
Right.
But in my mind, you know, if you went to an ancient text such as the Bible, I mean, Jesus even said, dude, he's like, I cannot tell you of these things. You would not understand. So what? That's what we're constantly trying to do is understand shit that he said you will not be able to understand. There's no way.
Hey, you guys
well, you
experience
can.
time in your dreams?
Oh, no. Go ahead. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Helen.
I was just asking, just kind of going back to what you guys were talking about, timelessness. Can we experience timelessness in our dreams?
Yes, you do it all the time. Have you ever had like a nap or you went to bed and you're like, you know, 15 seconds later you wake up and you notice that, you know, 10 hours has passed or vice versa? Yeah.
Right.
I actually am able to have lucid dreams where I can control my dream state. I was in a dream state for over 24 hours. But it
you guys were
yeah,
you guys were asking about where is heaven, and you know, I gotta say, you know, in my dreams, I feel like I could be in heaven.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Well, I'm saying it's not so much like where it is. I guess I asked the wrong question when I said that because I didn't mean like heaven necessarily when I said that, but you know, like the open firmament of heaven where the birds fly, like. Where is that?
There's three heavens biblically.
Right, but where are they all in relation to the earth?
Well, you have the first heaven, which is you know, where the birds and all that shit are. And then you have the heavens where the stars and the word of God is written.
And above the other one that you just talked about, or is it like on the side or underneath, or like
and
where?
Then you have the other heaven, which is
in relation to the first heaven. Where is it? Is it above it?
That's how it's represented biblically.
My whole point is, as far as I'm concerned, is the earth is down here, and then above that you have the heavens, 3 of them.
Yes.
And that's above. It's above and below. There is no, you're a ball floating around in space, and heaven is all around you, because if heaven was all around us, then guess what, buddy? We're already in fucking heaven.
Well, if you think about it,
dog, like, we're in the middle of heaven. We're in the middle. Like, we're fucking so important. We're so awesome.
well, if you think about it, and you know, you got Jacob's ladder and all that other stuff
Yeah.
that disseminates the two realms, if you will. But the big thing that I think about the most is that shit, I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh dear.
What were we just talking about? That's how you confuse a pothead. You ask them what we were just talking about.
It happens. No. Anybody else? Nobody was paying attention?
You guys were talking about heaven being up or down. You're
And
not
where
in,
where
Oh, yeah,
exactly
yeah.
it is.
Yeah, so biblically, and some of the stuff that I used, because I'm a Christian, if you want to put a religious tone on it, I don't buy into that religion or ritual, but the biblical stuff I used to reinforce the flat Earth model for me was stuff like when he says, "Look up, your redemption." Is nigh, you know what I mean? Where he talks about, you know, God coming back and the whole, you know, second coming and all that shit. He says he's going to come from, you're going to see him above. But on a globe model, that don't fucking work.
You know what else doesn't work? All of that.
Yeah, anytime he says look up, I mean, it's everywhere in the Bible, everywhere.
Oh man, I'm you know, I believe in the Lord and all that, but I used to think all these things too. And, you know, I used to use that verse too. I used to even tell people like, look, hey, I used to use like flat earth verses. I'd be like, look, it says right here. It says in Revelation, like the sun is going to go black, the moon is going to turn to blood, and the stars are falling. Like, how you going to dodge that, dog? You know. But no, guess what? I can't use any of that shit anymore because that's all metaphorical speak. And everything in the Bible, as far as I can tell, has already happened. All the prophecies already done, been fulfilled. So,
Well, and
What do you
that's
think
one of
about
those things that me and you disagree on.
no, I was just asking you, what do you think about that? 'Cause I'm a preterist now. Like, I think that everything has already happened.
I think it's happening. I don't think it's already happened because
think
if
there's
this is heaven, this is bullshit.
No, I'm just saying, like, people are all like, you know, the end of the world. Like, there isn't going to be an end of the world. If you read, it's already, everything that's already had to happen, it's already happened. And like, we're already, the kingdom is within you. Like, it's not something I can be like, hey, come over here, let me show you the kingdom you ate. It's over here. Like, come over here to the kingdom with me. Like, no, it's not something like that. Like, it's all written.
I don't know. I definitely entertain that aspect of your argument, but I tend to take the biblical text a little more literally.
Well, I used to as well. I'm just saying, like, I would
No,
encourage you to just.
definitely spin it that way, and I can see how that is
I'm a spinner now.
possible.
I'm a spider. No, seriously, I was just asking you to go ahead and take one more look, but yeah. Fair enough.
in the Bible, does it say that Jesus will return?
Yes.
It does,
So-
but he already did.
Oh, he already did.
It was written to them, not us. It wasn't written to us. It was written to them. It says, you know, things like, verily I say unto you, some of you who are standing here before me now shall not perish until you see the Son of Man coming in the clouds in his kingdom. Or whatever. Something like that. Anyway, you will not perish. Like, you will not die until you see these things. Really? Was he lying to them, or was he talking to them, not us? Because all these things already happened.
Who's them?
And when it says, like, that's the whole reason why the whole Jews, like, mistook Jesus for who he was. They thought he was going to be some, like, king who was going to come and conquer and sit on David's throne and, like, conquer the whole world and squish everybody, right? That's not what he was. He was, like, talking about some shit, and they didn't even understand him. He was like, verily, I tell you, like, no stone upon this will be left upon another. It's like, oh, really? really, guy, you're so great. You're gonna knock this whole temple down, and then you're gonna rebuild it in 3 days. Like, are you crazy? Like, you know how long it took us to build this whole temple? It took like 400 years for us to get this far. It's because he wasn't talking about building the real, actual, legit fucking temple. He was talking about building a spiritual temple. Everything is all spiritual with the Lord. It's not physical. That's why they fucked up. It's because they didn't believe. They had no faith. That's why everybody today is all fucked up. Like, all these people. Everybody. Like, legit. Kent Hovind, Ken Ham, all these dudes. Name anybody you want. They're all wrong. All of them.
In the Quran, it says that before the time is over, before this earth is destroyed, because, you know, there is an end of times, Jesus will come back. And I figured, I don't know if that's the same story in the Bible, but that's how we're interpreting it, is that he'll return before the end.
Well, in the Quran, they also say that he's going to, like, bow down to Muhammad, right?
No, he's going to come alone, but he will take the faith of Islam.
Yeah. Yeah, and most of the religions do have, I don't know, the Buddhists and the Hindus kind of throw me for a loop, but most of the Abrahamic, I guess you could call, religions does have an end game. You know, there is an end. It's not a perpetual thing.
Well, can I just say one thing? It's in the Bible. Ecclesiastes, not that you like me for saying this, but Ecclesiastes 1:4 does say, one generation passeth away. It's Old English, sorry. One generation passeth away, and another generation cometh, but the earth abideth forever.
That's true.
Which means to me, earth ain't going nowhere, ain't going to be no end of times. People's just going to keep coming and going, and you're either a good person or you're a bad person. And when it comes to the end of your life, either you're going to go one or two places. You're going to go to the kingdom, or you're going to go to the lake of fire. And that's like, it's
the
all
earth is a perpetual thing, but the inhabitants is a totally different thing.
Okay.
I mean, the earth can be around forever. I mean, if you buy into dinosaurs and shit, you know.
No, but you have to understand the whole reason that the earth was made in the first place was for man.
It's for free will.
Like, there's no point in making an earth if there's not going to be, like, sure, you can fill it with all the creatures you want, but why make us then? Like, but that we were the crowning achievement. It was like, we were the one. Like, he made it, and he gave us dominion over all things. And then we done fucked it up. Well, we did, not me and you personally, but our kind did. Once upon a time, fucked it up.
So you think that was a surprise?
No.
You think he saw that coming?
No, but that's why he had a plan, and that's why it's already all done and dealt with by the time it's up to us. Like, it's already done. Everything's done. Like, you just have to make the choice now yourself.
So in your mind, the Antichrist already came.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about no more Antichrists. It's already done. Antichrist was the Roman emperor at the time.
So the whole part of Revelation, when he rules and reigns, and there's no evil, and Satan is chained up and all that shit.
Yeah, that's all talking about the time when, right before Rome sacked the shit out of Jerusalem.
Sack.
That's right before they crushed Jerusalem. Yep. It's not talking about, like, look, seriously, it's not. Why would you, like, if he's going to tell you you're gonna no flesh can inherit the kingdom, like, really? Then he's going to come back here in the flesh, and he's going to rule on the earth with us in the flesh. Like, that shit doesn't make any sense. You see what I'm saying? Like, He can't come back in the flesh because the things he speaks of are not of the flesh. They're of the spirit. Where he goes, you cannot come because you're flesh. Once you die, you can go there, but that depends on how you were. What's up, Haunted? I see your face.
So this is like a perpetual motion machine then, where we would just churn out new souls.
It's just churning out souls all day, like all day long. Like, it's gonna keep going. You and me, we're just part of the fucking people that are going through this shit.
The vessel.
To what point though? I mean, that doesn't serve a purpose, I don't think.
Well, it does kind of. I mean, he did say
experience love.
He said the kingdom starts like a mustard seed, though it might be the least of all seeds, you know, very small. It's a very small seed. He said it's going to grow and grow and grow until it grows so big that it's a tree that's so great that the birds of the field fucking nest in it. Which is basically a metaphor for telling you, like, the kingdom starts out very tiny, like a couple people, and then it grows and 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 it grows.
It starts out still.
And then eventually, the whole world could potentially, the whole Earth could potentially go ahead and agree upon this. Very nice teeth. I like them. But yeah.
I brush them with urine.
Eventually, we could get to that. But yeah, that's a far off ways from our world because, you know, we got Muslims and all these other people that believe in other gods and whatever.
It's
like an
clear that
the general
clear.
Question. Can I ask a general question? What
you can ask whatever.
I ask if I can ask a question, and then I just go ahead and ask it. I'm not very polite. Hey, can I ask a question? All right, then. Does everyone consider themselves to be in a good place in their life right now? Like, wouldn't change anything at all?
No.
Absolutely.
Who said absolutely? What world?
I did.
Okay. Now, well, we didn't really ask everyone, but I'll say that no. I got a no here. So when I hear about we're here to experience God's love, or we're here to experience God, I don't like using the term his, or God is so loaded. Even goodness, source, you can even call it the is. We're here to experience that, and I believe that, or I should say I know that I love without a doubt. There's no mistaking that I love. I love the way it makes me feel, and even if you're like you're an asshole, you like cutting people off in traffic, and you love it, you'll still get pleasure out of it. So you can love that. That's what we're here to experience, because what else is as fulfilling as doing the things you love? And before you answer that, think before a reaction. Remember the last time you were in complete ecstasy and you were like, oh my God, you know, I'm such an asshole for thinking the things that I think. But you can't really hang on to that moment, which is good. That can happen again. But in that moment, you realize that is it. I've experienced this on experimenting with MDMA, ecstasy.
Well, I don't.
When I hear that love thing,
I don't believe that love is an emotion. So.
What do you mean?
Well, love is not an emotion.
Correct.
It's an entity. It's a thing.
It's a what?
It's an entity. It's a thing. It's tangible. You can define it.
It could be a sensation.
Are you confusing it with lust?
Lust can easily be used as love.
Because you know love, you know when you're there, you're like, this is it, this is it. If anyone has had an epiphany like this, they're untouchable. Like, you can't even reflect on them without realizing that. At one point, you admitted that life is great. This is amazing. Before you get to, if this could only last forever, that sort of thing. But when you're in that moment, that's what it's all about. We're here to experience that.
Do you know what that moment is called? It happens each and every moment. It's
No,
called
what is it?
it's called the holy instant. It's at that instant moment in time, which is an illusion, that
Uh-huh.
everything is perfect. You haven't hurt anybody. Nobody's hurt you. Everything is as it should
Sure.
be. Perfect.
That works.
It's a holy instant. And most people are worried about the past or the future, and they're not living in that moment.
That's euphoria, and euphoria is also
And that's a individual choice in each moment. It's for each individual person to experience themselves, and they can experience it any time that they choose to, if they're not distracted by something else.
right, and that's free will.
It's also, something that I don't know anyone else who would want anything but that. And I think anyone who says that, nah, I don't really want to love stuff. I kind of want to hate and be hated. Doesn't exist. There isn't a person out there. I can't fathom that. I can't fathom that. And if people could get their heads around the idea that that's the way it's supposed to be, and this whole idea about reincarnation, which I've never liked, about, well, we're supposed to experience all these things. It's like, that seems like an answer people derive.
I don't buy that whole reincarnation thing. I think it's garbage.
I think it's a punishment,
bro.
It's like a better be good or you're gonna come back.
It's a works-based system. That's why it's bullshit. Anything that's works-based is bullshit.
They get one shot and that's it.
It makes it look like this place is hell.
Well, sure, maybe it is.
Man.
To think we have to come back here makes it seem like, it really implies that it's not a good thing.
Oh, and you know what? If you don't do good this time, you might come back as a butterfly next time.
Yeah, I hate that shit. It's almost as bad as heaven and hell, which don't exist.
Oh, dude, it's a form of evolution, right?
It is.
Religion?
That's exactly what it is. And that's why I say there's only one that's right. And you can go ahead and tell me, why is mine right? But you'll eventually come to see, there is only one truth.
Yeah, absolutely. God.
Yes,
love.
and his truth is the truth. And when he tells you, it's this book and that way, and Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham, then that's the way that it fucking is.
Well, I'm not going to take their word for it. I think it's all an individual experience.
You need a little bit more than that, but yeah, I feel.
Well, the experience is evidential of
causal.
Yes. You can't define something based on experience, but you can use experience to help reinforce your definition of the entity.
Right. You guys are all understanding that right now we're talking in words, and that
I love words.
Words can just, words are just birds. The truth hath no form. Ram Dass used to say that. You want to die? Drop the body. That's what the gurus did. They just dropped the body. Hey,
right.
I'm going to be leaving, and he would say it so casually. I'm going to drop the body. I've done it all. I've felt it all, and this is what I feel comfortable doing. In fact, I love what I'm about to do. And they were so in touch, they could switch back and forth. They could do whatever they want. I think you can do that.
Well,
absolutely, because if you can conceive something, it has to be possible. That's thoughts creating life. That's the way it is.
My problem is that I base everything off of logic and reasoning. I think it's a universal law.
That is a problem.
Because if
rule a lot
the meaning of life was to experience love, then what happens to unborn babies or babies who die at fucking 1 year old?
No one will know.
That's a very easy question. What have they done wrong?
No, but their whole purpose was just to experience life.
And they did.
But they did, yes. But they got gypped.
That's okay.
Are you trying to say they got gypped?
I'm saying that the application of that theory does not apply to all. Therefore, in logic, it does not.
It does.
What do you think is going to happen to all the babies that got killed?
That's not the point.
But who's to say they didn't experience it?
What's going to happen?
The argument is that we are all here to experience life and love and all this other stuff.
Right.
But
We did two moments, birth and death, and those are the big light moments. When we see the light and we go into holy shit, life transformation type shit. That soul chose that one. I like to think makes me feel really good to think that I chose myself, because that holds a whole new dimension of worth.
You probably did.
Just
I
in
mean,
case.
why would the Lord bring you in here if you weren't like a spirit that He already created, and then you had some curiosity of some sort, and you were like, "Yo, like, let me do this," and then
You realize we're creating
You're under the
answers.
assumption that you were a spirit body and that you chose to be.
But the point is, if once you get here, you're gonna go ahead and be like, "Oh, well, I think God's."
That's the problem. You don't think that you're actually created here.
Lose yourself. You can be like, "Oh, well, now I don't. Now that I'm here, I think God."
We don't know shit.
This world fucking got to me. Like, this world proved to me that God doesn't exist.
That's because we're in the driver's seat. Remember, once we start thinking that we know shit,
if we're ever gonna go to like a proving ground, like this would be the proving ground, no doubt.
This is definitely a proving ground. I will not argue that. But my point is that
these are thoughts.
I believe that you're created as a spiritual being here, not somewhere else, and then you're placed here.
I see what you're saying.
Disagree on that.
Tell me something. You ate. Tell me what you just pictured in your head, like the direct visualization you just pictured before you formed that sentence.
Conception.
No, I mean physically. Like, did you picture a sky? Did you picture a ground? Did you picture like an
Light.
aura?
Light.
Okay, but when you referred to it happened here, not someplace else, in your head, what was the visualization of someplace else?
It was the spark of creation, man. You can see that in the womb, man.
Like mist?
No, it's a light.
Color?
It's a spark.
So like a small spark.
Yeah, you can see it in the creation, dude. In the womb,
absolutely.
they photographed it.
The stillness.
What? In the creation?
The creation is stillness. We exist in the stillness. We're the moving bodies that are happening throughout the stillness. And it's all over us. It's everywhere we go. Because everyone's connected to each other via matter, whether we like it or not. You know, I'm connected to my car, connected to the ground, and so on, so on, so on. It's all connected. And I think that the fact that we think that we're spiritual beings goes to show that the limits are endless, that we can create anything. And when we embrace that shit, we might get called crazy.
Well,
I have no problem with that if I'm making myself happy, because people gravitate.
You're kind of right, but you're at the same time you're kind of wrong, because that shit was.
I'm insane.
No, that was God kind of dealt with that back in the day. See, because there was a time, Tower of Babel, where they would have been able to do anything that they would have imagined, but He confused their languages. So now, but yeah, I agree.
God
now,
doesn't do that.
Maybe now that we can all fucking communicate and translate other languages, we could do the same thing that we would have thought to do back in the day. But what they were trying to do back in the day was build a tower to break into heaven and, I guess, basically kill God or take His spot.
Yeah, the soul wasn't in the driver's seat. I mean, it's the best way I can come up with it is like, once we give up the wheel and we lose control, we start living. Because we start living, and we come from it. Like, the things we do don't come from the brain. The brain needs to be left alone to operate the body. It's the consciousness and everything else.
Yeah, again, that's works-based, and I don't buy into any works-based bullshit.
I'll just tell you, my brother has had a third of his brain removed, and he still talks to me like he did any other day. Had nothing to do with it. I don't know what part they removed, but or what it controlled, but nonetheless, he's the same person. He speaks.
It's not the size of the brain. It's not the size of the brain.
You know, like nothing has changed.
Yeah. Explain workspace.
Works-based means that your position is determined by what you do, good or bad.
Okay.
And all of your experiences, even your love-based experiences, are based on what you do. So it's works-based.
Okay. So what I'm saying is we should leave. We should fall back and relinquish controls, because all we do is get each other in trouble and ourselves. And I'll admit that one easily. if we think we can control things and make it good, we're going to fail, because that's not what we're supposed to. This body, we need to give back to the spirit and let it control it. It's a lot. It's a huge step in someone's life to do that, to admit you're wrong, admit like, fuck, I don't know shit, and I don't care. Then the whole idea of money, value, crap, materialism falls, because the man with nothing to lose shouldn't be underestimated. That's a dangerous person.
What about David Rockefeller? Those kind of people.
He's thinking he's in the control of his. He's driving his car.
Control of a lot of people's fate, because he's the guy who makes the shots.
You can do something about it. It may cost you your life, but
true.
Hell, you'd be a fucking hero to me.
I'm sure he'll die soon. I mean, he's already a fucking 100 years old. He can't live.
He can't touch me. I'm not scared of him.
He's only got 120, so
I'm not scared of anybody. Fuck it. I'm not scared of anyone or anything. If everyone felt that way, everyone would shake hands and be like, "Hey, man."
Well, no, I agree with you, because there is nothing to fear. Like, people are like, "Oh, the end of the world." Like, no, there isn't going to be an end of the world, people.
Yeah. The world ends
as soon as you die. The world ends.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, the world ends for each one of us when we go away. That's another thing. Death it was one of the biggest lies, almost equal to the flat Earth. We're not supposed to think it's a bad thing. You know, bodies miss bodies. Our flesh misses the other flesh. But if we were smart enough to understand that it's a celebration, it's just another step. And I say it all the time. It's a change in vibration. It's a change in consciousness. That's what it is.
Sure.
We are our chemical makeup, because this is what I think vibration means. The way our matter exists, so the spirit can go through anything, because it's, you know, each one of us is the equivalent of God. I would say just as powerful, because we're all part of it.
We're not equivalent.
Why not?
Yeah. Have you ever listened to those channeled messages? Is that what
Why not?
Get some of this from?
What if you need to cull inner strength from yourself, and you kept on telling yourself that you're not that powerful, you're not as powerful as God?
Well, you're not.
Yeah, I can't create matter. I can't create a universe. I can't create a flat Earth.
That's the part where I guess I lose people. Like,
neither can God.
You're not God. You're not equivalent to God. You're under God at all points in time. Yes, you may be doing some.
But God is everything.
Like you're saying, like you're going through some, like, this world or this experience or whatever, but you're not God. You're not the creator. You didn't create everyone else. Like,
yes,
you know.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. When I close my eyes, you guys go away.
Okay, so if you created me.
I create you every time I'm with you.
Well,
you're creating me.
Perception with creation.
You created
no,
me
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
With me, then you would know exactly what I was going to say every time I spoke with you.
No,
that's the ultimate observer.
Sounds like we've had this conversation before.
I just guess I don't understand.
That's what I was going to say.
Where my man's coming from. That's all. I don't understand what he's saying.
Well, why not? But the logic is going to tell me otherwise. But what's it going to do me in the end? You know, it's got to come down to, like, how's this going to benefit you? What's useful?
How's it going to benefit you? Are you going to go to
take away? If I think I'm God, then I'll do nothing but try and help people and love people.
I know. Well, that's the thing. It says, if you do this, then you'll have eternal life. If you don't, then you'll have eternal death.
Well, we do have eternal life.
You're going to be in hell and you're going to burn forever and you're going to be under eternal torment.
Can you tell the difference between life and death?
And you're gone, and you're fucking toast, and you're no longer existent.
How do you know we haven't been alive forever?
It's the only test, and there is no other test. Like, there is no other place. This is the only place.
Right. We change.
There's the earth, and there's the heaven, and that's it. There is nothing else. There is
a heaven? Where's
there's
the heaven?
There's no Kevorkian fucking galaxy. Like, there is no other places. This is the only place that there is.
We change. The setting stays the same.
We don't change.
Well, we go through a change in vibration and consciousness.
Go through the change during your life, but then you die, and then you're dead, and then that's it.
Well, we don't know that.
For a man to die once.
We don't know that the body dies.
The body's dead. That's fine. That's okay. That's logical. That makes sense to everyone. Now, what happens to the spirit, I think, goes through another change. Absolutely.
Okay, well,
it's eternal. It doesn't change.
I think that we don't really know that, which is fine by me. I don't really want to know. I'd rather be surprised because I think I'm in touch with my soul. Absolutely. It's possible. People limit the shit out of themselves sometimes. And I've been in the situation where I've been able to look into someone's eyes and see my direct effect on them. And it was, luckily, it was a good interaction. You know, it's like you're hanging on a cliff and somebody reaches out to you. At that moment in time, there's a connection there that should be. What?
Sorry,
what's that?
I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, have you ever heard Matthew 28?
No.
In the Bible?
Probably, but I don't remember.
And fear not them which kill the body and are not able to kill the soul, but are not able to kill the soul. But rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. Now, that doesn't mean hell like, you're going to be burning forever. No, it's just saying, like, you're deleted and you're gone. That's your hell. Like, you're fucking...
They use the word fear
because you're fucking gone forever. Like, you're toast.
Like, you know, people say God-fearing?
And then I deleted you. Like...
Well, I don't think that anything can do that, really, unless I allow it to.
Woo! Really?
And why not? Why not?
You don't think that God can delete you?
No.
You don't think you can roll that time? And...
No, all right. I'm not meaning to be mean.
It comes down to, do I think he will? Do I think he wants to?
Of course he doesn't want to delete you. I'm just saying, you don't think he won't? You don't think that there's another power higher than you?
No, we're here to experience it.
Possibly delete you for your...
God does nothing but love. He does nothing but love. He doesn't punish.
Who told you that?
He doesn't teach. He just loves.
Who told you that?
That's what I feel.
Okay, well,
it makes the most sense. It makes the most sense.
Do you know about the things that God used to do to those who didn't believe in him?
There's no use to it. It's always been the same. There's no age. It's a better way of thinking. You know, it's a lot less complicated. What you're talking about is like a really big story, you know, and that's cool. You know, you seem to have a leaning towards the hero's journey. Have you ever heard that concept? That's the story that all stories are based on. Star Wars was based on it. The Kurosawa movie, Hidden Fortress, was based on it. Jesus is that story is a paradigm itself. It's the hero's journey. Start out one place. It's a circle, and then you make a change, and then you go through a struggle, and then you come back, and you have changed, and you learned something. You went through a whole process. And the hero's journey can be applied. It's like almost like a writing trick.
Right. Well, that's what they should have done. In this case, same. The hero's journey. You know, they went through this whole thing. It was a very epic thing. God helped them go through the whole thing. And then guess what happened? I guess you wouldn't know this part unless you read the Bible, though. But it's okay. Ready? It says, Jude 1:5. It says, now I want... Oh, sorry. Although you are fully aware of this, I want to remind you that after Jesus had delivered his people out of the land of Egypt, he destroyed those who did not believe. Sorry, it said Jesus there, but I meant to say God.
God doesn't destroy.
That's exactly what he did. All the people who...
That's exactly what it says. That's what it says.
They were about to go into the promised land, and they didn't believe. They didn't trust in what he said, and so therefore he fucked them all over and killed them all. He made them all die until 40 generations.
Haggadah. It's Haggadah.
Whatever. I'm just telling you. He killed them all.
It's Jewish myth. It's Hebrew. It's Hebraic myth. It's lessons. There's stories told to put forth a message.
Are you trying to tell me that this is a myth that you just spoke about?
How would I know?
It says, although you are fully aware of this, I want to remind you that
Right,
after
but you have to
he
believe
delivered his
in the
people
Bible.
out of the hand of Egypt, he destroyed those who did not believe.
You have to believe
If
in the
you are
Bible
not
and
a
not
believer,
yourself to believe
you
that.
get destroyed. Like,
But then
that's how it was.
why would anything destroy what it creates? I mean, I'm thinking on human terms right now. But when I think of God,
they all
God to
had
me-
the opportunity to believe, but they didn't.
God doesn't work for us. We work with him. It.
Sure.
Try that one on for size. People
No,
think like, God, you should do this. God, do that.
Oh no, I
when
totally
we work
agree.
with
God,
him,
God
and that's
does
what
not
I'm-
work for you.
That's what I'm
God's
saying.
not-
He is our equal.
No, he's not your equal.
He may be slightly more advanced.
Slightly?
I want to work with him because that's what's provided me with the opportunity to do anything.
I love you, bro, but seriously.
But you're thinking on terms that have been provided for you, and you seem to deny yourself any creativity.
All right.
You know, it's like you're allowed to make decisions. You don't have to be told what to do. Unless you want to be told what to do.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
It's a nice choice you have there. Isn't it nice to have choices?
I love choices,
You need
and
to
I
think-
chose this one, which is silly, I guess, of me, huh?
When people tell other people they need to get on their knees to worship,
No, I'm not telling you that.
And I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm just saying that there are groups of people,
Sure,
idolatry and stuff like
They're
that.
ridiculous.
They worship symbols and shit.
You're right. You're right. And those
And they're
people-
confused.
I would never tell you to get on your knees. There's no reason for you to ever get on your knees unless you want to.
But don't you see that there's a trend with Catholic faith, Christian faith?
Okay, yeah,
and
there
all
is.
all those
guys
sects.
are all the fucking bullshitters. I agree with you. Those guys are all full of shit.
Well, some
That's
of them
not what I'm trying
thought they were doing good. They were
They're all
misguided.
talking about the same Jesus, quote unquote, but they're not.
Do you think
They're
they
not.
embraced love? Do you think they embraced the
don't.
life, the love,
No, I don't
the,
think
the
they
way?
do. I don't think any of them do. I don't
Exactly.
think any of them give a fuck about any of that.
Do you believe that the Bible has been altered drastically?
I do.
Have you ever understood the concept that the Bible may be encrypted to the point where what it's really telling us is
Okay.
how light works?
I haven't heard that one exactly, but no.
Well, God
I
is
don't
the light.
think
Have you ever?
fucking anything?
I
think
guarantee you,
it's
Albert,
written,
if you
and
do
that's what I
500,
did.
500 case studies of near-death experience, or not near-death, EBDs, near-death experiences, or
Right.
whatever
Out-of-body
they call it,
experiences.
out-of-body
Right, right.
experiences.
Out-of-body.
Every single one of them will tell you the thing about the golden light. And I'm not talking about the oxygen running out of the brain. It's
No,
not
I know
hallucination.
what you're talking about.
There's
I
a reason
see.
for that. There's
Yep.
a reason. You know, because
Sure.
they got close. They got really close. But
Maybe they did.
and they're allowed to talk about it.
I can't say they didn't.
People can't grasp it. There's a guy named Mickey Robinson. He was a dude with 4 other people in a small airplane. They were going parachuting.
Uh-huh.
The airplane, something happened, malfunctioned, like one of the wings, something fucked up,
shit.
and they went down and they went into a jungle, an area where there were a lot of dense, tall trees, and the plane shredded, it ripped apart. Everyone died except for him, who was severely burned. The pilot saw that he was trapped in the plane, went back into the flames,
Wait, what?
saved him.
What? How did the pilot go back into the flames and save him if everybody died except for
Well,
him?
the passengers, the other people. that
Oh,
were
okay,
in the plane.
okay.
The pilot was still alive enough to see that he was in there.
Okay.
And he ripped the seatbelt. Okay, we know what seatbelts are made of. He tore his thumbs off to do this and pulled him. No, it wasn't seatbelt. It was the paracord. He pulled the parachute off of his body and threw him, and to save his life. And the guy unfortunately died doing that, but he saved
Okay,
this
so
guy.
that's why you said the pilot. You said
Now, the
pilot
guy-
the pilot died.
The guy's really scarred. Half of his face is like Dark Man. You know, he's really burned up badly. But when he turns his
Trying to
head,
say why would God let that shit happen?
no. His story is fucking incredible because he mentions something that I've never heard anyone mention before.
Okay.
And he takes it to a level where he actually describes what it looks like. And he says, and he tells his story really fast and really fluid. He doesn't skip a beat. When he's on the hospital bed, because they rushed him to the hospital,
He's really messed up, burned to a crisp. He's laying on the hospital bed, and all of a sudden he realizes his body. He realizes like that he's not, like when you're in bed and you wake up, you realize you can get up. So you're not the bed. You're
Like
next
sleep
on the
paralysis,
bed.
like you can't move.
Well, when you wake up, you realize you can get up and go to do your thing. At this point, he realized that something was like a little looser. Like there was something, the textures were weird. And he said he felt his legs, his knees, from his knee down, bend, and he felt them inside the bed spring, like the hospital bed, the gears and parts and stuff. And he was like, he looked down, and he looked back, and he saw himself. And then he looked back again, he turned away up at the ceiling, and he just saw this golden light. And he approached the light. The way he describes it, I can't do justice to it, because he was being bathed in a golden light. It felt like a river that he was floating in, and it was the most beautiful thing. That
Right.
It was all of that stuff.
That sounds right. I mean, why not?
When he tells the story, you can see that this person can't be making this up.
I mean, why would we
describe
light as a river? Like, who the fuck would do that?
Yeah, the words that his choice of words, and I don't even care. Like, even if people do make it up, I'm going to judge how well they make it up.
They make up better books than Harry Potter.
He says that as soon as, I'm probably leaving a part out, as soon as he realized that he was with God, he understood that this is it, and that, you know, what he's like, he was just so taken by all this. He realized after looking back, and he understood that there was a body back there that he had to take care of, and there was a choice he had to make, whether he wanted to be back there or go with this thing that was unthinkable to him.
Like he was given a choice. Like he was given the ultimatum, like pick one, knock yourself out. Whatever one you choose, that's up to you.
Right, the glowing thing, or I get to go back there. And now that I've seen that glowing thing, I can go back there because everything's going to be all right anyway. So, but what happens next is really what blew me away. All of a sudden, he said, it was a darkness from out of like my peripheral vision, and it started to sweep, almost like encompass this golden light coming from like the right side and the left side, and it was swallowing this up, and his window of opportunity was getting smaller and smaller. And he said that at that point he realized anything that isn't the light is the darkest evil ever that he could imagine. And he said, people tell each other to go to hell all the time.
Yeah.
If that's what I saw, I would never, if I met Hitler, I wouldn't even wish hell on Hitler or whoever.
Wow.
He said it was that bad that anything that wasn't the light was it was something that so dark, so cold, so alone. Like he said, it was just that's another thing he specified. The vastness increased. Like when we stand,
mention Hitler?
Like when we stand in a gymnasium, we can feel that we're in an open expanse. He said it just got bigger and bigger and darker. And he was,
no doubt,
freaking out. He was scared shitless. All this fear came back onto him, and then he got human again. And he was like, boom. He chose to go back. For some reason, he chose to go back to that over that. So, and believe me, Mickey Robinson, I think is the guy's name. And now he's born again. But yeah, you're going to see the story and be like, oh, God, that fucking haunted idiot fucked that one up.
Well,
you forgot about that.
Your name is haunted.
You can actually throw it up if you want. It's only like, the story lasts for like 2 minutes, and it's just
kind of curious what you think about actual hauntings.
Actual hauntings?
Yeah, like stories of people where like shit's flying around the room, like poltergeist shit.
Well, some of it is unexplainable. Some
Well,
of
of
it's
course
just
it's
activity.
unexplainable. Like, how would you be able to explain if I filmed your kitchen and then all
I
of a
couldn't.
sudden your pots and pans and your ramen noodles
Couldn't.
started flying all around the room?
I couldn't, and I'm okay with that. People that aren't okay with that,
But I'd be like, seriously, what the fuck is in my damn kitchen?
but you'd have to let it go at some point, and that's what science doesn't do.
I mean,
Science
what are you gonna
won't
do?
allow no's. They won't allow question marks.
You
And
would
that's
not shit your pants. You'd go to make some eggs, and there'd be fucking ramen noodles flying out your damn door.
That's if I was full of fear,
Yes.
and I don't have that, and I know this for a fact. I know this for
So
a
you
fact.
think
I was
you
almost
guys-
killed. I was almost killed in Manhattan when I was a bike messenger, and I slid on ice, and like everything I had, $3,000 worth of kind bud, fell, phone smashed all over the place, like 2006, and there was a bus right behind me, and something came over me where I was like, okay, well that's I'm about to get run over, and I didn't get run over, obviously. And as the bus went by, I realized I could hold on to that and be like, holy shit, I'm never going on a bike again, or I can observe the fact that it wasn't that bad. That there are going to be times where you have no control over it. Even though I just said that we're God and all that stuff. Because there are other people here. And there's like the natural law of, I got to respect you and not interfere with your thing. So there's still an element of surprise. Surprise to us, that is. But ever since moments like that, and coming to terms with abuse, alcohol abuse is suicide for pussies. I'm too scared to pull the trigger or jump off the roof, so I'm going to slowly drag everyone down. And people say, well, drug addiction affects your family and all that shit. It does. I couldn't figure out for the long. How's it affecting my mom? It's like, I'm doing that. I'm feeling this way. How's it going to affect them? Then you realize it affects everything in your life, and everything in your life affects everyone else in some way. And then it drives you to do things like steal.
Yep.
And that's just an ugly part of it. So the fear part, just if you allow it to, you can go with it and just say, you know what, I'm ready for anything. Because I really don't think I have a choice. And that's my choice to express that choice, or for it to be this way. I still don't get when people say we create our reality. I don't know I think they might be confused about something.
Yeah, because also
regarding
not only,
what exactly we create.
Yeah, you might be creating your own reality, but you're also like at the same time like potentially fucking over like 5 other people's fucking realities.
There's a cause
a whole number of other things you could also be doing.
But people think when you like the secret thing, law of attraction. I don't really get it. It's not for me. I don't, I understand.
The thing is if you're not governing your own reality, creating your own reality, you're allowing somebody else to create one for you.
Now that
that's where your power lies.
That I understand.
What world said it?
It's and you clarified that pretty well. In terms of the secret law of attraction thing, the thing people don't understand is it's kind of a catch-22. From what I understand, that Judy and Esther Hicks and all that, Abraham, the idea is if you want to be because everyone says, I want $1 million in this shit. Okay, you can have it. But you have to do something first. You have to start living your life as if you already had the $1 million. Then it'll come to you. But if you could do that, if you could live your life the same way you would if you had the $1 million, you wouldn't need the $1 million.
That's exactly what I'm doing right now.
So in the end, you kind of come back to square one, and it's all mental. It's all like,
I'm just gonna pretend I have $1 million. So people are
Exactly.
like, you need to get on this. You need to get a job, or like you need to like I have a job. I have it all worked out. Calm down, people. I'll get my money. They're all like, but you need to do something in the meantime. And it's like, what is this meantime you speak about? Like, stop
The
it.
helmet song.
The fuck away from me. Like, you're fucking hassling me. I'll work it out, damn it.
That's why the whole money thing, it doesn't work, because we can't. There's no one on anywhere that can fake what it would feel like having that amount of money. It just wouldn't happen.
You know what you need to do? Actually, what you really want to do, if you really want to be a baller, you got to get a couple shares in the Federal Reserve, because that's a privately owned corporation. It's nothing to do with the government.
It's Federal Express.
They loan us our money at interest.
I know the whole story.
Now, answer me this, riddle me this if you can. Let's suppose I loan you 100 trillion, billion, trillion, as many dollars as you can even imagine, right? I loan them all to you because I'm the Federal Reserve. Now I own. That's very funny.
This is my phone.
I loan them all to you. Okay, so they're all loaned. Now you have to pay me back at interest. Now let's suppose you paid me back every single dollar that I ever fucking gave to you. Where's my interest?
Oh, I understand what you're saying. Oh,
yeah, you can't pay because that shit doesn't exist. No, my point is you can't pay the interest because that shit doesn't exist. You already gave me back all the money. There is no money left for you to pay me back with. I already have it all.
Yep.
So you owe me everything that you have otherwise because you can't pay.
Now, what if I said this? Well, isn't this America, a free country? So what if I want to make money with money?
That's why
I know the answer to
America out first.
There's no work being done. So
No,
ethically, it's wrong.
America out first.
But if I have $1,000,
financial system, which they own.
But hold on a sec. If I loan you $1,000 and that's what you need,
1,000,
and I say, on that $1,000, I want you to give me $100 just because I lent it to you, knowing good and well that I was going to get all of it back and did absolutely nothing but let you borrow money and then charge you for it. Yeah. And you could look at me and go, but you didn't do anything. You just gave me you just did me a favor and everything is back to normal. Yeah, but I'm going to capitalize on that. And that's going to hurt you because now you're down to 900.
Right, because you need that interest.
There's something wrong about that.
Cover something on the fact that you didn't have your money, which is understandable.
But I didn't lose anything. No one loses.
But the point is, I loaned like all the money that I've ever created in the whole entire world, Federal Reserve notes, all of that money, you give it all back to me. Now that it's all mine again, you still owe me like a fucking $1 trillion in interest, which you cannot pay back because
that's beside the point.
Federal Reserve notes in circulation anymore.
Right. So,
but that's beside the point.
Albert,
what's the alternative?
Sorry.
The alternative,
Albert. What's the
solution?
No. Wait, hold on, you guys. Wait, you guys. You pay it back in the labor that you use. You're using labor. You're using manpower. That's what's getting paid back. All the things that are built, the infrastructure and everything. I'm not missing the point because I realize that the money doesn't exist.
But I'm not talking about
the time
money
that you
paying
think
back.
that you're replacing it, you're providing the payback with your work, your man hours, your labor, like whatever that ends up being. Because you're gonna have to use money. Like how do you get money?
But it's not a mystery. It's not a mystery about where the money is. It's about this.
No, I know
is
it's not
it
a mystery,
ethically
but I'm
right?
saying they're using us as slaves, and then they're giving us trinkets and taking them back. But they're using the manpower. That's what they're getting out of it.
Right. Is it?
That's all I'm saying.
Totally.
Right. Is that?
I don't care about ethics. I'm saying that that's what they're getting from it. That's how we're paid.
Is it ethically right? And we all know ethics. Is it ethically right to do this to other people? To do this? And I know you can. I understand that.
No, it's slavery.
It's something wrong.
If they're willing to do it, then it's totally ethical.
We shouldn't capitalize.
It's not ethical because a slave doesn't know.
But we shouldn't capitalize on each other. Period. Start from there.
Well, yeah, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. Like, do we? Is it right? That's not the point. I'm saying that that's what they're getting back. That was his question.
Yes, it is. That is the point because this is how we feel about this.
That wasn't Albert's point. That wasn't Albert's point.
My point was that the whole thing is a charade.
Right.
Sorry, that was your point. You're correct, Yvette. You were saying, you were answering his point. My point was, it just stinks, that whole situation of like, people should do things understanding that if they help each other, everyone can benefit. Like, they will benefit from it in some way.
That's the point. They don't want you to benefit. They want to keep it all for their little group of.
And people have to look at what they want and why they want it, because the end goal is,
they want
what are
it
they going to do with the money?
They know what's better for the world than the rest of us. That's why.
So there they are. We need to mobilize. But even I say that to myself, but I don't do anything about it. I kind of get lazy and like, maybe, until I get arrested.
I mean, if
and
they're
then
not
I get
around,
slapped in the face with the law, and it's like, holy shit.
Who's going to write the history if they're not around? I mean, shit.
Oh, it'll write itself. It'll write itself. I already see what it'll look like without these people. Because we work with them. We work with them in our jobs. They're not they're not elite somewhere else. They're everywhere. Because everyone has the potential to go in that direction. People are going to have to fill their shoes. And they're going to need the right ones. And the right ones are the people you meet every day who aren't making decisions that benefit other people. If you want to feel like a superhero, help an old lady cross the street.
I have.
Exactly. It makes you feel amazing.
People all the time.
It's an incredible feeling. I don't kill bugs anymore.
Seriously. I
don't kill mosquitoes.
Damn it.
What's that?
No, I don't cut people off in traffic.
Well, that I do.
It's like a group of critically thinking men or hunters got together, and they decided that they were smart enough to get other people to hunt for them and to fear hunting for themselves. So that's what it is. You get a lot of people who aren't thinking, and a few people that are thinking, and more people now coming online and critically thinking more, and possibly breaking out of that mindset, paradigm, or servitude.
The loveless the loveless one, because in the end, I'm doing it so I can feel good, and the more I feel good, the easier it'll be to love things. I don't think there should be an us and them. Something wrong with that to me. And I know that once they go, if you can thought experiment this one, picture them not there. And it's kind of like, I'm kind of bored. I was up for a challenge. See how like humans do that to themselves? It's like, where's my enemy? I need to fight something or something like that. And what they should be doing is trying to get better, or just go sit on your ass. Just don't hurt people. It's that simple. Just don't fuck with other people's freedoms, and everyone would be happy. I guarantee it. A revolution overnight, because everyone will be happy. No one will want to do it. It's like, nah, I'm not going to shoot that guy down. I'm not going to mug that guy. I'm not going to screw him over.
Why would you do that if you could easily work together and make 10 times more than that?
People won't break from the pain.
I know.
They think pain,
it's more than
no
that.
pain, no gain.
How do you account for gangs? They're just like, all right, well, if you want to join the gang, you got to go slash a random person in the face.
Gangs are acceptance. That's another thing. It's a loveless household. The kid wants to be accepted. The gang's going to love this kid.
But are they really? No.
Well, he thinks that.
Yeah, right.
And he's misguided, because the danger of being a loveless household.
Yeah.
I didn't learn any of this shit when I was younger. None of this.
Nor did I.
My parents were dream crushers. Total dream crushers. You need to do practical things and this shit and that. And I had to figure out, like, fuck, what, am I not supposed to do this? Am I not supposed to want to entertain people? Because they said, these kids in the classroom said it was funny when I made those noises. Should I continue to do that, or should I work to become a mailman? A mailman's good. It's easy. It's good. It's safe and easy. And go into your house and lock yourself up
and tape your mouth and ears and everything, and go stick your head in the floor up your ass. And yeah, and make sure you close the door and shut the lights out too. Okay. And here you go. You're safe. The girl I'm with thinks like straightening things does something. Like straightening things. You know, there are straighteners, there are obsessive lockers of doors, there are second guessers, there are cleaners, there are germaphobes, there are self-conscious, there are I'm never gonna win people, like constant loser, hyper losers, auto losers.
Win. Aside from that one time you did win.
But they don't want to win. That's the thing. They get hung on this, and then they put themselves in a relationship with misery, and without it, they feel lonely, and like it's going to be a whole new thing, and they get scared of it, and it's like a cycle that just goes and goes and goes. And you know, there's a person close to my life who's a 45-year-old virgin. How the fuck could anyone do that? This person's not ugly. This person's pretty attractive and has the social skills, but won't take that step. I can't imagine that.
She's so shy, you know?
But I know that if she keeps it at a distance, she'll never have to worry about wanting it, as long as she keeps herself from knowing it. And seeing it on TV or, you know, that's one thing, but it's like denying your sexuality if it's something that's not the norm. You just suppress and suppress. And it's a double-edged sword because we're good at suppressing. And when it comes to some nasty shit, like, you know, I was raped as a child, that sort of thing, you can suppress that pretty well. That is until love walks in the room and goes, he slapped me with his penis in his face. You feel that? I love you.
I love you. No,
I love you.
Really, I do. I swear.
It's always good to end it on a laugh. Hey guys, I'm gonna head out. You guys have a good one. It's a pleasure speaking with y'all.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I gotta. What time is it?
Until next time.
All right. Good night, world.
Later.
Yes, I'm gonna part at this point in time too. Albert, good to meet you.
All right, everybody.
Mr. Quintanas.
Good
Good to see you, my friend.
Thanks for haunting me.
Yeah.
No problem.
I'll be later.
You guys have a good one. Be blessed.
I've been coming up with a new haunt. I sit on people's chests so they can't breathe. And it's been working out. It's a good thing. It's a system. I got it. It's working and good.
Good. Nice. And then it was just one healthy person and a free channel.
Yvette's here. I saw her in the chat.
Oh, I seen her. I heard her.
I actually wanted to tell you something.
Now's the chance.
Right. You were talking about how the ancient people, they were communicating with each other, but they didn't have cell phones. How do you think they were doing it? I thought about maybe they were kind of tapped into the mass consciousness. And there's a social experiment that we can do to figure out if that's true or not.
All right.
Actually, I don't know if it's going to be, maybe you can answer this. You know how on the crossword puzzles of newspapers, do they print the results the next day?
Yeah.
All right, so the experiment would go like this. We'd have one experimenter who's going to feed us a control group of people crossword puzzles. And we wouldn't know the answers, and the answers wouldn't be out till the next day. And she would grade us in a certain way of how many we got right or wrong or whatever. She'd have like a standard of grading. And then one day, without us knowing, she would pass on a crossword puzzle that's already been, completed before, and the results were already out, and people knew about the results. And she would compare that outcome with the previous outcomes and see if we did any better. If we do better, then it means that those answers that were already out in the subconscious or the mass consciousness, we were able to access them. And if the results are no different, then I guess we're not accessing them.
Interesting. Hey, I mean, if we get, why not? If we get people to do it, why the fuck not? Why
I just
not
think
try
it'd be
it?
pretty cool, you know?
Well, yeah, no doubt. It'd be like pretty interesting. Like crossword puzzles, I'm not so sure that's the way to go with it, but same idea, just maybe not crossword puzzles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah. I mean,
it's not crossword puzzles is a good idea though.
yeah, because the answers aren't out yet, but
Yeah, no, I understand. Like the things come out the next day, and it's a controlled thing that like it's controlled, but it's not controlled. Like it's not something that we have to like make. Like it's already there.
sorry, Albert, you were cutting out. Say again.
So, no, I was just saying it's something that's already there. Like we don't have to go hunting it down. The crossword puzzle things are going to come out no matter what.
Right.
So like there's no like required homework. Just look the next day and see what's there.
Right. We just need a couple of honest participants. You know, some of us that are not going to be like Googling the answers.
Right.
And just have an honest approach and see what happens.
Yeah.
If Yvette is listening to this, I hope she will run the experiment.
Well, she should. That'd be great if she could.
But getting back to it, if that's how they were communicating with each other back in the day, I mean, that makes total sense as to why there's so many pyramid-type structures all over the world.
Well, that's also the same thing. You know what else makes a lot of sense? You see how the whole world is like mostly water? All right, well, now imagine a world before the flood. And imagine there was a lot less water. And then imagine that they all had the same language for 1,656 years, and they could all just do whatever the fuck they wanted. You would think they would have somewhat the same ideas. Yes, there was only 8 people that survived, but come on. After the shit happens and you get off that boat and you finally start having babies again, and then your babies start getting out of hand, you know what I'm saying? Like, your babies start making babies and all that, and it gets out of hand. Yeah. Then when you're telling your grandchildren some stories once upon a time, you could see where it comes in? You're just telling your grandchildren a story, and then next thing you know, they're trying to fucking take over the world.
Hey, would you say that the flood was everywhere?
Definitely. 100% the entire world.
So even
Everybody
Australia
died.
would experience it?
What?
So Australia would have experienced it?
Yeah, there was no Australia until after the flood.
Oh, really? It came after the flood? Like after the water subsided?
There was no any continents that you know of before the flood. That shit didn't exist.
So it was like a Pangea?
No, not even close. That's wrong. It's not like a Pangea. It's more like less water. Just take the water away. Okay, just keep the continents exactly where the fuck they are. Maybe move them a little bit if you must, but not very much. Just remove the water. That's how it looked.
Okay, I can picture it now.
Continents never fucking fit together, and that's all bullshit. That's garbage.
Yeah, what about the oxygen thing? Do you believe it was more oxygen back then?
Totally. You know why?
Yeah, go ahead, tell me. I don't know why.
Well, because if there's,
There are more
if
trees out
the world is 75% water now or whatever, and before it used to be like maybe, I don't know, 10% water, that's a huge difference. So all that land that used to be forest part. All the water, all the places that are under the ocean right now, there's a bunch of places they were originally not under the water. So they would have trees, more oxygen, more carbon dioxide, all that shit. Wonderful. And
All right,
also,
that's a viable explanation. I mean, I can buy that because right now most of our oxygen does. Well, that's what they say. It comes from the ocean, and that's what do you have underneath the ocean? You have a lot of plant life.
right, but then your next question would be like, where the fuck did the ocean come from then? Right?
It broke out from the firmament, man.
Right, but it didn't break up from the firmament. It came from the firmament. That shit is, there's water above the firmament. And some of it came down in the flood. So some of it, which is now the oceans, is here. But, you know, it stopped. So, but before that happened, everything worked different. There was no rain, you know? It was, everything apparently got misted. A mist came up from the earth. Like, everything just worked different. So anyway, I guess where I'm going with this is the pressure. If you have a lot more water that's actually above the firmament, that's going to increase the atmospheric pressure that you have on things. And if you can put something like a fish into a hyperbaric chamber where it's got increased pressure and increased oxygen and all these things, and it grows twice as big, I mean, that's kind of like a +1 for the Bible right there. It's like, yo, it said in the beginning that there were giants. Well, of course there were. Most people would take that and be like, there was Nephilims and the angels came down and they had sex. It's like, no. It doesn't even have to be like that. It's called the whole world was different. It worked different. Everything was giant. Even Noah was a giant. Everything was giant. But that's because that's how the world used to work. Then Noah went through the flood and everything got fucking screwed, wrecked. Now the whole world works differently. There's not as much atmospheric pressure and all that shit. Next thing you know, people are shrinking over time. So by the time you get after the Tower of Babel, you know, you probably did have back in the day where there was people looking at other people and being like, oh, yo, that dude, he's a god. You know why they would think that? Well, because he's still alive and his grandchildren are dead. Because their grandchildren are only living to be like 100 or 200. Meanwhile, this dude's like 600 or 700 years old. You see, like, it's like the dude will never die. Makes perfect sense, right?
In the hyperbaric chambers, did those animals or those fishes, did they live longer as well? Or did they just grew bigger?
That's a good question. I believe they're still doing that experiment, so I don't think the animals have died yet.
Did they display like better health than like their counterparts?
I don't recall them saying anything about that. All I recall them saying is that they were bigger.
Well, I guess some places bigger means better, but
well, no, it doesn't necessarily. But you know, you're a bigger target. You know.
Albert, I gotta get going here. It's 4:20. I'm gonna go smoke some herbs.
Oh, it's only 4:20 there, huh?
Oh yeah.
That's weird because it's 6:23 for me. I guess my clock's off.
It's 4:20 the next morning or afternoon.
It's all good. I gotta go feed my freaking ducks and shit anyway. Yep.
What do you like? What are you feeding them? Like cow parts?
Right now, I'm feeding them the pellets that I buy from the store, oats, whole oats that I buy from the store, oats, and various bits and pieces of my yard.
Oh, nice.
Like, I'll rip up some fucking dandelion leaves and just throw them all in there. Like, you know, whatever. Or I'll let them out of their pens, but that's when the hawks aren't fucking circling.
Oh, damn. Do the hawks attack your animals?
Well, no, they don't attack mine because I watch. But my neighbor, he had a whole bunch of chickens. At one point, he was like, "Yo, how are you keeping your chickens?" It's like, can you not see my impenetrable fortress? It's like, I built it so that nothing could fucking get them. It's like, but I let them out occasionally, yes. But, I watch the fucking sky when I let them out. I'm not going to let them out when there's, like, fucking hawks circling me. Are you kidding me?
No, I've got a lot of.
One time I actually went out to my backyard and there was a fucking hawk sitting in the tree right above the motherfucking chicken pen, like where I had everything, like the whole ducks and chickens, like where they live. He was just sitting in the tree right above it. And I walked right up to the base of the tree and I was like, get. And the fucking thing was just like, fuck you. It just ignored the shit out of me. I was like, are you serious? I was like, you're just gonna sit there? I was like, I'm a human. Are you not scared? It was just sitting there. I was like, what a fucking dick. I eventually got it to go away by throwing a stick at the tree. But it's
I've got a. You must not have a whole lot of trees, right? It seems like
no,
you have an
like,
open area.
I'm in Pennsylvania. Like, it's nothing but trees.
Okay.
But that's what it was. It was just sitting in the tree. It was right above me. It was like 5 feet above me. I couldn't believe that it wouldn't move. It's like, I could grab you right now if I could jump that high. Here's... But I was, at the same time, I was afraid of it. I was like, yo, this thing could like claw my eyeballs out, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway. Anyway. Have yourself a good night. I'll talk to you soon then, yeah?
All right. You have a good day.
Peace. Night night, FREECHAN.
What's this shit?
Muhaha.